with all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
Smart,
The revenues generated because of it.
Cause like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
This is Lisa Sharon Harper, and I'm here at my kitchen table with my dear friend, newish friend in the last several months. But my goodness, I mean, I have just been recommending his new book to everyone. Tad Sturmer has a new book out, just dropped last week. It's called A Resistance History of the United States. If you have not heard about it, you've pretty much been living under a rock. He has been talking about this book for literally over a year, just about a year. And we are all thrilled that it's finally in the world. And I'm holding a copy right here, right now. Yay! This is actually an advanced reading copy.
Oh,
privileged to have an advanced reading copy. But anyway, so it's very, very exciting to actually finally dig into this book. And I have to say, Tad, you're an amazing writer.
Oh,
you really are. Like, you're a really great writer. I feel it. I feel like I'm there in the colonial era, with the witch trials and the Wampanoag, and just really incredible writing. I was thinking to myself, oh my gosh, he needs to join our writing group.
well, coming from you, Lisa, that really is a high compliment. I learned about writing mostly from this style of writing, from engaging in public history, right? This is about what I want to do through my writing is make sure that I am talking to you, right?
Yeah.
That I'm not lecturing, I'm not putting through sort of a work of staggering literary genius or anything like that. It's nothing if it's not sort of a conversation. And if I can't put you in that moment, but not in a moment that's constructed, I'm not creating this pageant, that we kind of have to be in that moment together. I mean, what I hope is that you hear me on the other side of that we're in that moment together. And if you're not connecting to it, if you're somehow still distant from what these people were doing, what they were going through, their challenges, their moment, then this book isn't doing the work that I think that I wanted it to do. We've all got to be there together, right? By following these people in their moment. So that's what kind of fuels the cadence, the language, the way that I put together sentences, or not in some cases. But
Yes.
that's kind of what informs it.
Well, I have to say, I mean, I was actually really struck by that. I was struck by the reality that you have taken care to craft your sentences in ways that really, truly bring us in. It's almost like it's in two voices, actually.
Yeah.
Because there is the lecturer voice, especially in the beginning, in the introduction, where you go through, this is how to read this book.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, this is why I wrote this book. This is what this book is going to do. I was like, oh, okay, there's the lecturer.
Yeah.
But my God, like the minute that you go into the actual narratives, you literally, you bring us in. Now, if anybody hears my dog in the background,
Your
do you
dog's
hear
part
the
of the
dog in
show,
the
though,
background?
Lisa.
You hear the dog? Okay, so if you hear the dog in the background, that's because my mom, who lives with me, is walking around upstairs, even though I asked her not to, whatever. And the dog is, of course, chasing her, as the dog always does. So there you go. So there you go. Anyway, so Hey, babe. Let me just call her down here. Hey, babe, come on down. Babe, now. All right. So, um, I first of all, let's introduce you to people who haven't been introduced to you before, if they might have been actually living under a rock. Who knows? This is Tad Sturmer, y'all. Tad Sturmer is a public theologian. Sorry, he's not a public theologian. He's a public historian. Why did I write
Although he
theologian?
preached some, so
Sorry. He's a public historian. He's trained at the University of Virginia, Johns Hopkins, and Harvard, with particular focus on colonial and revolutionary America, which I find really fascinating because that's a lot of the work that I did.
Hey, dirty dude. Hey, Dan. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, folks. Where I am, it's kind of rainy. Apparently, what was Tropical Storm Arthur is no longer a tropical storm, but we got a tornado watch, and it was looking downright evil about 30 minutes ago, though it's lightening back up. Hey, Tina. Um, Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to this channel, we do boring stuff like listen to historians. Tad Sturmer is possibly my second favorite male historian. Yes, I rank historians. He just came out with a book last week called A Resistance History of the United States. And this is well, it's kind of his book tour. I subscribe to his YouTube channel. It's a history channel, and he is one of two historians that I actually subscribe to or joined, whatever you do. I don't pay attention to his Substack because he usually talks about it, on the YouTube channel. The other historian that I subscribe to is Heather Cox Richardson. And there are other historians I should probably, especially on Substack. I joined, but I'm not a paid member. The guy is fantastic. He sees history, or I see history a lot like he does, U.S. history. He does not sugarcoat stuff, and I appreciate that. So this is about an hour interview. We will listen to it. Then I just bought his book yesterday. So I haven't started reading it, but what I'm reading now, I'm going to put on hold so I can read his book. I've read like excerpts. He actually on YouTube recorded. He did the audiobook, so he recorded on YouTube some of the audiobook stuff. From what I hear, it's actually a good read. I'll probably buy it for my sister for her birthday as well. So anyway, enough of that. Let us get into this show. So Dirty Tina and Dan actually kind of sounds like a 60s folk rock group. Dirty Tina and Dan.
On my own family history. So as I was reading your book, especially in that part, I was actually going, oh my gosh, that's right around the time when Fortune would have been living, or she would have been experiencing this too. And I didn't know a lot of this history. So it's very helpful. He's also a former congressional staffer, y'all. So he understands the politics of today. And I thought this was really interesting. He was a former U.S. Army reconnaissance officer. So I thought, okay. Yeah. Somebody knows how to go into like the other territory and like figure stuff out and then bring it back. That's literally what you've done through your book. So it all kind of comes together in this fabulous book. So Tad, we normally start with our word. What is the word that describes how you are entering into this space?
Intentional.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Intentional.
All right. My word coming in is digging. Digging. I'm coming in with intention as well. It's to dig for I want to dig for the truths, the understanding that will help us to restore voting rights. That's the bottom line. That's what I want. And, I'm sure it's not like you're going to unlock the secrets of the universe, but you really have done great work that I think can really help us. So let's dive in, shall we? All right. So my first thing is I just want to congratulate you on the book. It is actually, I think, an incredible feat. I think that you are going to be known for this book for years to come. There'll be other books, I'm sure. In fact, I know you're writing your next book, but you'll be known for this. And Ava DuVernay gave an incredible blurb on the back cover, which I thought was really worth reading. She says, this book is bracing and unsentimental, which I found it to be true too, and deeply necessary for this moment. And she says something that I thought was really critical for why we need to talk about it now. She says Tad offers a clear-eyed account of how freedom is constructed, defended, and repeatedly taken back. And this is a history written for people who understand that democracy is not inherited. It is fought for over and over again. It's only, Ava DuVernay.
Yeah,
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah.
That's kind of amazing. So you must be very proud.
I am for someone such as Ava, who is so extraordinary, so perceptive, so insightful, and I know Ava decently well, to have not only engaged the book but engaged the idea of the book. Right, this is about the thesis, right? It's not about it's well written or anything. For her to have kind of seen what the book in fact represents, and said that meant the world to me. I was not going to have any blurbs on it. I didn't think that this book made any sense to have somebody validate it. Right? It's essentially an anti-establishment book, I think, and so I'm not quite sure why it would make sense to kind of use the apparatus and the establishment to say, oh well, pay attention to the book. It either works or it doesn't. But Ava read it, and this is what she had to say about it. It's like,
yeah,
if anybody could kind of represent that, I could only think it would be it.
Yeah, she's the consummate storyteller. She's one of the consummate storytellers of our time.
Mm-hmm.
And ironically, I'm actually studying her for my PhD. So it's like,
well, she deeply understands America as it is, not as anybody wants it to be. She understands it as it is she knows what's rustling behind the curtain. And that's why I thought that this, she gets it in so many ways.
That's fabulous. So as we approach the 4th of July in the 250th year of, our transition from colonial to revolutionary America, I wonder, why do you think this period matters the most? We talked a lot about this the last time we spoke several months ago, but I think now it might even resonate more as we are now also in an election year. So why do you think this period matters now?
I think it matters most because it draws the contrast between what people say it is and what it actually is. And we should be having a conversation about that. This should be a moment in which we're able to dig into that, and really draw out the truth, sort of as you keep referring to. I think that it should be about that kind of critical breakdown of the difference. So that's what it should be. It's not what it is, but it's what it should be. And I think, it is happening in certain quarters, but I think broadly speaking, it's not, unfortunately. And so what we are seeing, that what it is doing is that it is sort of representing this just behemoth of a disconnect between what people are saying it is and what it actually is. And I think it's in that space that we can have some constructive conversations, which is what we should be doing. Whether we can obviously you can, but whether we can, broadly speaking, as a society, I think that I'm less than optimistic.
It's funny. I would have been optimistic about it until yesterday. Literally.
Say more, Lisa.
And that's not because I started reading your book yesterday. For some reason, there's a little bit of a reverb on my phone for some reason, but whatever. It's because I was on a podcast and I was talking with a group of people about this moment. Eventually, we were looking at Juneteenth and all of that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And the I'm just wondering do you hear the reverb? Do you hear in my
I hear it a little bit. It's not distracting, but I hear it a little bit.
echo? Wow, it's like a really massive echo. Anybody else who can write into the chat, do you hear it? That's the most important thing. Because if so, maybe, I don't know, I'll click out and click back.
Yeah, it is out there.
Sylvia says, yes, we hear it. How did that happen? That's weird. Do you have on earphones or is it just?
I don't know.
Don't. Oh my goodness. Like, yes, it's pretty bad, says somebody. All right. So it looks like we might have like technical oomph here. So what I'm going to do is you guys, please hang on. I'm going to click out and I'm going to click back in. Okay. And we're going to try to get rid of it because it's overwhelming.
Okay. Well, maybe I need to turn down my volume.
What you
Okay,
need
Sylvia,
to
thank
do,
you. I'm going to turn down my volume.
Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't hear it anymore.
Okay. Maybe it was on my end. I turned down my volume.
yeah, I was about to say,
Hey.
it's a weird thing. You almost have, if you're using an actual microphone, you actually have to wear earbuds or headphones or something like that, because there's always the chance the sound from your computer speaker reverberates through the actual microphone. So I'm surprised Ted doesn't know this, but he's not super technically savvy. If you've ever seen him trying to set up a live stream, you'll understand.
Oh, hey, Sylvia, do you hear it anymore? I don't hear it. Other people can answer too. Perfect. Oh, hallelujah. Okay, then we don't need to click out. Okay, very good. All right. So I want to know from you, how would you, if you were going to set the context of our current moment, the moment we're having this conversation, and how would you set the context?
I think deeply. I think that's a good question, Lisa. I mean, how would I set the context? The way that I see it is that it's surreal. That's the context. I think that there is the America that people are experiencing, what's happening right in front of them, what they see, what they hear, and the disconnect between what people are saying is happening. That to me is the point where we're at. It's confusing, it's destabilizing, because there is a huge gap between all the people I talk to, between what it is that they think is in fact going on and what they're being told is what's going on, what they think is happening at a place like Delaney Hall and what's in fact being reported to them on the TV, what they think is going on in Iran and what is being told to them on TV, what they think is happening in political races and with voting rights and with things like that, and what is in fact that they are seeing right there in front of them. That's what I think the context is. And that's why I say it's surreal that the reality isn't matching perception.
Yeah.
And the perception of people is visceral and it's meaningful and it's right in front of them every day at their kitchen tables. And there is a disconnect between what is coming on their media and what people in positions of authority are telling them about what's happening. And that's what I think the context is. And so being able to find any kind of signal in the noise, being able to find any kind of community, any kind of, anchor of faith is at a high premium right now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And this actually goes right back to the conversation I started to talk about yesterday. When I was in this conversation, I'm going to turn down my own sound. Well, maybe that doesn't help. I don't know. I'm hearing it again. But when I was talking in this podcast conversation yesterday, it struck me that one of the people that I was talking with is actually one of those folks who goes in and does a lot of consulting with political elected officials who are running for office and helps them with message around faith, and particularly in the Democratic Party, in the progressive wing of the electorate. And he's trying to help them to understand how faith can actually speak into this moment, right? But what I found is that he was referring back to something that.
By the way, I forgot to mention, since I haven't done news articles for the past couple days, I've got quite a number of them, which I'll try and breeze through. And then they're, kind of the same thing with these end of show or second half show videos. This is what happens when I didn't do a show on on Tuesday. Um, did kind of like a hybrid show because I was on Charles's show for an hour yesterday. So today's actually the first time I've actually done an actual show. It's going to be a lot of stuff, but I'm going to try not to do a long show, just because can't do those all nighters all the time at my age. So the link will be dropped at some point. I'm still trying to play around with Nightbot and get it, tweak it to where I want it to be. And it wants to drop the Cash App info, but it's not, it won't drop the link info. So I got to figure out what's going on with it. And by the way, support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open and looking for investment in the Saturday show. Not real sure what I'm going to do. Tomorrow is Juneteenth, and I am actually going to more or less theme the show around Juneteenth. Probably some history videos, but who knows? The other thing is, hey Bobby, today's title, I'm actually rereading Edmund Burke's thoughts on the French Revolution. And this quote it is just such an excellent quote. How could I resist? They have found their punishment in their success. That literally sounds like the MAGA movement. You got your president, you got your administration, and wrecking the country is the prize. Thank you very much. It's called Reflections on the Revolution in France. I can never remember the exact title. But this particular essay supposedly is like the founding document of political conservatism. Though conservatism in Europe is not the same thing as conservatism in the United States. United States conservatives tend to be to the right of European conservatives. And I suspect mostly because American conservatives tend to be a little bit more anti-intellectual. It is what it is. But just thought I would mention today's title. It is so relevant today. MAGA is a plague, and my buddy Bobby seems to love racism because the country was founded on racism. I don't even know how to critique that statement, but it is what it is as well. I'm gonna drink some Old English for the Black holiday tomorrow. Ooh boy, I cannot do malt liquor. It will make me sick for a couple days. Even when I was in college, I remember one night, me and a buddy of mine, we didn't have any money, so we pulled together our pennies and bought a 6-pack of 16-ounce Schlitz malt liquor Bull. I had 3, he had 3. That shit fucked me up. Dude, I had the shits for a day. I can't drink wine coolers. I can't drink anything with malt liquor in it. So you have fun with that, and let me know the results.
Obama referred back to it. This is like, it's the typical liberal party line, which is we have to get back to what we were meant to be as a country, and the promise of America, and all of those things. And I have to say, after talking with you, after listening to you over the last year, after reading portions of your book, I'm just like, wait a minute now.
Well,
The
I mean,
founders did not mean for this to be what it is right now. People had to fight for that.
Yep.
And sometimes by trickery, like in order to get where we are, people had to resist in major ways what the founders intended.
Yep.
And so that feels especially hairy and confusing in a moment where we have an authoritarian ruler, a fascist wannabe king on the quote throne, his own trumped up throne, and we need clarity. So people are reaching back to the narrative we've used for the last 50 years, 60 years. But I fear it's not going to work because it's just like you say in your book, it doesn't take into consideration the truth of what actually happened.
And that's why it's not working. When you tell people our problem is that we have departed somewhere from our origins. We have departed somewhere from our foundings. What's that from our founding? That's assuming that everything was fine then. That's assuming that was inherently good, that was inherently legitimate, that the words that we want to mean something meant the same thing then. So we just need to get back there. We need to restore that. We need to restore our faith in that. There's somehow we have somehow left the garden. We have somehow fallen, and we need to get back to that point. That is dangerous. Because what we have done with those words, whether they're about equality, whether about democracy, what I hope comes out in the book is that those words were made to mean what people needed them to mean, despite what the founders said, by fighting against what the founders said, by fighting against what those founding documents said. And people died and they struggled and they broke the law and they sacrificed in order to make those words mean something else, something better. The fact that we need to return to something, it is in that fight against what the founders meant. We can't return to some guy in 1776 or 1789, given their worldview, and say we need to return to anything they said about what the world should be, rather than all of the people who fought over the course of American history to, in fact, make those words mean something else. We need to honor those people. We need to focus on what they did. And that's kind of what I hope that people get out of the book, is that the minute that somebody says to you, we need to go back to what somebody in 1789 said, a same person who thought that 3/5 of a person was okay. Somehow that's fine. But we need to understand accept their moral view in any other respect, when the entire premise of that is a dangerous one, because it makes you believe that the world of 1776 or 1789 is in somehow complete for understanding and interpreting our world today, rather than all of these people who made those words mean something else. To become more democratic, more multiracial, more equal every day than we were the day before, despite the people who kept saying, no, we need to return to the founders. No, all of these institutions in that language is inherently legitimate. No, we can't change. We must return to those somehow noble founding principles, rather than looking at the sacrifice of everybody who worked to turn those principles into something that mattered to them for the rest of us today. If we're continuing to sort of be on this hamster wheel, then the kind of conservatism in American political culture that is shackling the right and left will continue to keep it.
Yeah, I'm going to say next week at this point, though tomorrow wouldn't be a bad idea. Let me tell you something, Bobby. That's an interesting point, actually. Tomorrow is Juneteenth, and it would be interesting if the Supreme Court dropped the 14th Amendment decision on Juneteenth. It would literally be poetry. So I hope you're right. I hope they release it tomorrow. Thank you, Lord, for those elite white men who wrote the Constitution. Ooh, boy, you and you and SKC, Bobby, man, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you and he don't collaborate on some content creation. Why Alone has a large population of sloppy drunks who get on panels and say stupid stuff. Oh, I think that the black folks on these panels, um, they're competitive. They are definitely competitive. Have you seen John Galt? Tell me he's not competitive with them white folks who get on here and are sloppy drunk on panel.
Anybody from any kind of meaningful change.
Now, this is actually where I felt like, and I actually hadn't heard you articulate this in your videos. Maybe you had, intimated to it here and there, but it's laid out perfectly in your introduction of your book. You say, it's on page 11. You say, this isn't because resistors made mistakes. You're talking about the federal government charged with enforcing civil rights abandoned that requirement when it threatened property and capital, right? So this is like one of the examples you're talking about in terms of how power protects itself.
Yeah.
And you say it requires taking founders at their word about what they built and why. They said they feared the Democratic majorities would threaten property. They said they needed to, quote, protect slavery to maintain the Union. They said they wanted checks on popular power. They built institutions reflecting those priorities, and those institutions functioned as designed. So one of the things that I thought was really prescient, and that you actually lay out clearly, and just in the introduction in terms of how to read the book and how to get the most out of it, is that you say the historical record suggests institutional mechanisms will continue interrupting successful resistance.
Yep.
But because understanding the pattern helps you see through institutional claims about procedural fairness, democratic legitimacy, and why you should accept accommodation. These principles will help resistance succeed, right? So I would like to know from you, when you're looking at the world as we see it today, as we're experiencing it today, which of the principles in your book are you thinking about the most that apply to right now?
Well, frankly, it's the ones that are in the beginning.
Yeah.
I think that it's a commitment to truth. It's more weight right now. That part of it is once you think about Ona, and we talked about her a lot last time. Once you understand that resistance against abusive authority that's operating at scale won't happen easily. You need persistence. You got to be in it for the long term. You got to have a vision of what you're doing. That right now we're not quite at that point. We're even kind of where we're able to recognize my enemy's enemy, right? As an ally. That there are too many people who are still not understanding the way you put it before, understanding the world around us the way that it is, and understanding what the implications of that are. So, like which is a little bizarre to me, because when the framers of the Constitution were so clear about hating democracy, clear. And that one of the main purposes of the Constitution was to control democratic impulses, mob rule, the tyranny of the majority. They're not clear. They're not obscure about this.
Yeah.
They're clear about that. They're clear about the power of the people. Now, defenders of theirs, apologists of theirs say, okay, well, that's about anarchy and mob rule. No, it's not. It's about the power of the people. They said so. They meant it in ways that we can understand it directly today. The Constitution is functioning to do just that. And the institutions they set up are functioning to do just that right now. And so that's why I think that when we talk about more weight, is that we all need to be able to carry that weight, that we need to be able to see how that authority is operating right now. And to be able to call it out. These people are functionally saying that which is real. They're not real. But they're saying that because they think that it adds to their ability to abuse their authority. They're not real. And people need to accept that.
It's interesting that you actually even called out that particular chapter and about the Salem witch trials and the truth, and the manipulation of institutions in order
Yeah.
to protect their power. Because I was thinking as I was reading your book, about the women. In fact, you even mentioned it about the women losing their voting rights.
Yeah.
As we went from colonial America to revolutionary America,
Yep.
women lost voting rights. Right. So most people don't know this. They don't know. I only know because I did that research on my family, and
Yeah.
also because I did research for a pilgrimage that I took through women's empowerment. And before the
Actually, I didn't realize what you were talking about. Um, it was online. I've been thinking about getting it to automate some of the tasks. Um, so I just subscribed to it. But here's the deal, and I really haven't talked to this point. I'm pretty much going to police the chat with some of these words that I don't like. Um, and Dan of course, is using one of them as expected. But let me just make some things clear. There's some words I'm not going to tolerate in the chat anymore, and blat, BLATT, is one of them. If you mean black people, say BLACK, not BLATT. That's some John Galt be brave shit, and I'm simply tired of seeing it. Sorry if you think I'm a Karen, but it's gonna be my way, or get the fuck out my chat. Or how about spell black, BLACK, the way it's supposed to be spelled? And there are several N words and N word variations that I'm not going to tolerate. And what's going to happen is if you persist in using it, you'll be timed out. Don't care if folks don't like it. Don't care. I don't give a fuck. Don't use the word. Spell correctly. Black American, BLACK, not BLATT. That's CT, be brave, John Galt bullshit. Sorry, I'm not either of that holy trio.
revolution in the colonies, women had the right to vote in all of the colonies. But one by one, after the revolution, because of the way that the instrument of the Constitution was set up to give the states the rights to choose whether they would keep women's rights or not, one by one, the states said no. And the reason they said no is because women were much more likely to vote against slavery in that time. They were
Yeah,
much more likely to push through their vote for the incremental or the complete abolition of slavery. So one by one, women lost their voting rights until I think the last one was 1807 with New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah.
Yeah. So the thing that struck me was here we have the Constitution is giving, says it's giving voting rights accommodation, and yet through the instrument, the jerry rigging, the giving of the power to the states, they actually created a loophole in the same way they did the 13th Amendment.
Yeah, and I think that that's what, if people took a quick look at all of the original state constitutions, you're able to see how exclusionary each of those states make things very quickly. They don't people because the rhetoric is they expand everything. This is a revolution for rights and for liberty. You see how exclusionary almost all of the states make things right away. And then with the way that the Constitution functions, it gets increasingly exclusionary because you're able to consolidate that authority at the federal level, and they're able to kind of deploy it. And you kind of see how it operates in American political culture in those first decades of the 19th century in the dynamics of that resistance to the First Republic, particularly with the way those fighters for women's rights, whether it's Stanton or whether it's others, who are Mott and others, who are fighting against the anti-slavery resistance to see who in fact gets prominence in that. And that's Stanton's argument, right? Is that, listen, if we fight for women's suffrage now and for women's rights now, it will make the fight to end slavery a lot easier. Because you're going to be able to disperse that political authority of the enslavers, because women are going to be more inclined to make those political changes. But they lose that fight, and they lose that fight really quickly, because that would require a different kind of structural change that would have threatened the place of these white men, of the white male establishment. That's something that they were never going to go ahead and change. But that's why even we're talking about the loophole, right? Of the 13th Amendment, that you can sort of end slavery in a sense, but you can't end slavery in a way that is going to threaten the white male establishment. And that's something that's, I think, important for people to understand.
Let's see, I would actually love to talk to him about that, because I don't agree. There's a book by historian Stephanie, Stephanie Jones something or another. She is a young black female history professor at Cal Berkeley. And her premise, and she's got plenty of evidence to back this up, is that white women were slave owners. And there's plenty of examples, especially in the South, of white women who were every bit as cruel as their husbands or other white male slave owners. I have no reason to believe, given some of the prejudices where the myth was black men are predators of white women. I have no reason to believe that women's suffrage would have helped in abolition. Now, I'm not a historian. I'm sure he might be able to prove his point, but at my disadvantage of not being educated, everything I've read doesn't support his argument.
Helps you recognize, in fact, why American history worked the way it did. Why it's not this. Why this very odd discussion for me as a historian to hear it. This very odd discussion about how America is kind of born in original sin, and we have to grapple with it. We have to grapple with it. What are you talking about? That there's somehow a great contradiction in the American spirit? Well, I mean, if rank hypocrisy can be considered a contradiction, then fine. But these people,
and out on a limb, in my opinion, and you may have heard me say this before, I think given the level of racism inherent in the white male establishment, I actually think Jim Crow is the better example, and reparations, you can directly tie the results of Jim Crow to loss of revenue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There were, peonage. People were forced to do free labor after slavery was over, young black males especially. So I think that Jim Crow, black codes, that sort of thing, much better argument and readily provable at loss of revenue and loss of generational wealth. That's just my opinion. Again, slavery was legal. A lot of this Jim Crow shit wound up being ruled unconstitutional eventually. That's where the damage was done.
Made very clear choices about what their priorities were. They said so in clear terms, and then what they established operated exactly as they intended them to operate, until people took it on their own to protest, to organize and resist, to say no more. That's not what this country can mean. It might be what they said it meant, but we say it means something else, and we're going to go ahead and push through it. That's why I talk about, and I wish I could have probably written about it better. It's interesting about the British proclamations during the American Revolution when it comes to enslaved people and loyalists.
Yeah.
The scholarship tends to fall down on this discussion. That the agency of enslaved people making clear-eyed, clear-minded decisions about what their priorities were and what allies kind of served them. That Lord Dunmore can issue a proclamation that says, I will go ahead and grant freedom to enslaved men, the property of rebels who join me to take up arms under the king's banner.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You can say that. But a 12-year-old girl named Winnie in Williamsburg says, I'm going to make it mean something else. And she does. And she gets her freedom as a result of that. It's not, the enslaved people said that I'm going to make it mean what I need it to mean. And it happened. So that's why I note Winnie in the book, right? She's 12 years, so she's 11 in 1775.
Is this chapter 3? Is this the chapter on Nancy?
This is about Nancy, yeah.
Okay.
And so there are young women, there are old women, there are people who are not the property of rebels, that they all go because at every single point, they are making their own decisions about what this can mean, and they're going to force the point. So it doesn't matter what Dunmore says; it's what Dunmore will be made to accept. And they're the ones that make that point. And that's the story that nobody tells every time that they talk about Dunmore. They want to get wrapped around the axle about these other things. And you know who gets left out of that conversation? The enslaved people making these choices.
That's right.
And that drives me crazy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I learned real history reading this part. I mean, I learned that I did not even know that the people of African descent on the island of Bahama are largely Black loyalists from Virginia and other places. Like, that blew my mind.
Yep. That is the origin, and that's the national origin story that the Bahamas tell today. That the foundation of the democratic nation today is the result of the constitutional ideas of the Black loyalists from the American Revolution. There's a wonderful museum in Nassau. It's called the Pompey Museum of Slavery and Emancipation, and essentially it's the Bahamian National Museum, and they lay that out. That their ideas about democracy and about freedom and liberty come from the Black loyalists who tripled the population of the Bahamas as a result of the American Revolution. That is a story people need to know.
Wow. So it's something that I really appreciated about your book, is that you didn't only look at things through an institutional lens. You also focused in on individuals, particularly individuals who were coming from people groups without institutional power and their capacity to exercise agency. And I think it's not only instructive for people of African descent and immigrants today and others, or women, it's actually instructive for anybody who is not represented under today's fascist rule, because we are losing our capacity to exercise institutional power. So then we have to look to people like Nancy Dixon and others. I loved what's the name of the other there's a Native American man who you look at in the very first chapter that I thought, Metacomet. I've never heard of Metacomet before. What? So his decision to actually create a coalition, he did not have national power to go against this British Empire that was coming and encroaching and settling and colonizing the land in New England. So he went himself to the different tribes and created this pan-Indian, this pan-indigenous coalition that began to create political power to come against the settlers. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? Because we need to do that in our various cities as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a critical point, right? Because if you assume, and this is what our political culture does, our political culture says that institutional power that was created by the frameworks that the founders made, it's the only legitimate power. You must operate within those frameworks. And even if it's not serving you, all you have to do is continue to work to reform that to serve you. And if you can't, well, you just need to deserve it to happen, and then wait for something better to happen. And then you have all these acolytes of nationalism telling you that that's true and that there's a history to that. And Frederick Douglass said you should do it, so you should do it, even if that's not what he meant. So when you look at people in terms of the building blocks of resistance, and resistance as a process, is what does it take when those institutions, when that institutional authority is no longer serving you, it is not just not serving you, is abusing your rights. Well, You got to start creating parallel institutions. You got to start making power work for you, your power work for you, even against the institutions. And that's where like the Underground Railroad is a great example of that.
Yeah.
But you can develop parallel institutions that can, in fact, serve you, can help you accomplish your goals with whatever that takes. Now, at a certain point, you will get to a point where that's in conflict with the existing institutions. And then that's where you have to worry about direct action. You've got to carry that weight. But that doesn't mean that your goals change. It doesn't mean that that your methods change. That means you've got to accept the consequences of what that will mean and kind of be clear-eyed about that. But it is thinking that, well, hold on, I don't need to accept, and this was Nancy's choice, right? That I don't have to accept their terms. I don't have to accept what they say is legitimate and then just eat it. And then if the Patriots say that I have to go ahead and stay here because they will promise liberty for everybody that looks and walks and talks just like them someday, then you know what? That's just my lot in life. Nancy, I being a parent of a 4-year-old, it's sort of always hit me about the decision she made when her daughter was 3, 4, 5 years old. You don't make those decisions lightly. She's not going to let her daughter grow up in that world. She knows what living with those Patriots are like. Her daughter's never going to know what that means. I'm going to make that decision. And if I have to go ahead and work with other people to do it, it's Ona's leap of faith, right? It's not a leap of faith. She knows that there is a community of trust that she can lean into. That is a wonderful, that's not the Underground Railroad yet. That is the spirit of it. That's the mechanism of that. That's the building blocks of what the Underground Railroad is able to become. And we talked about that with the Black churches in Philadelphia last time.
Wow. Yes.
There is a network there of a parallel set of authorities. Now, I can, like when I'm in lecture mode, right? I mean, we can sort of talk about that in very structural, functional ways, because inherently as a historian, I'm a functionalist. I care about structures because that is how I understand how power operates.
Right.
But what I hope that when I get in my other voice, right? What I absolutely know is that structures don't work on their own. They don't exist on their own. They're just ideas.
That's right.
People do everything. And so what I have to sort of remind people all the time is that when we talk about institutions, they're not disembodied. These are people who are using these institutions to, in fact, achieve their own ends, to keep themselves in the establishment, to keep other people's rights exploited, to kind of do these. People are doing those things then and now. They don't have an independent life. And so when you talk about people who are operating against it, that's where things really become active and really become interesting. So you can talk about the structures and the institutions, then you make a move. And this is what I tell my students all the time. Okay, fine. Let's talk about these abstractions and let's talk about kind of these mechanical terms. Now make them move, make them breathe, make them work. And that's how we can see the choices that are being made. And then how Ona isn't just stepping out into the darkness that evening in Philadelphia.
That's right. She's stepping into the Black church.
Somebody else is reaching for her. There's a hand there. Wow. And she's reaching out into that hand. And that hand is passing her to another hand. And that hand is passing her to another hand. At no point is she alone in any of that. That doesn't make it easier, but that does make it sustainable to show you what is necessary. That you say that with the 1793 Fugitive Slave Act or George Washington talking about how he wants to run his household, fine, you say that. I'm going to make it mean something else. And that to me is sort of the power of the story and the way people can sort of take today. So wait a second, I don't have to buy this. I don't have to believe that this is in fact our lot. I don't have to accept that change can be incremental or just reform. I just sort of have to lump it and hope for better days. No, on God's work, on God's earth, His work must truly be our own. That's the idea.
Right. Do you think that when you think about what's happening today, what would be the institutions that you see that we need to actually reimagine the meaning that has been shaping how they operate and shift it so that it actually operates differently? Particularly now I am thinking about voting rights. Is there, am I being clear? I don't know if I'm being clear, but I'm using your language.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, well, listen, all of this is about the consent of the governed. Right. And I believe that to be true. In my heart, I'm a Democrat. I'm a small D Democrat. I believe that idea. I have drank the Kool-Aid on the Enlightenment. I'm all there. And this idea that and in order to do that, what we need to do is re-empower our local institutions. We need to take back that consent from the people from where it is doing the most harm, and then re-engineer that consent. Yeah, I think we need a new constitution, right? I don't think that constitutional amendments are going to do it. I think we need to, but in order to do that, I think this idea about making sure that those kind of social building blocks, I'm a big fan of churches, but I mean that when we're talking about those kind of community building blocks, re-empowering, re-energizing, reauthorizing them, bringing authority back to where it belongs in the community is the place to start. Because over the span of American history, we can talk about institutional history about this. The amount of power that is accreted and consolidated at the federal level has enabled a kind of abuse to be able to be deployed very quickly and easily by the wrong person at the top. Take that back. I mean, re-energize authority and resources at the local level so that people, in fact, are connected with one another. I know that that's easier said than done. I get that, and I'm not that kind of doctor. But I think that to me, when we're talking about something as important as democracy, and then the ultimate expression of that, voting rights, the ultimate expression of that, if that is not working, then none of the rest really matters. But that only works. It's a wonderful idea about it because it only works locally. It is you going into your voting booth. That's what that means. Yeah. Just that. So what does that look like? Right there where you are. How is that protected? Who is going to that? How is that going to in fact be validated and worked on? What does that look like in November? What does the protection of your voting rights look like right now in your precinct? To really lock that down and to think about that in fundamental ways and then build off of that. That's kind of what I think.
So I'm thinking now about, look, summer of 1964, we had Freedom Summer. And in a lot of ways, what they did was they forced the fight. So I'm looking back now on your chapter 4, The Haunted Man on Maiden Lane, which I thought was really fascinating. And the principle is force the fight. Can you tell us a little bit about that, like not just the principle, but about this haunted man on Maiden Lane, and what are you talking about here? And right now, we are gearing up for another Freedom Summer. This summer, we are in it right now, is Freedom Summer 2026. Yeah. This is Freedom Summer 2026, as in people across the country, all 50 states are now going to be going throughout their communities, registering people to vote, but especially focused in the South. All eyes are on the South. And so what does it look like for us to force the fight? And what can we learn from those who went before us?
Yeah. That, other than more weight, I think that is probably the other principle that I care about most right now is forcing the fight.
Okay.
I mean, people for the most part are willing to, again, accept that they can allow other people to do their work for them. That there's nothing that they can do. No, I think that what you have seen with this particular form of abuse of authority, this particular form of authoritarianism, is that they stop when somebody steps in front of them. Mm-hmm. You make them grind. You make them work it out. You make them pay a price. You don't make anything easy for them. And sometimes that means putting you between them and what it is that they're doing. Make them slow down. Make them move you. Make them be annoyed. Every single stop was a lot of what's not going on today. Force the fight. Make them act. Make them work harder. And so what's happening in that chapter is the haunted man on Maiden Lane is James Madison.
Yes.
And I don't know whether it comes through in the book, but I have an intense dislike for James Madison.
I know it comes through.
Well, here's a guy. Here's my story about James Madison, right? During the Revolution, he's in Williamsburg. And this is everything you need to know. And this should have made it into the book as a story of resistance because I love it. Because I interpreted it as a story of resistance. Okay. So he's in Williamsburg and he loses his hat. His hat disappears. So he won't leave his room. He won't even just go down to Gloucester Street to the Capitol to do work. He won't leave his room because he doesn't have a hat. Huh. And so every day he sends his enslaved valet out to find him a hat. And and he can't find him a hat in all of Williamsburg. So this is Madison's own story about this, his own telling of the story. This isn't third hand. And so the next day, he sends him out again to go ahead and see if he can find him a hat. Won't leave without a hat.
What's the deal?
He comes
Is he
back
like
saying,
bald
no,
on
I
top
can't
and he's
find you a
ashamed of
hat.
it or something? I mean, what's going on with that?
And so the way I interpret it is he keeps James Madison in his room for 3 days because he doesn't have a hat. And so then when he does come up with a hat, it's a hat that's too big because James Madison's very small. It's a hat that's too big. But Madison's okay with that. So he's able to go out looking ridiculous in a huge hat because he won't leave without a hat. I love that story. When I was at Colonial Williamsburg, I desperately wanted us to reenact that story, to put that story on the street, to have sort of a really small interpreter in Koch going down with like a huge hat on his head and just tell people, well, that's James Madison.
That's funny. That would be good.
But anyway, that is the haunted man. What James Madison doesn't want is a Bill of Rights. Right? He hates an idea of a Bill of Rights. He then thinks that they're not only unnecessary, he thinks that they're dangerous. He doesn't think that that's what his federal government should be designed to do. It should be able to exercise these consolidated powers in an unfettered way. He doesn't want a Bill of Rights. But what does the anti-federalist opposition do, in particular Patrick Henry? They force the fight. The Federalists who pushed the national Constitution out of Philadelphia, they did it behind closed doors. They didn't release the terms of the Constitution until it was way late, and they tried to force through the ratification process very, very quickly before an opposition could get organized. So the reason why people say, well, the Anti-Federalists were incoherent and they were disorganized, well, that's why. It takes them a while before they're actually able to understand what the Constitution that they wrote is doing, and therefore, what are the terms of their fight. And so it takes you by state to see how that fight gets built. So at every single ratifying convention, the opposition gets more coherent, gets more organized. They figure out what it is they want to achieve, that they want, by the time you get to Massachusetts, they want a Bill of Rights. And then it keeps rolling down until you get to and through Virginia, when they finally have an idea of what they're doing. And it's a near run thing. But even at that point, the Constitution gets ratified narrowly, but the fighters for a Bill of Rights won't take that as no. They will force the fight at every single stage to get what they can get. And so what Madison is haunted by are the ghosts of the Revolution, are the ghosts of the folks of the Patriot Resistance. And this was the term, and this is one of the great stories of this. Not of my book, but of history, although I think it's a good story in the book, is how you get to have a better understanding of what the American Revolution was, in fact, about, not the war, but what the American Revolution was about by reading the terms of the ratification debates. Because by the time you get to a place like Virginia, Henry is able to articulate it very clearly that he's representing the revolutionary patriots. He's representing what he thought the American Revolution was, that it was about rights and it was about freedom. Now, taking into consequence what that meant for everybody, and but willing to go ahead and take that weight. Whereas Madison says, and Edmund Randolph say, well, we're children of the Revolution. We're represented, but Henry's like, I'm an old guy. I made this revolution.
Yeah, that's right. I was in this revolution.
Yeah, and so. That becomes the terms of the debate at the Virginia Ratifying Convention. I don't want to get too into founders worship about that because we can quickly get there. But the idea is that they are forcing the fight at every single step. They might look like they're going to lose. Make them fight for every step of the way. Make it close. Make them work for it. Make them negotiate with people. Make them get votes. Force the fight every step of the way. And even when they think they lose, don't take no for an answer. So when the Constitution gets ratified, people tell the Anti-Federalists, well, just give up. You're not going to get a Bill of Rights. It's already done. Henry and the other Anti-Federalists say, no. We got a guy, James Madison, who desperately wants to be a part of this. So don't take anything off the table. Who desperately wants to be a part of this government that he created. So what can we do? He wants to be in the Senate. You know what? We're going to make sure that 2 other guys get elected to the Senate. So he doesn't get into the Senate. I mean, 6-year terms, almost untouchable, only elected by state legislatures. James Madison's dream, not accountable to anybody except his buddies. That's James Madison's dream. No. He's going to make James Madison do what he knows Madison hates doing, which is campaign, actually have to get votes. and he gerrymanders him into a district that makes him run against James Monroe. so, so
Wow.
Madison has to go out in February to do the last thing in the world he wants to do, which is ask people to vote for him, and he has to make the case. But the one thing that the people in the districts want, they want a Bill of Rights because there are a lot of Baptists there.
Oh my God!
They want a freedom to worship. And he has to make the argument about why they really don't need it, and that's not working because they say they're going to vote for James Monroe, and then he has to tell them, oh, okay, well, hold on, maybe I do care about a Bill of Rights.
And because he wants to get elected.
Because he wants to get elected.
Wow.
And so he has to not only commit to supporting a Bill of Rights, he has to commit to leading.
Yeah, I've told this story a couple times. Anyone who thinks that the founders and the framers were pro-democracy to the extent that today's politics is pro-democracy is fooling themselves. Madison basically included a Bill of Rights because there was a lot of pressure, and he wasn't a good politician, oddly enough. Wasn't that popular, but listen to these fools, both on the left and the right, talking about a democracy that the founders did not intend to be. They didn't intend this country to be this democratic.
Bill of Rights, or else he wrote the Constitution. You make your bed, you lie in it, or else you have to start running for re-election just next year. You need to come back here. And if you haven't done it, James Monroe's sitting right there. And you will be excluded from this government that you said that you wanted, that you set up. What Madison wanted, so what Henry did was take it from, and the Anti-Federalist did was take it from the structural. We're going to sort of have this structural, almost legislative fight in every convention. We're going to make it personal. This is what we have left. We're going to exercise our leverage personally against Madison's greatest defect, which was his ego, as all enslavers are, right? I mean, that's where if you exploit people every day, imagine you think that somebody can tell you no. Henry's telling Madison no. Henry, being an enslaver, knows exactly what that's all about. And so he's able to essentially politically blackmail James Madison into pushing for a Bill of Rights he doesn't want. And so that's how we get the Bill of Rights.
So this is really
as that act of resistance.
So can I ask you, because at one point you were a congressional staffer, you were up there on the Hill, you know how things work now, and when you think about this Voting Rights Act demise, it's literally dead now. It's pretty much dead.
Yep.
What would it take? What kind of leverage do we have? I mean, I'm asking you now to put on a strategist hat, because that's really what Henry did. He had a strategist's hat. He was thinking like a chess game, 7 moves, 12 moves down the line.
Yep.
How can we be thinking about the Voting Rights Act 12 moves down the line?
Well,
and voting rights in itself. It may not even be a new act. It might be something else. What can we do?
That's a tough question, Lisa.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's not 12 steps. You got to think about the next step. Because you might not get to step 2. And I think that's when we're talking about those resistance moments, and we can talk about Henry, is that he's thinking about that next step right in front of him, and he'll deal with the step after that when he gets there. Because if we don't deal with this step, the next one's not going to matter.
Okay.
And that's why we have to kind of boil it down into, when we're talking about voting rights, the next step is what it means on the ground right now in all of these places that are being
Yeah, it's funny. My mods don't work for me. So, if they choose to drop a link, great. I usually just post it because it's easier. One of the things, and I'm talking to Gabriel here, I really dislike, Knightish is bad about this, in my opinion. CM is as well. I have a problem with a mod, taking the initiative, but I don't expect the mods like, oh, hey, one of my mods, time this person out. Where are my mods? Why aren't they doing their job? Nah, they don't work for me. This isn't an employer-employee relationship. So, a lot of the people who have mod sticks in my chat have at one point or another contributed articles or, something, the mods usually, probably have contributed to topics more than, that sort of thing. So, if they drop a link, great. If they don't, great. They're not my employees. They're my friends. They're helping me, kind of with the administrative work. It's volunteer. It's not a privilege. It's not like employment. So that's my view on it.
That are all of these districts that are being eliminated. So there's a practical aspect, and then you've got the structural aspect, right? You've got the what does it mean broadly for voting rights moving forward, and what does it mean right now this year? And there are no good answers to that, because structurally, you're talking about changing. As long as this court is composed in its current way, this isn't going to change. Donald Trump's not sitting on that court. Those justices aren't going anywhere. They're doubling down on this stuff. You have to change court. And anybody who says that anything less than dramatic reformation of the court by instituting retroactive term limits, by putting in an age limitation, by expanding the court, it's what the radical Republicans did. And to see that there are, and this is what I remind people when we talk about voting rights, that I point them to what in fact happened. In the Civil War and Reconstruction, and what the radical Republicans did when they saw that Andrew Johnson was going to manipulate the Supreme Court in order to gut what was going on with the original 13th and 14th Amendments. They shrank the size of the court.
Wow! Wait, say that again.
And to make sure that Andrew Johnson could not appoint any more justices, because he hadn't been able to appoint any because Lincoln had died, but he had a couple of appointments coming up. The radical Republicans said, okay, well, we can do something about that. We're going to shrink the size of the court so that any vacancies that come up, there are no vacancies. We're going to shrink it to 7.
Wow.
So they shrank it to 7. They did it just by legislation. It's not in the Constitution. It's entirely up to Congress. So they shrank it by 2. And then
wait, real quick. Hold the end then.
Yeah.
Didn't it have to be approved by Johnson? Like, didn't he have to sign the bill and make it into law?
Yes, it did. So what did they do? They overrode his veto.
They overrode the veto.
Yep. And how did they do that? Because they kept excluding the returning Southern states from sitting in Congress. That's how they got the 14th Amendment passed. That's my favorite chapter, frankly, is the last one, because I love that story. But they were able to maintain a supermajority barely by keeping the returning representatives from the South out.
How did they do that?
Read the last chapter.
I will read the chapter. Oh my God.
I lay it out
What
there.
a
It's
great
great.
setup.
No, but they did it because they did it the same way that Henry blackmailed Madison. They didn't worry about the rules. They broke them and they made new ones. They didn't have, because, again, it's another great story. Lincoln wanted to go ahead and let all of the states back in, all of the seceded states back in fairly easily. They needed to go ahead and recognize the abolition of slavery. But other than that, they didn't need to grant voting rights to Black people. They didn't need to do anything other than that. That was enough. They had to recognize that. But then if they did that, they could go ahead and reseat their senators. They can reseat their members of Congress. Well, the radical Republicans saw that actually, even during the war with the Southern states having not seated in Congress, that they had just barely a supermajority to get stuff done. Meaningful stuff like the 13th Amendment. They couldn't have gotten that done had they not excluded the Southern states in the first place.
Wow.
Because you can't get the supermajorities to pass constitutional amendment. And so that's not in Doris Kearns Goodwin's book. But what happened was that Louisiana came back into the Union, or Lincoln approved their Reconstruction, which would have added Louisiana's 2 Democratic senators back in the Senate and killed the supermajority in the Senate.
Wow.
So Charles Sumner of Massachusetts said, nope, not doing it. And he got together with Thaddeus Stevens because had the precedent for allowing them into the Senate happened, Stevens couldn't have kept them out of the House.
Right.
So Sumner, against Lincoln, when another senator introduced a bill to go ahead and allow the Louisiana senators back in, Charles Sumner got up and he started filibustering. He got up and he didn't sit down. He kept talking. And he knew that there were only 4 days left in the session. And he knew that, well, senators do more than anything else. Senators like to go home. And they had a couple of things they had to do before they left in terms of funding bills. And so Sumner did something extraordinary. He got up and he started talking. Filibusters don't happen that much in the 19th century. And he didn't stop. And then people figure out what was going on. And then another senator who was a friend of Sumner's realized he was doing, and he gave Sumner a break. Because you can break for questions.
You can tag in.
So the other Senator Trumbull got him and said, well, I have one question, but it's in 14 parts. So Sumner can take a break. And then,
oh my God, this needs to be a movie.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's the kind of thing that, you think that it's in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, but it's the real thing. And then another senator who was a friend of his got up, and another senator did. And they kept it up for 3 days. The real thing, until the senator who had introduced the Louisiana senators' reintroduction went to Lincoln and said, we gotta drop this. It's not gonna work. And so we dropped it. The Louisiana senators didn't go back into the Senate. That Congress adjourned December of that year. Lincoln is gone, but December of that year, the House organizes first. The Louisiana representatives are there, along with representatives from Tennessee, Virginia, and 2 other states. They're in the House of Representatives. Thaddeus Stevens is doing the math about his supermajority because they need to get done the 14th Amendment. He knows that Johnson is a jerk and they're going to need to continue to override vetoes. They need supermajorities for that. And it's still narrow because they're all kinds of moderate Republicans. And so hold on, he's got to go ahead and figure out he's got to keep those Democrats from sitting, or it will kill everything. Nothing will get passed. The 14th Amendment will be just a dream. And so they manipulate the rules to not allow those members to sit.
Wow.
They organize and they exclude them, and they read the first part of the chapter. You're going to love it.
I am.
It's my wife's favorite. It makes her cry. It's good. But anyway,
yeah.
and it's
Don't
real.
give it all away
happened.
because
It's this
in
moment.
here, y'all. It's in here. In here.
But it shows you what they could do. It's the only way it happens. And that's how we get the 14th Amendment, is that they're able to keep them out so they can accomplish that. So when we talk about the Judiciary Act, they have to maintain those supermajorities in order to act against Johnson.
Right.
And they're willing to do whatever it takes to get that done. So they're able to shrink the size of the court and override his vetoes. They passed the Civil Rights Act over his veto. It's the only time in American history that a major piece of legislation has been passed in a veto override.
My goodness.
And it's a civil rights.
This gives me hope, actually. It gives me hope because it shows me it's possible. Because it's happened before. I mean, it's like threading a needle possible, but it's possible.
As long as you've got the commitment, anything is possible. But the question is, if you're not doing it, then you got to question actually the commitment. And they were willing to do anything. So when we're talking about the courts, and we're getting back to the Voting Rights Act, so they not only changed the composition of the court, they changed the court's jurisdiction so it couldn't hear certain cases. Because there were challenges to, as is happening right now, there were challenges to the because the court jurisdiction is almost entirely in the control of Congress.
Right.
And so there were challenges to the Reconstruction bills that were coming up through Southern circuits that were gutting, that district courts and circuit courts were using to gut them. And so by the time you got to the Supreme Court, they knew it was going to happen. So there's one case that in fact was going to gut one of the Reconstruction Acts. And it got to the Supreme Court. It was argued. And then, as happens, the justices retired to consider their decision.
Mm-hmm.
What did Congress do? I love the radical Republicans. They changed the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court while the case is being decided.
Wow.
Oh, it's brilliant. And then
they were so badass. Like they were
it's
badass.
Awesome, Lisa. And then
what their power.
Yeah. So what happens? Again,
And this is why our present Congress is such a disappointment. Congress is Article 1. It is the premier branch. And, a lot of it is because of deadlock. I understand all that. But we have basically, and Congress is basically, and because Congress is the legislature, both houses are directly elected by voters. Vote it, this deadlock is literally on the American voters. We're electing these people, and America is fucked up because of Americans, and most people just can't seem to figure that out. Again, Edmund Burke is right. They, the American electorate or the majority, MAGA, have found their punishment in their success.
While it's being decided, the court is considering their opinion. The radical Republicans get this through, and then the Chief Justice says to the plaintiffs, "Sorry, we actually can't render an opinion on this. It's not our jurisdiction anymore."
Oh, gosh!
Oh, it's brilliant.
Wow.
So this is what I mean. Do everything that you can. And then what they did to make sure that that kind of enslaver mindset, you can abolish slavery, but you can't abolish the enslaver mindset. We're still dealing with that today.
Oh, by the way,
what you do?
Good to see you, Black Knight. I'm glad you popped in. You just reminded me. Folks, this show is a lot easier with the newspaper subscriptions and the beer fund, the frivolous stuff. But I was talking to Charles yesterday, I think it was, or somebody else. I actually enjoyed doing the show. I know it's boring, it's pedantic, it's, not enough spice sometimes, but I enjoy doing what I do. It is what it is. I will show history videos. I will talk newspaper and current events. I'm not going to change the show that much. I'm not interested in, black male and female relationships. None of that stuff matters to me. And mostly because it's just silliness and distractions from what is actually important. So that's my mission statement. Let us appreciate our executive producers, the people that just kind of, just let me do what I do and just kind of shake their head and go, yeah, you know what, whatever, old man. DCKJ3, the Lupin Reigang. And Lupin, if you're listening, I actually need you to write down my email address. Have something video that I thought of you when I watched it, and I've transitioned over to the new Gmail address, and the Speak Radio, who was here just a few minutes ago. Salute to Speak Radio, and this week's sponsors of the Saturday show / Sovereign Beer Fund / help me out with newspaper subscriptions / just some of the administrative details. My darling Mariah, Deacon Dave, and 12th Man. So thank you for just helping me out. I totally appreciate it. And I see Deacon Dave is present.
Is that because of the way that the circuits were organized, essentially every circuit got one Supreme Court justice. Mm-hmm. But by the 1840s, 1850s, 5 of the 9 Supreme Court circuits.
Okay, well, let me help ahistorical Dave out. Blacks are not supposed to be any goddamn thing. I don't fucking know what that even means. So blacks are U.S. citizens. They can be whatever they want to be politically. This weird thing blacks are supposed to be. There were people who thought blacks were supposed to be slaves. So Dave, you might want to think that one out better. The parties never switched. Absolutely they did. even the Republicans, even today's Republicans will tell you the party switched. Again, you avoid, but a lot of these anti-black blacks and their white allies, they avoid books because if they know the truth, hopefully they have the kind of good conscience that wouldn't let them spread lies like this. The party's never switched is an outright lie. It's not just a historical, it is a lie with an agenda, and you're not going to be able to build a case. It's there in the books. Blacks fell for civil rights, bitter biscuit. Apparently you're anti-civil rights too. MAGA is not populist. It is literally the party of Elon Musk, the world's first trillionaire. What you might want to do, Dave, is do better.
We're a majority in slaver states, which gives you enslaver control over the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Not just because you have enslavers in the White House that are doing all the nominations,
right.
but because just of that.
And Dred Scott, it gives you the Dred Scott decision.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do the radical Republicans do? They change the circuits to make sure that that doesn't happen. They know they can root out slavery as a legality. They know, but they also know they can't root out slavery as a mindset. So you can't go ahead and connect these things. You got to break them up to go ahead and spread them out. So they change the circuits so it changes the composition of the court.
Is that in the book, or is that in the book?
No, that's not.
Okay.
I didn't have enough space. My publisher
That's okay.
was getting mad at me. Why do you think there's
right
not?
Here, you got to come here
Why
to
do you
get
think there's
that.
not an index?
That's fabulous. Well, let me just say, you've given me hope. And but going from the first things first, and then not like thinking 6-7 steps down the line, thinking the next step. The next step is voting. Like get out the vote. It is signing up everybody and the grandmother and the great grandmother to vote.
That's it. Is that you can beat them at the game. Do everything you can to beat them in the game, because if you're not doing that, the rest doesn't matter. If you are not pushing that at every step, you can't surrender that point. You got to get every single person out that you can, because there are going to be districts that are going to be in play that they don't think are in play, but you can make them in play. Because in the end, it all depends upon who actually shows up on election day. This isn't decided by a poll. It's determined by who shows up. And if you're able to get your people out, make them organized, make them effective, and make sure that there's enough support behind them that they can overcome the challenges that are going to be in place for them today, and there are going to be plenty of them. And that's something we're not seeing, is that there is an infrastructure up there for voter protection on those days. Then you've got to go ahead and make sure that that's happening. But if you do that, then at least you got a chance about what's next.
It's on.
It's got to be.
Friend,
it's got to be. You've got to force the fight.
On.
It's got to be on.
This is so exciting. I am so excited, really, for this conversation. I think what you did for us is you helped clarify what we need to be doing right now by looking back in 1850 and 1787 and all of these different places. We now have we got our marching orders. It is all about get out the vote at this point. It's all about protecting the vote after we vote, as in like the post-election protection. And it is about really getting out to our neighbors. You know, my grandmother, we'll close with this. My grandmother in 1950s, before the Voting Rights Act, I said this in that speech that I just gave out inside of the White House with repairers of the breach. She went around and she knocked on her neighbors' doors. My grandmother. I didn't even know she had anything to do with any kind of political mindset, but she knocked on people's doors to get them to vote. That's the kind of citizen action that we need today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Resistance History, you guys, get this book. This is a must read. This is your summer reading. You know how I normally do a romance for the summer? No, Resistance History. This is your summer reading. Okay. So Tad, give me your word. What is your word as we are exiting this conversation as a result of being here?
Vigilance.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Guess what? Guess what mine is? Dug in.
Nice.
I was digging and now I am dug in. I am dug in. I'm planted. All right, y'all. God bless you. God keep you. God's face shine upon you. And give you the peace, unlike my dog back here. And we will be back next week. Next week is 4th of July weekend. And what we're going to be doing is I will be reading Frederick Douglass's What to the Slave is the 4th of July. We're just going to do a reading of it. And so I invite you to come and to listen. You guys, bless you. And bless you, Tad. So excited for you. Congratulations.
It's always a pleasure, Lisa. I love talking to you.
You too.
All right. Well, that is that. There is, I think I posted the link if anyone, feels the need, do it, but I need to get through these news articles. That's going to be my priority. So let us begin. Read the 14 points of the agreement between Iran and the points that Iran dictated to the United States. Let's hear this, shall we?
Washington, senior U.S. officials on Wednesday dictated the 14 points of the Memorandum of Understanding between the U.S. and Iran, reading the text of the agreement to reporters on a phone call. The officials spoke on the condition of anonymity. Iran's government released a text of the agreement on Thursday that matched the U.S. officials' readout. Key points of the deal include: both sides agreed to the immediate and permanent end to military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Iran can begin exporting oil as soon as the MU is signed. Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. The U.S. and regional partners will develop a reconstruction plan for Iran worth at least $300 billion. Iran affirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. The two sides have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpiled enriched material. U.S. sanctions on Iran will be lifted on schedule as a part of a final deal linked to nuclear compliance. There will be 60 days to sign a final agreement, which the two sides can agree to extend. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, that's all right. We go back to bombing, President Trump said at the G7 in France Wednesday. I don't want to do that because it's so good, but we might have to, because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. The paragraphs of agreement below were transcribed from the official reading them aloud. CBS News has not seen the document directly. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war, by signing this MU, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or any military operation against each other, and to refrain from the threat or use of force against each other, and ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. The final deal will confirm the permanent termination of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum.
Did you hear that part about not interfere in internal affairs? That's literally going to allow Iran to go, hey, how we enrich uranium, fuck, that's an internal affair, butt out. Dude, this Trump is dumb in his negotiating team. I've even kind of lost respect for Rubio and definitely JD Vance. And we're going to hear from JD Vance in a few minutes, talking specifically about this Iran deal.
Maximum 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. Immediately upon the signing of this MOU, the United States of America will begin the removal of its naval blockade and any disturbances or impediments against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and will fully end the naval blockade within 30 days. During this period, the traffic of vessels will be in proportion to the numbers of pre-war traffic being restored by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America further undertakes to remove its forces from the proximity of the Islamic Republic of Iran within 30 days after the final deal, upon the signing of this MOU. Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of
You know what a removal of forces, the plain military word is retreat. Our forces are retreating. Thank you, Commander in Chief Trump. We're retreating. The fuck? This dude is the worst president in history. Maybe second worst. Andrew Johnson's still the worst. Donald Trump is second worst.
of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. The traffic of commercial vessels will immediately start, and considering the need for removing the technical and military obstacles and demoning by the Islamic Republic of Iran will be instated within 30 days. The Islamic Republic of Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz in discussion with other Persian Gulf states in line with the applicable international law and the sovereign rights of coastal states of the Strait of Hormuz. The United States of America undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The mechanism for the implementation of this plan will be finalized as part of the final deal within 60 days. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States of America. The United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions, IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, primary and secondary, in an agreed-upon schedule as part of the final deal. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America acknowledge the critical importance of the sanctions termination issue above mentioned, and express their intentions to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpiled enriched material, pursuant to a mechanism that will be mutually agreed upon in accordance with the schedule mentioned in paragraph 7, with the minimum methodology to be downblending on site under the supervision of the IAEA. The two parties also agreed to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs, based on a satisfactory framework being agreed upon in the final deal. The final deal will confirm the provisions of this paragraph. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran acknowledge the critical importance of the nuclear issues above mentioned, and express their intention to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. Pending the final deal, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran agree to maintain the status quo. The Islamic Republic of Iran will maintain the current status quo of its nuclear program, and the United States of America will not impose any new sanctions and will not deploy additional forces in the region. The United States of America undertakes that immediately upon the signing of this MOU, and until the termination of sanctions, the U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions, insurances, transportation, etc. The United States of America undertakes to make fully available for use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic.
Let me tell you what I'm hearing. Dude, this is, in a way, Iran wins. They're getting a better deal than Obama gave them. And maybe that's the whole point. You know, Trump is a deal maker. So maybe his point was, hey, Iran, I can give you a better deal than Obama. I'm not going to just send you a couple pallets of money. I'm going to release all them assets. Dude, this dude is a loser. Listen to this shit.
Republic of Iran upon the
Oh, and by the way, all these links, I actually got them into the show notes. So if anybody wants to follow up on this unconditional surrender that Trump has given to to the Ayatollah, you feel free to look at it for yourself. Dude, this is America surrendering to Iran.
implementation of this MOU. The United States of America
What's
and
up,
the Islamic
Moxie?
Republic of Iran will mutually agree on the procedures related to the release of these funds during the negotiations. Such funds, whether retained in the original account or transferred, shall be made fully usable for payment to any ultimate beneficiary designated by the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America undertakes to issue all necessary licenses and authorizations according.
So the Bank of Iran is going to get to decide what the fuck to do with the released funds. This does not sound like um unconditional surrender by Iran. They're going to get their money and get to decide how to spend it. Ooh, boy. Trump is a deal maker. He's made Iran a way better deal than that miser Obama. They get more.
Accordingly, the United States of America and the
How do you say thanks for doing business with us in Farsi?
Islamic Republic of Iran agree that an executive mechanism will be established to monitor the successful implementation of this MOU and the future compliance of the final deal. After signing this MOU and subject to the beginning of the implementation of paragraphs 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11 of this MOU and the continuing implementation of these measures, the United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran will start negotiations regarding the final deal exclusively on the other paragraphs. The final deal will be endorsed by a binding UNSC resolution. What's next? The signing of the Memorandum of Understanding by Presidents Trump and Masoud Pezeshkian on Wednesday cleared the way for 60 days of direct negotiations on a final agreement to end the war. Those talks were expected to begin Friday. The memorandum is a much shorter document than the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, an international agreement negotiated under the Obama administration, which spanned hundreds of pages and was packed with technical details. Mr. Trump was long critical of the JCPOA, and he pulled the U.S. unilaterally out of the pact during his first term, prompting Iran to ramp up its uranium enrichment program and obtain near-weapons-grade fissile material for the first time. Read more here about how the two plans compare.
All right, well, Trump has definitely made peace with Iran. Probably not the other way around, though. So Trump's war now means Iran can shut off Strait of Hormuz anytime. U.S. intel reportedly finds. This is from Forbes, which is not a lefty magazine. The U.S. war with Iran showed the regime it can successfully shut down the Strait of Hormuz, giving it a new tool that it didn't have before the conflict, with nothing barring it from using it again. U.S. intelligence assessments. Trump loses. Trump tried playing chess with Iran, and they treated him like it was checkers. So Brett Stevens, who is no liberal by any means, listen to what he has to say. This is called Iran Found Trump's Bone Spur. And if you don't know the history, Trump stayed out of the Vietnam War claiming bone spurs.
Iran found Trump's bone spur. This article is by Brett Stevens and read by an automated voice. Iran's military leaders have greeted the ceasefire agreement with President Trump as a triumph, crowing that, through the imposition of their divine and iron will, they had, quote, humiliated American and Zionist enemies. Mostly, they're right. Mostly because it's worth remembering that the current regime in Iran is far less formidable than it was before the Hamas assault on Israel on October 7, 2023. Back then, Iran had potent allies and proxies in Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, and Yemen. Its nuclear program was intact and steadily accumulating ever larger quantities of highly enriched uranium. It had a powerful military-industrial base, a weak but functional economy, and a government that, for all its repressiveness, was internationally recognized as legitimate. Today, much of that is either gone or diminished. Iran is no longer within sprinting distance of a bomb. Its ally in Syria was deposed. Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis have lost much of their fighting strength. The Iranian rial is the world's most worthless currency. The leadership rules an unhappy population that, outside of die-hard loyalists, would almost certainly overthrow it if given the chance. Its latest ballistic missile salvo against Israel failed to land a serious single blow. Its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz strained but did not strangle the world's energy markets. Those are real achievements against an evil, ambitious regime. Yet the outcome of war rarely rests on a tally of relative strength. War is a contest of wills. And in that contest, the hard men of Tehran appear to have scored a decisive victory over the vain man of Washington. I write this as someone who supported the war from the outset and hoped to see Trump carry it through to a decisive result. If not regime change, then at least a deal in which Iran would be forced to relinquish all of its enrichment capabilities and access to the Strait was unfettered. Those goals were well within the president's reach, particularly if he had continued to attack Iran's military-industrial infrastructure until it agreed to terms, rather than conducting most of the negotiations after the fighting had mostly stopped. But Trump got spooked after the regime didn't instantly crumble and energy prices shot up. He then effectively abandoned the war he had started after less than 6 weeks of sustained combat in which the United States lost fewer service members than in the 1983 invasion of Grenada. He compounded the error with an almost comical succession of military threats and last-minute climb-downs, each of them signaling indecision and weakness to Iranian adversaries practiced in the study of weakness. Tehran took the measure of Trump's courage. What it found was a bone spur. All this may seem odd for a president who once loudly complained that the United States hadn't fought to win a war since 1945, who demanded unconditional surrender from Tehran, and who had repeatedly lambasted his predecessor for the humiliating exit from Afghanistan. Then again, it's not odd for a president whose very essence is betrayal of everyone and everything, his own words not least. Though the details of the deal remain murky, a telling indicator of its likely shoddiness, since the administration would surely trumpet the terms of a strong agreement. It's already clear that Trump has betrayed his promise to the Iranian people after they were massacred in January to quell anti-government protests, that help is on its way. As in Venezuela, to say nothing of China and Russia, this administration's message to oppressed people everywhere is that their rights come last. Trump is also on his way to betraying Israel, our principal ally in this fight, by pushing Jerusalem to stand down in its effort to stop Hezbollah's attacks on its north, in that way handing Tehran the victory of creating a diplomatic linkage between Lebanon and Hormuz. If Iran is now allowed to extract some kind of service fee for permitting ships to transit the strait, Trump will have also betrayed our allies in the Persian Gulf by giving Iran financial and strategic leverage to which it has no right, and which it didn't previously have. The worst betrayal, however, is of Americans who supported the war. Not only neocons like me, but also most of Trump's MAGA base, because we believe that Iran, which has waged a 47-year war against us, posed an increasingly intolerable threat to our security and vital interests. This ceasefire neither ends nor eases that threat. It hardens and magnifies it. It removes the one point of U.S. leverage over Iran, the naval blockade of its ports, before there's any negotiation over its nuclear program, which the Iranians will almost surely drag out until Trump is out of office. It reminds the world of the adage that while it can be dangerous to be America's enemy, it is fatal to be its friend. And it gives Iran's leaders something even more vital: the confidence that, whatever Trump may threaten, they can withstand the most any American president or Israeli prime minister can throw at them. There's a word for this: debacle. Not because the war, for all its costs or errors of execution, was a mistake. It's because this pretense of a peace is an act of geopolitical self-harm that will haunt our standing in the world for years to come. Source photograph by Abedin Teherkanare/EPA via Shutterstock.
Yep. And I will remind everybody, Brett Stevens is pretty much a neoconservative. He's pro-Israel. He supported what Trump attempted to do in Iran. Dude, Trump is just not good at this. He's not a good president. And any dumb fuck who wants to come up to this panel and talk about the Biden's debacle getting out of Afghanistan, well, this is worse than what Biden did. This is servicemen dying. Dude, they shot down a fucking helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz. Dude, this is way worse than the end of Afghanistan. How did Trump manage to fuck up in war worse than Biden did? Supposedly, Trump isn't senile. MAGA again. MAGA has found their punishment in their success. So sad. So let's move on. The link is posted. Anyone who wants to fuck with me on this, bring your silly asses up here so I can dispatch you one by one and you can self-deport. Trump says U.S.-Iran deal not final. Threatens to resume bombing if they don't behave. No fucking body believes that. Trump ain't doing shit. And even if he does, it's going to be weak tea. So Vance issues blunt warning to Israel as he defends Trump's deal. Well, you know what? Let's put a pin in that. And here is the aforementioned Vice President Vance. He sat down with Ross Douthat, and let's listen in on this defense. Hopefully it works. Oh.
Welcome back to Interesting Times.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. So we have a really high bar for repeat.
Oh, by the way, this is hot off the presses. I don't know. Maybe this was done yesterday, but this literally hit the New York Times presses or was published a few hours ago. So this is fresh.
Guests on this show. I know that you've been doing a lot of media, right? So it's probably feels pretty easy. But here the standard is 1, the repeat guest has to be second in line, first in line for the presidency.
Okay,
right? Are you
line.
first in line? You're
That's
first
right.
in line, right? They need to have recently published a book on themes important to this show. And they also need to have recently concluded a peace deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran. So congratulations for clearing the bar.
Thank you. I've checked all 3 boxes.
You've hit the trifecta. So we're going to talk about the book. We're going to talk about Christianity and your personal journey.
Sure.
And sort of how religion and politics fit together in America. Small topics. But we're going to start with a few questions about the Iran deal.
Okay.
And just to locate things for viewers, we're in a moment where we have the deal.
Correct.
The actual thing has
not
yet
leaked.
been released. It may appear between the time we have this conversation and the time it's published, but that doesn't matter because I have you here and you can tell me what's in it.
Sure.
So let's start with the most basic question. What is in this deal that is good for America and good for the world that we couldn't have gotten without 3 months of military conflict.
Okay. So first of all, we actually really want to get this out because it's hard to have the conversation without the full text. And, I think part of the misalignment here is that in the Pakistani and Qatari systems, they don't quite have the First Amendment and freedom of the press. And so there isn't this sort of expectation that the text is going to be out there for the American people to actually interrogate and look at and analyze and understand for themselves. But it will be out, and we're having this conversation, obviously, on Wednesday morning. Here's what the deal does. And the first thing is that it opens the Straits of Hormuz, which obviously has been a major source of global supply shock in both oil and gas, but also oil and gas derivative products like fertilizers and so forth. So the Straits of Hormuz are open immediately. I will say, break a little bit of news for you this morning, Ross. I don't think this has been said yet. Last night was the first night in over 100 days of conflict where the Iranians were not shooting at commercial traffic in the Straits of Hormuz. And so, we've been able to get a fair amount of oil and gas out over the last few weeks, but that has been under the protective blanket of the American military. The Iranians formally stopped shooting yesterday. And so that's a major milestone. And that's one of the reasons why oil and gas is so low. That's number one.
Can
Number
I pause?
two, please.
Were you concerned that there's a lot of complex elements inside the Iranian regime? Were you concerned about a world where last night the policy of the Iranian government would be no shooting at ships in the Strait of Hormuz, but someone would be shooting anyway?
Well, one of the confusions here is within the Iranian system, there's this question of when does the deal become official? Is it when it's announced at this formal ceremony on Friday? Is it when it was signed digitally by the President of the United States? There's been some internal debate there. There's also fundamentally a communications problem. So to be clear and to be charitable, there's a little bit of like an Andrew Jackson in New Orleans after the War of 1812 has already had a peace treaty signed where there are people in their system who are not even aware that the peace deal had been signed. And so a lot of complicated things going on in that system. What I would say is that while there are fractures, and those fractures were very powerful a couple of months ago, we do see some coalescing with both the hardliners and the pragmatists behind the idea, not just that they want a peace deal now, but that 47 years of Iran policy towards the United States has been a mistake. And when you ask what has changed, I think that has changed. And so what the deal does is in some ways there are very significant wins in the MOU itself, but the big wins are fundamentally conditional on whether the Iranians actually transform the way that they behave vis-a-vis the region. So what it says, Straits of Hormuz are open. The Iranians will destroy the highly enriched uranium stockpile that they have, which people always ask me, what's different about this versus the JCPOA? And there are all these answers
and
I can give.
That is, just to clarify, that is the deal that the Obama administration made.
Correct. That's the Obama-Iran nuclear deal. And the Obama-Iran deal allowed them to generate a stockpile of enriched uranium. Our deal ensures that stockpile is destroyed and eliminated. So that's a very, very big difference, a very important difference for the American people.
And is that something that...
Absolutely false. It does not. They haven't even negotiated it. Bottom line is the Obama deal required that they send the nuclear material to Russia, out of the country. The present deal that Trump has, they're going to be able to enrich it up to a point and keep it. Don't believe this hype. The nuclear stuff hasn't even been negotiated yet, and there's no reason to think the Iranians are going to do what this Trump administration wants. Trump loses.
The destruction has actually been agreed to.
Correct.
That's not something that will be negotiated over months.
It sets a minimum methodology for the destruction. But when you say it negotiated over a period of months, this is why I always try to be clear about what this is and what this isn't is. This is not a blood oath, right? People break contracts. And my attitude is, I can be cynical at some times about what people promise.
Only in politics.
Yeah, that's right. You're in the one business maybe where people break their word more than in politics. But regardless, when people say, is the destruction actually in the memorandum of understanding? The answer is yes. But it's not like we sign this thing on Friday and through some act of magic, it happens. There has to be a process for doing it. We have to see that it's actually happening. And so while the memorandum of understanding, while the peace deal is, I think, fundamentally good for the American people, a big part of this is verifying and ensuring they honor their end of the commitment. And then, of course, and this is the final point, and I'm sure you have some follow-up questions, but there's a lot in the media about all of the things Iran gets. Right. I've heard numbers, $300 billion reconstruction fund, $24 billion of unfrozen assets and all this other stuff. And, you know, what the deal contemplates is that there will be economic benefits, to be clear, not paid for by American taxpayers. Not a cent of American money goes to Iran, but that there could potentially be economic benefits.
These are the same people. Obama didn't send a cent of American money to Iran either. Releasing their frozen assets is what Obama did. It's what Trump is doing. This bullshit, dude, so disingenuous these people are. Quite frankly, this deal, in my opinion, is a better deal because Trump is a master negotiator. He gave the Iranians a better deal than Obama did.
Benefits for Iran, paid for by investment from other countries, but only if they fundamentally transform their country. And so when I see people say, well, you know, you shouldn't give them.
Nope. How do you, this is so disingenuous. Okay, I'm sorry, the hardliners, you have not toppled the government. It's the same government that there was before, and they're a theocracy, basically. What bullshit. Do you actually think the Ayatollah, the new Ayatollah, is going to change fundamentally their country? Motherfucker just won a war against a superpower. Things ain't changing there.
Anything, I say, well, we're not giving them anything. And then they'll say, well, you shouldn't allow anybody to invest in their country. And I say, well, if the Iranian political system is transformed and how they interact with the United States of America, isn't investing in their reconstruction and redevelopment a good thing? Like if we've transformed their country, isn't that good?
Is the Iranian political system going to be transformed by this deal? Like internal politics?
Yes.
Well, the Iranian...
Okay. Excellent question. I'm surprised Roth would be incisive here. Now, I guess the fanboy stuff is wearing off. Bottom line is no. If the political system does not fundamentally change, how does the country fundamentally change? This dude, you know what? The next thing we need to teach JD Vance how to do is put a goddamn dimple in that weak tie that he's wearing. Motherfucker, tie the tie right.
The Iranian political system is not going to be transformed by this deal, but I think the Iranian political system has been transformed by what has happened, not just over the last few months, but over the last year and a half. I mean, one of the frustrations, Ross, that I had in just the lead up to Operation Epic Fury, which is the operation that's going on the last few months. But really, you know, I've been in this job for a year and a half. I've been involved in these negotiations from the very beginning, is how sclerotic and impossible it was to actually talk to the Iranians. Like a fundamental question, what is it that you want, Iran? What is it that you care about? What is it that you're willing to give up? That conversation was quite literally impossible 6 months or so ago. Like I would talk to friends of mine who are very dovish, who really didn't want to do anything militarily in Iran. And I would say to them, I understand your perspective, of course. Like I try to understand where everybody's coming from. And as you know, like I'm generally speaking very skeptical of open-ended military engagements. I think this was different because it actually had a clear goal and a clear endpoint in mind. But I would say the fundamental problem is Donald Trump could strike a deal with the Iranians, but it would require the Iranians to actually negotiate like a normal country. The fundamental difference is they are negotiating like a normal country. They're making demands. Now, of course, sometimes we don't like these demands. We disagree with those demands, but they're talking to us in a way that I don't think that has happened diplomatically with the Iranian system in a very long time, maybe ever.
So I think the strongest version of the critique that you're pushing back against here would say something like, yes, the deal makes, it links investment, the unfreezing of assets and everything else, hopefully to some kind of settlement of the nuclear program. But the Obama administration also thought that they had made breakthroughs in talking to and negotiating with the Iranian regime. And actually, what the Iranian regime will do in this case is just what it has always done, which is it will find ways to pocket at least some money and then set out to just slow walk whatever system of inspections, destruction, observation you guys try and set up, right?
Yeah, so I understand that criticism, but here's what I'd say about this. There are a few massive differences between the Obama-Iran deal, but not just the deal itself, but our posture going into the deal. So if you compare where we were back when Obama made that deal, number one, Iran had an extraordinarily advanced nuclear program, probably the most advanced nuclear program that was not yet a weapons grade program. Number two, their economy was at a position of maximal strength compared to years of dealing with Iran. And number three, their conventional military was at its position of maximal strength relative to the region. Okay. So what we were effectively doing with the Obama deal, and I know that people will say I'm being uncharitable to the Obama deal, forgive a Republican vice president for being uncharitable to Obama, but we were basically taking the Iranians at a position of maximum strength, and we were bribing them to do a little bit less on the nuclear side. What we're doing here is we're taking the Iranians at a position of maximum weakness and cutting off their ability to rebuild, to get back to the place that they were.
What bullshit? What weakness does he speak of? They literally stood America up on its toes. They took America's technological advantage and stood up to it. Trump is negotiating with them. Iran is not negotiating with the United States. What weakness is he talking about?
Obama cut the JCPOA. Their conventional military is largely destroyed. Their nuclear program is destroyed. I mean, they have no capacity right now to enrich uranium, to stockpile uranium. The facilities that they built have now been buried under rubble. It would take them months even to dig that out.
How long, just independent of the deal itself, what is your administration's estimate of how long it would take Iran to reconstitute things based on what's been done to them in the last 2 years?
It's a very hard question to answer, and obviously it gets a little bit into classified information. But it's dependent a little bit also on how much money they have to build an underground nuclear facility with all of the centrifuges and all the capacity to enrich uranium and all the ability to turn enriched uranium into a nuclear weapon. It would cost a lot of money. And so without access to money.
What the fuck does he mean without access to money? We're ending the embargo on their ports. It might not happen in a year or 2 or 3 or 4, but they're going to be able to export oil and they're going to get money for that oil. Dude, this is just this MAGA administration, this Trump administration is clowning America. They think we're all stupid, apparently.
Many, many years, decades, possibly. If they had unlimited access to resources, but they don't, it would obviously be shorter. But we feel like with extraordinary confidence, if they did everything that they could to build a nuclear weapon, they couldn't do it during this administration. And what this deal does fundamentally is set up a framework whereby we can be confident that they're not going to build a nuclear weapon far into the future. But you asked about the Obama nuclear deal, and I want to make 2 other very important points about this. The other very significant difference, and I'm going to repeat this, but there was already a stockpile of enriched material. The Obama deal allowed them to further stockpile enriched material. Our deal takes the existing stockpile and ensures that it's destroyed. And this is the third. I actually think this is the most important. I trust the people who know the most and who have the strongest incentives to care. Who are the people who know the most about Iran and care the most about Iran? It's the Gulf Coast Coalition. Okay, it's Saudi Arabia, it's Qatar, it's the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and so forth.
Okay. You mean the people Iran just fucking finished cruise missiling and bombing? So Saudi Arabia has the kind of power over Iran. Again, it does not even sound like this dude is literally sitting there blowing smoke up America's ass.
What did they say about the Obama JCPOA? Like, don't believe the vice president if you're not aligned with me politically. What did the Arab regimes, the Arab countries say about the Obama JCPOA? They hated it. They thought that it was effectively bribing Iran to try to be a little bit less malign of an influence. What are all of them saying about this deal? That it's amazing, that it's the first real sense that they've seen. And these people have been dealing with Iran in their own backyard. You know, Qatar, you look at it on a map, and it's like you could practically swim to Iran from Qatar, right? That's right in their neighborhood. They're saying all of these countries, the Emiratis, the Saudis, all these countries have been great, by the way. They're all saying, you know what? This actually is the first time in 47 years that we think something has transformed about Iran. We're going to verify that. And of course, if they don't transform, they don't get any of the economic benefits of the bargain. But there's an optimism in the region about this deal that makes me think people just have to listen to what the experts in the region are saying. They're very happy about it.
All right. 2 follow-ups off that.
Okay.
One reason the Gulf states might be enthusiastic about a peace deal right now relative to the Obama era is that for all of the weaknesses that you've described in the Iranian system, Iran has also in this conflict seemingly discovered the power that comes with being able to close the Strait of Hormuz and disrupt global energy markets. So someone might say, well, sure, the Saudis and the Emiratis want to make this deal now because they know that we're heading over a global energy cliff that will screw them over in various ways. And so they're willing to talk themselves into a deal that they wouldn't have liked as much if Iran hadn't demonstrated that kind of power. Isn't Iran, at the very least, walking away from this war having established a kind of non-nuclear deterrence?
So that was a better, but still wrong argument, I think, 4 weeks ago. I think it's very hard to sort of make that case today. And let me explain why. So number one is everybody knew the Straits of Hormuz just for pure function of geography and how easy it is to asymmetrically disrupt traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody, the Gulf Coast Coalition, the United States, Israel, Iran, everybody has known that Iran has had that as a potential leverage point to use. Everybody understood that. So the idea that we sort of discovered that, or the Gulf Coast Coalition discovered that, I think that's not accurate. Number two, one of the things that we've actually been able to do under a sort of, what was originally called Project Freedom is that we've been able to get a lot of oil and gas out of the Gulf in the last few weeks. And I do think this is one of the things the Iranians learned is, the Strait of Hormuz is not a card that you play and then you pick up off the table. You have to play it day after day after day. And I think the fundamental transformation is that as the Iranians saw that leverage point, to be clear, it was very powerful 3 months ago. It was weakening more and more over time. And so they actually...
So could you have kept going? Without, because you did.
You could always...
We avoided the scale of global energy shock, right? That a lot of people, myself included, as an amateur reader of, people writing about oil, expected. We had higher gas prices, but we didn't have... Things were not nearly as bad as they could have been.
Correct.
But my perception was, and a lot of people's perception was, that you couldn't keep running that through the fall.
So, by the way, I have to give credit to Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and Chris Wright, the Energy Secretary, because part of the reason why the doomsayer predictions about the oil and gas markets, and to be clear, I know the American people have felt some pain because of this. I don't want to discount this,
right.
But the very worst predictions never came to fruition because Scott Bessent and Chris Wright did an amazing job at trying to absorb as much of that shock as possible. So could we have kept going? sure, we could have kept going and we would have gotten more and more oil and gas out of the Strait of Hormuz. But the fundamental thing that the president asks, and this is what he's just fundamentally pragmatic about foreign policy, is he looks at the situation and says, if we keep going, gas prices stay higher for longer, inevitably. And we also don't get this opportunity that we have right in front of us to at least take a shot at transforming the Middle East. And if it doesn't work, we can always figure out new options a couple months down the road. We could always just say, by the way, you know what? Their nuclear program's destroyed. They can't rebuild it without any money. So we're going to continue to choke their economy and basically say to the Iranians, come to us when you want to make a deal. There's a lot of optionality here. And I think what the president said is he wanted to get us to a point where we had optionality, we had leverage, and then play this out a little bit further. And that's what we're doing.
Okay. There is another country in the Middle East that thinks of itself as having a very intimate knowledge of the Iranian regime.
Yeah.
Not just the Gulf states. That's Israel. I don't think this deal is popular in Israel right now. I don't think you're an especially popular figure in Israel today. We'll see where things are in 6 months. And one perception I think that people have after watching this war unfold is that there is a certain misalignment maybe between the kind of pragmatic American interests that you just described the president having and the more existential sense of the stakes that Israel has. And one key criticism of the Obama deal from people in the Republican Party, people in Israel, elsewhere, was always that it was focused on the nuclear program and wasn't focused on Iranian proxies, their support for terrorism around the Middle East, their support for Hezbollah and Hamas. So I'm just curious, do you think there's a misalignment between the U.S. and Israel? Do you think Israel has incentives to not want this deal to continue? And is there a vision for how you get to a point where Iranian support for Hezbollah isn't sending rockets into Israel on the regular?
Well, what I'd say here is that it's clear that large segments of the Israeli political system and population are very sensitive about this deal. But I also think they're picking up on some misinformation about the deal and running with it and sort of panicking about it. And I fundamentally believe this deal will be good for the entire region and for the world. That includes, of course, the Israelis. Now, I think it's important to say that while I do believe that this deal will be good for the entire world, fundamentally, we're worried about what's in the best interest of the American people. And to the extent that, and I think the president has shown this, where he sees misalignment between the goals of the political system in Israel and the goals of the American people, he's willing to say that we're going to pursue America's interests where there are divergences. So there are certainly going to be disagreements from time to time. I think that's normal. I will say, I don't know, maybe I've missed this. I don't think Bibi himself has actually criticized the deal because I think he's maybe a little bit more familiar with the details of what's in it. But yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal. And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact proposal? And, you know, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem that you have. Look at what we've accomplished. First of all, Americans have protected a lot of Israeli lives through our missile systems and through our missile programs over the last few months. We have destroyed their nuclear program. We have got the Iranians in a point where they're offering things, again, whether they'll actually act on them, we'll see, but they're offering things that would have been the stuff of dreams even 6 months ago. So let us play this negotiation out. Let us see if the Iranian actions actually meet the Iranian words and give a little bit of credit to the United States of America, which I think has been an incredible partner for the Israeli government for a long time.
In the best case, do you think that this deal changes how Hezbollah works?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think that there is this weird panic almost in the Israeli system that I've picked up on, where they assume that everything that is contemplated that is good for Iran will happen, but that will happen without the Iranians changing any behavior. And I just don't know why anybody would think that's true. That's not how the deal is written. The United States has all the financial leverage. Like the president of the United States or the secretary of the Treasury have to release all these sanctions. Do they actually think we're going to release sanctions on the Iranian, system if they're still funding a terrorist organization? The answer is, of course not. So I find this whole freak out in Israel a little bit odd because I think that it comes from a place of mistrust. And I think that America has earned the trust of that region of the world. We've done a very good job by that particular country and that particular government. And I think that the idea that we've made a terrible deal is not supported by the facts, but just doesn't make any sense if you consider the broad length of the relationship.
Okay. We're going to try and come back to this at the end.
Okay.
But you know who only makes good deals? Jesus. So we're going to talk.
I was going to say, you know who also had strong opinions and came from Israel?
Who had
A man
strong
named
views
Jesus
in the
Christ.
Middle East. Yes. So in addition to talking about the Iran deal, you're talking about your new book, which
Yes.
is called Communion.
Yes.
Finding My Way Back to Faith.
Sure.
And it's part religious memoir, and then I would say partially sort of folding religious memoir into the kind of book that someone contemplating a run for president might write.
Oh,
sort of
come on.
an uneasy hybrid, maybe, of genres. But you know, it's
Well, the two books
it's a rich text. Let's say that. So
the two books that I've written are actually fundamentally like uneasy fusions of genres.
I mean,
That's
look,
what I like to do.
I've done
I'm
uneasy genre
bending
fusion
in my
myself.
writing.
So, all right. So let's talk about the personal story in the book
Sure.
for a minute. You grew up, I'd say, bouncing around different forms of Protestant Christianity.
Correct.
Evangelical, non-denominational, Pentecostal, all of which I should note tend to be massively underrepresented in the American elite.
Sure.
So could you just talk about what that upbringing sort of offered to you? What did you take away from the experience of religion, from growing up in that part of American Christianity?
Yeah. So you know, some good and some not so good. I mean, I think in particular, what was not so good about my religious upbringing is it was fundamentally like institutionally unrooted. We would occasionally go to church. There was a church that my grandma liked a lot, but you know, in a good year, we went there once a month, right? At most. And so one of the things that is true, I think, of a lot of Christianity in the United States of America is that, you know, people believe very deeply. We certainly believed very deeply, but I didn't have a proper formation in my faith because I didn't actually have a community of believers that was surrounding me. When my grandma died, that was sort of my anchor to Christianity. And it's really no coincidence that my grandma died and like 2 years later, I called myself an atheist because that was the only real hook that I had for my religious faith. You know, one of the really powerful good things about American sort of Protestant Christianity, especially in the heartland, but I think probably true anywhere. I think it's true of the Black church. It's true of a lot of churches that I have, you know, much less exposure to. But like there is a generosity of spirit that I really think that, you know, in all of these misunderstandings between coastal elites in the heartland, if the average New York Times reader showed up in a Pentecostal church in Eastern Kentucky, he would find people who barely have enough money to like put clothes on the backs of their children, who are so welcoming and so generous and would say, come over to my house and have breakfast and let's talk about Jesus and everything else. So there is in these churches a sense of community that unfortunately I just didn't tap into when I was a kid, but I think is still very profound and very, very important. I think the second thing that you see in these churches that I still struggle with, I think I struggled with as a kid, but there's this idea that you should have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. The idea that prayer was not just something you sort of, maybe you say some silent words in your head or out loud, but that you really think about it and you really feel it and you have this sort of connection. And I think that that's actually, maybe this is wrong. I mean, I'm not a religious scholar. I'm not a theologian. But I actually think that one of the interesting things about American Catholicism is that it has picked some of that up from American evangelical Christianity. This idea that your relationship with God should be a little bit more personal. And yes, it should be institutional. It's got to be rooted, but it also has to be personal too. And so, you know, I sort of picked up all these things. I mean, the last thing I say is that there is a lot written about this connection between American Protestant Christianity and political conservatism. And what's interesting is, you know, I'm 41 years old. I really didn't see that when I was like 12. but I certainly saw it by the time that I was 18 or 19. And so there was this sense in which, you could be a Democrat or a Republican if you were a Pentecostal or a Southern Baptist, and maybe, more people were Republicans than Democrats in the churches, but there was not this sense of like political identification between the Republican Party and between conservative Christianity. I think the country was sort of more integrated politically somehow when I was a kid versus when I was a teenager. But I think it's been very bad, actually. And one way in which I think it's been bad for Christianity, I mean, I talk about this in the book. My stepmom, very devout Christian, sort of one of the very first people, by the way, to sort of be truly MAGA, truly on board with Donald J. Trump. But I will never forget this conversation I had with her. We're getting ready for church, and I'm like, why are you Republican? And she says, well, Republicans are the party of rich people. Like she was raised by a union man. And like a lot of us, we were raised by union men who worked in union blue collar jobs. So she said, Republicans are the party of the rich, but at least they care about family. And at least they're trying to protect the life of the unborn. And that was why she was a Republican. And it's interesting that I think there is a rich Christian pro-family, protect the unborn sort of social tradition that I think is really important. Right. And I do think that you see it reflected in the Republican Party more than the Democratic Party. But there's also a Christian economic tradition of trying to uplift the poor and supporting your community and being there for people who are really struggling, that I think a lot of, the sort of the business side of the Republican Party doesn't pay attention to that side of the Christian tradition. And I think that's a mistake. And it's bad, frankly, for both Christians, but I also think it's bad for the Republican Party.
When you lost your faith,
yeah.
So in your early 20s, it was around when you were in the Marines, and you mentioned that sort of sense of politics, as sense of politicization of faith itself as one factor, right?
Sure.
That you had the sense that some of the churches you were connected to were themselves talking about culture war issues at a moment when your family was suffering, dealing with addiction, dealing with various issues that seemed very remote from culture war debate. So just picking up off that, just talk about how you became a non-believer.
Yeah. So, this is one man's story, but I suspect in talking to people that it's more common than I might have realized. But, if you think about this again, I was unchurched. So my grandmother dies. I have no connection to Christianity. And part of the reason why I wrote this book is because as a father, I think a lot about, I care a lot about this. I believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I take my kids to church every single week. And I have this fear, like I think a lot of parents, that it just won't take. For whatever reason, it won't take. And so why didn't it take for me? I think one thing in particular, going back to this sort of the politics is, so I'm 21 years old. I'm about to leave for Iraq. The Christianity that I've been exposed to is very focused on culture war topics. So the Terry Schiavo case, I write about this in the book, was a very, very big story. And by the way, I think the Terry Schiavo case does raise some very difficult questions of like morality and end of life care and all and so forth.
This was a woman who there was a big debate about whether essentially to take her off,
to remove
her feeding tube.
Yes.
Right.
So again, I'm not even saying the Christians that I was sort of mad at them, that they were wrong on the substance, but the fact that this was such a focus of both the Protestants and the Catholics in America at the time, what was going on for me? I was about to leave for Iraq. My entire family was terrified that I was, something bad was going to happen to me. My mom was struggling with the worst throes of her addiction problem. My grandmother had just died. Our economic situation in our family had been bad for a long time. Now it seemed to somehow get worse. And I'm sending money back home to my family and thinking to myself, this Christianity has nothing to say about the struggles of my life. And in some ways I was being uncharitable, but in some ways I think it's important for Christian churches to recognize that there are a lot of kids, whether they're at college, they're in the workforce, they're living the normal struggles of life. They're dealing with heartbreak, they're dealing with addiction in their family, they're dealing with, maybe they're struggling to find a job. And I do think that as Christians, we have to ask ourselves, like, does the gospel speak to a 21-year-old kid who's struggling with all the normal things that 21-year-old kids struggle with? At least in my life at the time, I didn't feel like it was speaking to me.
Then from there, you go into a stage of your life where you leave the Marines, you're in college, you're in your 20s,
yeah.
You're reading Ayn Rand. which is sort of, the gospel of hyper-individualism. And
Yeah.
I was actually struck by how, in a way, old-fashioned the arc that you follow is, where I feel like it was really commonplace to have a dynamic in American life where people drift away from religion when they're in the individualist phase of their 20s.
Yeah.
When they're dating, drinking, sinning, and so on, right? And then to come back as they sort of assume adult responsibilities. And you're pretty straightforward about this. Like, you have various sort of brushstroke of providence moments, but it seems like really you come back to faith because you want to be a good husband, even though your wife, Usha, is not herself a Christian, right? She looms large
very much so.
as a factor. Being a father, having kids, like these were sort of the building blocks, I think, of American religion for a long time. And I'm curious, to what extent do you think that religion serves to connect people to adult roles? And how do you balance that in your own mind, that sort of structural social role of religion with the, do I have a personal relationship with Jesus question?
I've always, one of my flaws as a person, and I sort of realized this in myself when I was in my 20s, is I fundamentally, I had become a striver. I was not trying to achieve something like, I want to build rockets because I think it's important for mankind to go back to Mars or to go back to the moon or to go to Mars. I was just I want to win the social competition. I want to be better than other people. And so I wanted to go to the best schools. So I got into Yale Law School, and I wanted the best jobs, and I wanted to make the most money. But the thing that I sort of realized is that this kind of striving had made me pretty hollow. It had made me less interesting than some of the Christians that I know who seem to have things figured out much better than the sort of elites that I had surrounded myself with. And I just started searching for something that answered the more important questions, like, how do you be a good father? How do you be a good husband? So one way that I would put this is, and this goes back to the personal relationship thing, is yes, I do think religion serves a socially useful role. I think the evidence is quite clear that people and families that are raised with some sort of institutionalized faith are happier and healthier and more well-adjusted. But I also think isn't that evidence that there's something about Christianity that's particularly true? That if these people who believe these things and practice the faith in these ways, I come back to this phrase, I think it's from the book of Matthew, by your fruits ye shall know them. So if the fruits of Christian faith and tradition are happier, healthier, more well-adjusted, more virtuous people, then maybe there's something true about the faith. And that's true with all of the fact that there are exceptions, that there are terrible Christians in the world and there are very good and virtuous atheists in the world. But as a general matter, I sort of started to believe that Christianity bore the best fruits. And, there are all these, everybody has their own sort of personal story here. A big part of my personal story is that I was really fascinated by the fact that so many of the people in my life who seemed to have things most figured out were Christians. And a lot of them were Catholics. So they would take me to Catholic church and I'd start to feel a little bit more comfortable there. And I think it is possible to over-intellectualize this stuff. At some basic level, I had some really good friends who were really good people, and they sort of showed me the truth of faith by the way that they conducted themselves in the world.
Yeah, it seems in the book, at times you're emphasizing religious life and faith as an alternative to meritocratic striving, sort of
100%.
empty meritocratic striving. But then there's also, and I think this is relevant to conservative politics, right, and the right-wing coalition, a sense in which you're offering it in a way as an alternative to a kind of male nihilism, right? And
sure.
You talk about when you're in your 20s, right? That was the culture of, let's say, pickup artists the game. But now I think you could say it's kind of metastasized into a culture of, male influencers who have big doses of misogyny, sometimes racism and anti-Semitism, a whole spectrum from Andrew Tate to Nick Fuentes, let's say. What is the best response to that culture? Do you want to sort of proselytize to young men in those worlds about the path that you took?
No, I mean, I've never thought of myself as proselytizing to really anybody. I mean, I just try to live the best life that I can, and if something about it is useful.
But you've written a book.
But no,
you've written a book,
that's right. But that's I kind of
offering models.
But I kind of put it out there in the world, and yeah, like I do think that there is some great virtue in the life of the family and the life of actually focusing on things that matter. I think it creates, just much better outcomes, but I also think it's going to be better for your soul. So I write a lot about Usha and a lot about, for example, the fact that she is not a Christian. And I felt kind of guilty, actually, about returning to my faith with all the demands that it, comes with. I mean, like I think about this every single Sunday when I take my 36 weeks pregnant wife, who is herself not a Christian, and us and our 3 kids, and they're late getting their shoes on and they're always misbehaved. And I think to myself, like, she did not sign up for this. She signed up to sleep in on Sundays and not have to deal with this, but she does it with incredible patience. And that was her being not just okay with that, but supportive of that journey was like almost a confirmation or a sign that it was okay for me to go down this pathway. But the thing about like relationships, okay, and I think all millennials experience this because we all grew up in the same culture, is there was like this sense in which there was nothing sacred about romance, right? Like some people were more successful in dating world, some people were less successful. Like fundamentally, there's nothing sacred or profound about romance. It's just you find somebody, maybe you care enough about him to marry him. Maybe you have a guy who's just going from girl to girl, week to week. But like what I had this sort of epiphany is overstating it, but I realized is that falling in love with Usha made me realize that there was actually something sacramental to love. And that was a very critical sort of observation. Like I thought the Christian sacramental view of love was at best old-fashioned, at worst superstitious and kind of stupid when I was 25 years old. But Usha, even though she's not a Christian, she really like changed how I thought about the union of man and woman together. And she changed how I thought about it without even realizing it. I thought about it in a very, very Christian way.
You've just given some very eloquent descriptions of how Christianity works ideally in your own life. How does Christianity work in the Trump administration?
Let me tell you something. This sounds so staged, rehearsed, disingenuous. He literally doesn't sound like he has depth. And Ross doubt that he is just, it's literally like a softball interview. I just don't see how JD Vance becomes president. He doesn't seem to have any depth. It's scary to say this, but Donald Trump, horrible person that Donald Trump is, at least he has depths, even if they're the depths of hell. I don't see JD Vance. He's the new Dan Quayle, in my opinion.
What is Christian about the second Trump administration?
Well, I mean, I think that we have pursued a series of economic policies. I would say, certainly the tax policy, that if you look at it, the distributional effects are much more focused on the middle than they are on the top compared to previous Republican administrations. We've been attacked mercilessly for a trade and economic policy that is geared around rebuilding middle-class jobs, whether they're in the services sector, the manufacturing sector, around rebuilding the middle class in the United States of America. I think if you go back, it's too early to say because we're only a year and a half into it, but I think the wage growth numbers in the Trump administration suggest that we're rebuilding the kind of dignity of middle class work and the wages that come along with it.
Wage growth before the Iran war started.
Yeah, no,
right.
100%. There has been an increase in inflation over the last few months related to the conflict in Iran. But fundamentally, if you get the wage growth numbers right, even though you're going to have shocks that exist in the economy, if the wage growth is strong, eventually that will produce better outcomes for people. But, I also think we've pursued family policy in a way that, like, for example, the Wall Street Journal editorial page, the old guard of the business elite has explicitly attacked us for. Why have you increased the child tax credit? What about the Trump accounts, which actually give people money so that their kids and their families can build some wealth over time? There are, for all of my frustrations with my own party, that it was too focused on the business elites and not focused enough on the actual people who made up the Republican coalition, I think that we've done a lot to make economic life better for normal people. And we've also pursued, I think, the most pro-family policy in pretty much my entire lifetime.
We could have a longer argument about the economics,
Sure.
but I just want to let's stipulate that the Trump administration has in some way a kind of vision of rebuilding the working class that's connected to Christianity.
Was that hard to say? Was that hard to say, Ross?
I'm stipulating for the sake of argument and the fact that you have not given us 3 hours to have this discussion. We're stipulating it. It also seems to me like the administration has distanced itself in different ways from some other sort of obvious expressions of Christian influence on politics. Some of them more sort of liberal coded, some of them more conservative coded.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, the administration has been more hostile than any prior Republican administration, to say nothing of Democrats, in the last 20 years to the way we do humanitarian aid. It has kept religious conservatives, pro-life organizations especially, at arm's length in a way that has led to a lot of criticism. And then, let's be honest, the tone of the administration is not consistently a Christian tone. There is a tone of aggressive uncharity to people who aren't on board with the administration's policies. So I would describe those as three areas where the administration has felt functionally post-Christian to me. And I'm curious what you think.
Well, so on the first point, the third point, I want to address.
You can work backward.
So on the tone thing, it's very hard to rebut this because it's like fundamentally unfalsifiable. Because for every clip that you could show me of me or the president or some cabinet secretary saying something that in your view is unchristian, I could show you another few clips of us doing something or saying something that is like very Christian. The nature of political communication in the era of mass media is that sometimes people are going to say jokes that are taken out of context. Sometimes people are going to make mistakes. I'm not saying I make mistakes. I talk about this in the book a little. In my book, Communion, available where books are sold, I talk about the own mistakes that I've made as a Christian leader
there is an
America.
There is an apology to childless cat ladies. We don't need to get sidetracked by that. Go on.
But my point is, like, I'm not saying we're perfect because we're not. My point is that the tone argument is in some ways, I think, people see what they want to see. And I also think that tonal arguments are ways of, frankly, policing working class ways of communication and covering them in elite preferences.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let me just take like a classic example, right? So the Biden administration had a very humane way of talking about immigration, about illegal immigration. It was very charitable in some of the words that it offered to people who were coming into our country. I would say that it was not particularly charitable to the people who were living with the consequences of mass migration into our country. So at a certain level, what I think matters much more than perceived tone is actual conduct. And I think on any issue, I would argue, obviously I'm extremely biased, I'm the vice president in this administration, on any issue, well, I'm not saying we're perfect, I think that our actual policy has been much better from a perspective of like basic moral practice. And I think that we've defied, for example, the business elites of our party in a way that Joe Biden was never willing to offend the cultural elites of the far left in his administration. I would say the same thing about the Obama administration. But like just on the aid thing, okay? So when we got in, one of the things that we realized, and by the way, I think there's, to put my like conspiracy tinfoil hat on, why is it that conservative or at least centrist parties keep winning landslide elections in Latin America? It might have something to do with the fact that your tax dollars and my tax dollars went to fund a left-wing NGO complex that actually tilted Latin American elections in favor of the far left parties. Now, maybe that was the policy preference of the Biden administration, but those things those biases and the way that
You know, the tinfoil hat is not helping him. Makes absolutely no sense what he just said. The reason centrist governments are winning in Latin America is because they're not extreme, much like MAGA. Dude, Orban just lost.
we distributed.
Y'all are not good at this. Trump, not good at being president. This dude is just, honestly, he's a fucking bonehead.
International aid were so built into the very bureaucratic structure of those aid programs that we got in and said, we have to stop all of this and rebuild it from scratch. So even if you disagree with our policy preferences, I would hope that every American would agree the money that we distribute to foreign countries should be reflective of the political will of the administration that was elected. So if Joe Biden wants to fund left-wing American parties, fine. I don't like it, but the American people, that's ultimately up to the decision of the American people. If Barack Obama wants to do.
Okay. All I have to say is that, and I've had this argument before some years ago. I'm sorry. If you are sending humanitarian aid or, aid for a specific program, adding political stipulations, now you don't want to fund like a terrorist government or something like that. But the only stipulation should be the money gets spent specifically for what the U.S. is funding. I don't think tying the money to the political will of the donator, sorry, that should be done on a case-by-case basis, not so much a general policy.
That it's the American people's decision. But the fact that Donald Trump became president and we had this spigot of money that was going to far left causes required us to stop. The second thing, and this is again, because this NGO complex, non-governmental organization complex, had built up around this money, what you saw in our foreign aid program is remarkable inefficiency. And so Marco did a very good job of this. He sort of sat down and said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop this. We're going to rebuild this from the ground up. We still distribute a lot of money in foreign aid, but two differences. It goes to the people who actually need it and not to administrators. And number two, it goes according to the policy preferences of the elected president.
Okay. I think that there was a fundamental carelessness in how the transition you're describing was handled that had real and probably continues to have real humanitarian costs. But
you're talking about
we have 5
You're
minutes.
talking about PEPFAR there.
We're talking about PEPFAR and other programs associated with it. But we have 5 minutes left, and I'm going to get us back to Iran by way of the inevitable question about the Pope. Okay. I mentioned that there were a couple moments where you talk about brush strokes of providence. Moments, and one of them I'm going to read.
Is this the big reveal?
I'm going to read one of them. Right? You're talking about this is under Pope Francis, and you say at a hotel bar, I questioned a conservative Catholic writer about his criticism of the Pope. My growing view, that's your view, is that too many American Catholics have failed to show proper deference to the papacy, treating the Pope as a political figure to be criticized or praised according to their whims. While he admitted, this is the conservative Catholic writer, that some Catholics went too far, he defended his more measured approach when suddenly a wine glass seemed to leap from a stable place behind the bar and crash on the floor in front of us. We both stared at each other in silence for a bit, startled by what we'd seen before ending our conversation abruptly and excusing ourselves. So I was that conservative Catholic writer.
Did I report this accurately?
You did report it accurately. There was a mysterious leap of a glass. And so I have to take the opportunity to ask you, after God warned us both against it, how have you ended up as a Catholic convert vice president fighting with the Pope about the Iran war?
Because I'm not fighting with the Pope, Ross.
Okay.
And if you look at what I said, this is in public life, you say things, and sometimes you make boneheaded comments, and sometimes you say things that are taken totally out of context. What I said about the Pope is, I actually like that he offers his opinions. I actually like that he's speaking about the issues of the day and that he's an advocate for peace. But that doesn't mean that on prudential questions of how to balance these competing principles, you're always going to have an elected administration that is going to agree. And I talk about this in the context of immigration policy. And what I write in the book.
Just stick with Iran.
Okay.
In the context of Iran.
Sure. But what I try to do is I try to accept. Like, you'll hear people say, well, you can just ignore this or that clergyman, or you can just ignore the Pope. I've never taken that attitude. What I say is the Pope is the leader of the church. He is thus the leader of the institution that preaches the gospel. He's an important moral voice, but he also does have a different role from the vice president of the United States. My role is for the American people to try to apply moral principles in ways that get the best outcomes, that lead to the best things, and that balance competing interests. Okay. And his role, I think, is to preach the gospel and to offer his opinions on how he thinks we're doing. And fundamentally, that will inevitably lead to some conflict.
It will lead to some conflict. But here is what I think is the irony, right? Which is that you were arguing to some degree in a very polite way, however you want to describe it, with the Pope about what were his critiques of the Iran war, even if they were couched in general terms. But based on, one, the excellent reporting of the New York Times, and two, basically everything you've said and done in public life, we all know that you thought the Iran war was a bad idea. So you were out there as the Catholic vice president trying to end a war that you had opposed, while also trying to defend the administration against a Pope whose critique I think you agreed with. Is that a fair assessment of what was going on?
No, I don't think it's. I do not think it's a fair assessment of what's going on. Well, because number one, with all due respect to the fine reporting of the New York Times,
some of the best
things that are anonymously sourced are always missing important context. And my job as vice president of the United States, I have to do sort of actually two things that are pretty simple and straightforward, but are complicated in the application. Number one is I have to offer my opinions to the President of the United States. I'm the only person in the cabinet who can't be fired. So I have to tell the President of the United States what I think.
That is actually a really interesting constitutional point that I just wanted to take note of.
I have to tell the President of the United States what I think about all matters. I have to provide him the best counsel. I have to make sure that he's getting the best information. The president, is surrounded all the time by a million different things. And part of my job is to make sure that he's provided good counsel, both by me and others. The second part of it is to execute when the president makes a decision. And so when the president makes a decision that we are going to use this military campaign to get to a point where we can end the Iranian nuclear program, not just now, but for the long term, I believe my job is to go out there and support that and try to make that policy decision as successful as possible. I always find it interesting. It's like, even if I granted, for the sake of argument, that I believed this or that thing, it's like, what is it? Like, do you think that it would be moral or appropriate to go out there and whine publicly about a decision the president of the United States had made? I'm not a commentator. I'm the vice president. I serve in the administration the American people elected him to be in charge of.
I'm not saying that it's inappropriate. I'm just commenting on the strangeness of the position that you ended up in, because again, whatever you want to say publicly about it, the world thinks, for good reason, that you advised the president against the war. The Pope was against the war, and then you ended up in tension with the Pope. Did you talk to the Pope at all in the last few months?
Look, I have a lot of admiration and respect for the Pope, as you know. I think, by the way, Pope Francis.
You're not answering my question.
Well, because again, I think that it's important.
That's fine.
It's important. Like, have I spoken to the Pope in the last few months? Yes.
Okay.
Do I have what I would characterize? I don't know what he would say. Do I have what I would characterize as a positive relationship with the Pope? I think so.
Okay.
But fundamentally, we just
did he feel like you were
jobs.
secretly on his team?
I am
Were
not.
you like, don't worry, I'm secretly on Team Peace?
One thing I will not do with anybody from the President of the United States, the Pope, or anybody else is I do not talk about private conversations. If somebody talks to me, I think they should expect that I shouldn't go blab it to the media, with all due respect to my good friend and excellent New York Times journalist, Ross Douthat.
All respect is appreciated. So, all right, let's end then, though, with the role you're playing right now, because whatever your views on the initial wisdom of the war, you have been working on a peace deal from very early in the conflict, right? And the president, for reasons that I suspect are related to your initial views on the war, clearly gave you that job. And I had my crack researchers look up situations where a vice president was disassociated with a peace deal, and it's a little unusual. So you have an unusual ownership of the deal, right? Do you expect that?
Is that a question?
It's a statement. It's a statement. I guess the question is, well, one, you've made jokes yourself, and facts come through jokes, as we know, that the president could, host an apprentice-style competition between you and Marco Rubio to be his successor, right? Is there a world where this peace deal goes badly, and in a year or so, the president of the United States is like, yeah, we gave JD the chance to make peace, and he didn't. So I guess Marco's star is rising. Is that a scenario that you think about?
I don't think about that at all.
Okay.
What I think about is this deal is good for the American people. You're right. I have worked very hard on it, but Marco has been incredibly involved. The entire team's been incredibly involved. One of the weirdest media narratives that has developed is that Marco and I are somehow this like intense rivalry behind the scenes, when he's like one of my favorite people that I come to work with every day. And,
I don't think you're in an intense rivalry, but I will note that he is the second.
Once again, this dude, I don't know, does he think he just does not come off as real? I had friends at work or in the Navy that, I was in competition with. That's the interesting thing about being a shipboard officer. You're in competition with especially the people in your peer group, but you're kind of in competition with all the officers. Competition is good. One of my favorite people, known him for 35 years. Yeah, we were in competition. Competition brings out good things. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but right now, to be honest, I kind of thought Marco Rubio, his star is kind of descending, in my opinion. It's just that JD Vance, I have less respect for.
Secretary of State, and he is not running point on this deal, and you are.
Well, I'm the vice president, and he's been extremely involved.
As we established at the outset, you're higher in the line of succession. Yes, that's true.
So again, the entire team has been involved. I think the reason that I took a particular interest in this and why the president gave me a particular set of responsibilities is, I do care a lot about this particular issue. Number two, there's always just an element of, and I don't know fully the criteria the president uses for these things, but sometimes he says this person is the right person for this job, this person is the right person for that job. I will say this thing in particular has been sort of an all hands on deck thing. So I'm not trying to deflect responsibility. I absolutely think this is a good deal for the American people, and I have been personally working very hard on it, but the entire administration has been working very hard on it.
Last question then. What is your message to the part of the Republican Party that is really afraid that this deal is a big sellout and seems preemptively eager to blame you for it? Meaning, imagine anyone from Lindsey Graham to Ted Cruz to Mark Levin and beyond.
Well, first of all, what I'd say is I actually think criticism and dynamism and disagreement within a party is a good thing. I don't know exactly how many people voted for Donald Trump for president. It's, I think, 75, 80, a lot of million people. And those people are going to have a difference of opinion on a whole host of issues. I like the back and forth, so I think it's a good thing. Number two, just to address their substantive concerns, they will see this. I think they should have some faith in the president who has kept his promises on this particular issue and a lot of others that we don't give anything. Again, it's a dial. We turn the dial up as they turn the dial up. And what is...
Oh, wow. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to see. That looks like about 100 characters. Yeah, I'm afraid this might have to be that. That is funny as fuck. Let me see if I can turn this into a show title. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Cam. Damn, that's funny.
Turning the dial up mean for them? It means transforming their relationship with the United States, with the region, with Israel, with everybody. Okay? That's the second thing that I'd say. And the third thing that I'd say is, we're in the business of solving real problems, not solving abstract problems. And so if your view is that opening the straits, getting them to commit to the destruction of the enriched uranium and any other number of potential benefits that will come along with this deal, it's not just whether this is good or bad, it's what is the alternative? What do you want to do? If your proposal is to send 200,000 ground troops into Tehran so that you can make Reza Pahlavi the leader of that country, then say that. But I don't appreciate criticism without alternatives. I'm in the business every single day where I'm trying to solve problems. If you think this is a bad deal, what is your alternative? We could drop more bombs. We could destroy more of their country. We could kill the current iteration of their leadership. We know where all of them are. All of those things could happen. But does that make the American people safer or more prosperous? The President of the United States and I think no. We think that this deal is what makes the American people safer and more prosperous.
All right. JD Vance, if you play your cards right, maybe we'll have you back again in the future.
Thank you, Ross.
But for now, thank you for joining me.
Appreciate it.
I had to edit out a little bit, but yeah. I just basically it's going to read JD licks the edges of peanut butter jar dry when there's only fragments left in the jar. It came out 5 characters too much. I only have 100 characters, but yeah, this made me laugh out loud. Thank you, sir. All right, well let's move on. We got more news stories, and I'm going to try and be quick because again, because I hadn't done news stories in quite some time. I see everybody's gotten bored and left. But it is what it is. It's what we do. So, Fed begins wash area by keeping rates on hold, sees hike later this year. Yeah, inflation's heating up. Waiting to see what's actually going to happen. I don't think Warsh is doing anything different than Jerome Powell would have done. Let's see how long he lasts as Fed chair. Still waiting to see what goes on with Lisa Cook. This is interesting and unsurprising. Republicans push to impeach Obama appointed judges. Let's see here. House Republicans introduced multiple impeachment resolutions this month targeting 2 federal judges appointed by President Barack Obama. Let's see, who are the judges? John McConnell Jr., Chief Judge of the United States District Court for the District of Rhode Island over a ruling that struck down a Trump administration immigration policy framework. McConnell was nominated by Obama 2011, separate resolution. Georgia Republicans moved to impeach judge over courthouse misconduct. Eleanor Ross, Northern District of Georgia. Okay, I don't care about that. Misconduct issued. The Judicial Council barred her from serving as chief judge and from serving on the Judicial Conference Committees. She remains an active federal judge. That's interesting. So how is Georgia 11th Circuit? Anyway, the 11th Circuit judge, not going to happen. They don't have a case. The Georgia thing, probably have to reread again. They're not going to be able to impeach. So again, it's just a show trial. Trump pulls nominee for spy chief, leaving contentious figure in charge. It's just Trump being Trump, motherfucker. He's just not a good president. Bill Pulte has no intelligence experience, so Trump went for the guy who is the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, and for some reason Trump has reversed the decision. Who knows why? Trump's just not good at this. This is actually significant. Supreme Court allows some marijuana users to own guns, limiting federal gun ban. The winner in this is literally Hunter Biden. As it turns out, maybe Dad didn't need to pardon him after all. Let's listen to this news story. We're going to see some New York people.
Okay, in a unanimous decision.
Uh-oh.
Okay, in a unanimous decision, the Supreme Court ruling that the government cannot strip gun rights from people simply because they have a history of illegal drug use. The decision focusing on a case involving a Texas gun owner who used marijuana several times a week. Senior Washington reporter Devin Dwyer, who covers the Supreme Court for us, joins us now. All right, break down the ruling for us.
Well, for decades, Kira, it has been illegal in this country to own a gun if you're a drug addict or if you use illegally controlled substances for any period of time. That means marijuana users. 40 states have legalized it in some form, but the Supreme Court today said that that law is too broad. It's unconstitutional in a rollback of this long-standing ban on guns for anyone who uses a controlled substance. In effect, you cannot be denied a gun simply because you use marijuana. It was a win for this guy from Texas who was prosecuted simply because he had a gun in his house. He also had some marijuana in his house. He wasn't intoxicated.
Oh, by the way, it's a win for Seymour.
He wasn't holding the gun, but the feds went after him. They prosecute about 300 cases a year using this law. And the Supreme Court today, in this opinion by Justice Neil Gorsuch, said that's unconstitutional. It is okay to use marijuana, which they likened to alcohol, and there has to be another crime. You have to be found dangerous of having a gun.
Of course, critics are saying, what the heck? You know, he shouldn't be doing drugs and have weapons, and that could lead to all kinds of catastrophes.
Right.
But this is, I mean, what do you make about the fact?
Listen to the part that marijuana was in the house, but he was not intoxicated. Listen, dear.
That it was a unanimous decision.
It's remarkable. This was a loss for Donald Trump, who was defending the law unanimously by these justices. But the justices did make clear, Kira, to your point, that this was a narrow ruling. So their longstanding ban on guns for anybody addicted to drugs, that stands. Anybody who could be a threat to themselves or others, that still stands. Anybody who's presently intoxicated, that still stands. This is simply a rollback of the provision that if you have ever in your life, or maybe once or twice a week, consumed marijuana, millions of Americans do, the court today said the government cannot disarm you. and not send you to prison for up to 15 years.
Keyword, narrow decision.
That's right. It
there
is
we go.
narrow.
We need to keep that in perspective. Devin Dwyer, thank you.
You bet.
All right. Well,
Glad you're streaming with us. Some other top stories that we're tracking
hold
for you
on
this
one
hour. Let's
sec
start
here.
in New York City, where a tourist was killed.
yeah, I don't even want to talk about this. There was a tourist killed in a horse-drawn carriage in Manhattan. 18-year-old. That's maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow. It's kind of disturbing, you know. So I do selectively choose my stories, folks. Hunter Biden is affected by that ruling. He got convicted, or I think he was convicted of a gun charge, and that might go away. I don't know if he would be grandfathered in, but basically, you're gonna have to pay more attention. You can't just broadly go, "Hey, you used to use drugs. You can't have a pistol or a legal firearm." All right. This is interesting. Given Donald Trump's UFC event last weekend, FBI arrests 5 in alleged plot to attack White House UFC event with explosives laden drones and guns. Yeah, Donald Trump, he just draws all kinds of weirdos out. So 2 of them apparently were from Southern California. What we know about 2 SoCal men arrested in alleged plot to attack White House UFC fight. Let's listen to this.
What we know about 2 SoCal men arrested in alleged plot to attack White House UFC fight.
Hey,
By
Chocolate,
Brittany
how you
Mejia
doing?
and Grace Tui.
Hey, No
This
Chaser.
article is read by an automated voice. 2 men from the Inland Empire have been arrested and charged
Inland
in what
Empire.
federal officials described as a plot to kill government officials and others at the UFC cage fighting show staged at the White House last weekend. The 2 Southern Californians are among 5 co-conspirators arrested across the country in the murder scheme that authorities said appeared to have been motivated by anti-government ideology. Here's what we know so far about the men and the plot. Who are they? Michael Allen Thomas, 32, was arrested in San Bernardino County's Pinon Hills on Saturday, charged with conspiracy to commit murder, according to officials and records from the U.S. Department of Justice. Brian Omar Roa, 24, was arrested the same day about 50 miles south in Riverside County's Calamasa, also charged with conspiracy to commit murder. According to the complaint filed in federal court in California, Roa and Thomas had been in touch virtually, but had met up at least once in the last month to practice marksmanship and tactics. In messages exchanged on an encrypted messaging application called Simplex, Thomas and Roa communicated in a chat room titled Vanguard of the Old Republic, according to the complaint. There, Thomas told Roa he was up the hill behind LA, clarifying he was Pinon Hills, to which Roa responded that he was in Yucaipa. Yucaipa is located right next to Calamasa, where officials said Roa was arrested. The 2 men were linked to the plot about a week before the UFC fight was scheduled, after a relative of an alleged co-conspirator alerted authorities. That co-conspirator, Tycene C. Proper, of Danville, Ohio, identified Roa and Thomas as part of the plot, and shared social media usernames, according to the criminal complaint. What was the goal of the attack? Authorities said Thomas admitted to helping plan the attack and encouraging others to take part. In an interview with FBI agents, Thomas allegedly told authorities the aim of this attack and future ones was to create enough chaos to bring about the overthrow of the U.S. government, according to the criminal complaint. Authorities said he indicated his belief that the U.S. government is run by an elite group of individuals who sacrifice and consume infants. According to the complaint, Thomas also mentioned the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, who was accused of sex trafficking girls and young women, and said Epstein's associates are now protected by President Trump. The court filing said that Roa denied any involvement in the conspiracy. Roa later told authorities that he had planned to attend the UFC event only as a protester, but his vehicle malfunctioned and he had to return home. His family members, however, told law enforcement that Roa said one day they would wake up and he would be gone, and that he intended to travel to Washington, where something big would happen. Roa's family members also believed he intended to commit an act of violence during this trip, due to his increased time spent shooting his weapons and a noticeable change in behavior, including increased anxiety, irritation, and seclusion, the complaint states. They were both arrested Saturday, the day before the event on the White House lawn. FBI agents found firearms, a tactical belt, and radios inside Roa's car. Inside Thomas' home, investigators described finding a pistol, a hunting rifle, an R-style rifle, and several 30-round ammunition magazines. What about the plot? According to court records, co-conspirators allegedly discussed using drones to drop explosives on the north side of the White House to create panic and funnel event attendees toward locations where they would have snipers ready to kill certain high-value targets. Federal agents became aware of the alleged plot June 10, 4 days before the UFC fight, after Proper's mother reported concerns about her son's recent conduct, including firearms purchases and communications with people online, kickstarting the investigation, according to the criminal complaint. When officers arrived at Proper's residence that night, another family member told the police that Proper was planning to leave the upcoming weekend to meet with online individuals, and said he had also recently acquired camping gear, food, ballistic plates for body armor, a new shotgun, a rifle, lots of ammunition, extra magazines, and plate carriers. Proper was taken to a hospital, the complaint said, where law enforcement submitted an application for an emergency admission based on his homicidal ideations. The next day, the FBI searched Proper's home and found a journal in which he wrote about the government seeking to control people and sacrifice children and others to a demonic figure. Who were the targets? Authorities said the journal contained a list of about 46 names, which included celebrities and politicians. When authorities searched his iPhone, investigators observed chats on signal groups that laid out detailed plans to conduct an attack in Washington, D.C., with several unidentified co-conspirators, according to the complaint. In those chats, law enforcement saw detailed imagery of the National Capital Region and maps of the area with different potential sniper locations highlighted, potential drone launch locations identified, and other detailed tactical planning locations, the complaint states. When FBI investigators interviewed Proper at the mental health center, he allegedly admitted to planning a coordinated attack against the government that would occur during UFC Freedom 250. Where does the case stand now? The two men arrested in Southern California made their initial appearances in U.S. District Court in Riverside on Monday and were ordered jailed without bond. Roa's arraignment is scheduled for July 7th. Thomas' arraignment is scheduled for July 21st. Roa and Thomas are both being held in San Bernardino County Jail, according to jail records. The cases against Proper 19 remains ongoing, as do the cases against the two other alleged co-conspirators, Daniel K. Eskridge, 32, of Kidder, Mississippi, and Abraham Hermosillo Alvarez, 31, of Omaha. Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
All right. Well, salute to the Los Angeles Times. One of them newspapers that I subscribe to. Everyone, please make sure you have hit the like button. If you are new to this channel, well, boy, howdy, you would have been bored today, because sometimes we just kind of dispense with the fuckery and actually pay attention to actual important stuff that goes on in our nation. And sometimes you have to commit to doing stuff that's important. All right. And this is literally, speaking of drones, how Ukraine uses AI to knock deadly Russian drones out of the sky. So now we have drones attacking drones. Ukraine is at the cutting edge of drone technology. And Donald Trump kind of made some interesting kind of positive statements about Ukraine. Dude, we better be paying attention to Ukraine. Ukraine actually just signed like a deal with Saudi Arabia about, over drone technology. what is it? Necessity is the mother of invention. It looks like Ukraine is at the leading edge of AI tech. So let's not throw the Ukrainian baby out with the Trumpian bathwater. Trump moves oversight of special education and civil rights from the Education Department in the ongoing effort to de facto dismantle the Education Department. I think the conservative, because it really started with Reagan, trying to get rid of the Education Department. It's part and parcel of the right wing anti-intellectualism. And you got like Ivy League graduates and all this sort of stuff. They think the biggest technology is the US Constitution. They think all you need to know is the Declaration of Independence, the US Constitution, and be a patriot and you're well educated. That is MAGA in a nutshell. Who said MAGA's populist? It's literally far right propaganda that MAGA is populist. Populists don't pick wars that raise gas prices. Populists pay attention to the economy to a point to where their constituents, their voters, don't have to pay more money than they have to for the basic necessities of life. MAGA's no populist movement. All right. Federal prosecutors charged 15 people with impeding agents during Minnesota immigration crackdown. It's going to go nowhere. What happened in Minnesota was a travesty, and Trump's Justice Department is inept. They're not going to, these cases are going nowhere. Gavin Newsom says DOJ conducting baseless investigation of him and his wife at Trump's direction. Now, he used to be married to what's her name from Fox News, who was dating Donald Trump Jr. for a while. I can't think of her name, but she's that weirdo who looked like a Disney witch, like a Disney witch character. Honestly, Gavin Newsom got an upgrade with this new wife. Now, I'm not into that waspy blonde look, but his current wife is an upgrade from what's her name. Even Donald Trump Jr. didn't marry her. He just got married to someone who wasn't that weirdo witch looking character. Well, this is a crown jewel in the unitary executive crown. So Trump administration moves $352 million from Secret Service to White House security account. Hey, this is an end around Congress. East Wing modernization project. Yeah. This Trump administration is corrupt, and Congress is letting them do it. Now, we need to be investigating why the fuck money gets moved from where Congress appropriated it to something that Donald Trump wants to do. I bet Congress ain't going to do shit about it. And I was actually going to talk a bit about the original intent of the national legislature and what it has evolved to, but it's going to be another show. I don't have the patience to deal with this MAGA idiocy. So that's pretty much the end of all the news articles. I actually have like 4 or 5 videos, but I don't think this show is going to go that long. So let's see what's going on here. That's life, right, for both. And you like to make fun of Cali blacks. Okay, no idea what that means. I don't see how me talking about Cali blacks, nothing to do with crime. The Cali black comments are more a culture critique. It's a quote, black culture, the fringes of black culture versus where the locus of black culture is. No idea where you're going with that. Maybe elaborate a little bit, No Chaser. So I know there will be some people who enjoy this video. It's called Why Old People Are Ruining America. I don't think they are. I think basically a lot of the millennials are just inept. I think old people ruined America by not raising the millennials to some sort of standard. Let's see. And the guy that's being interviewed, Samuel Moyne, he's a law professor, and I think he's philosophy and law at Yale University. Pretty deep guy. He's written a book that I haven't gotten around to called Liberalism Against Itself. So let's hear this. The link is open. The link is dropped. Anyone who wants to come up and talk about any of this news or the video I'm about to play, feel free to do it if you dare.
Do old people rule America? Why is it that our last two presidents have been so old? Why is it that there are so many old people in the Senate and to some extent in the House of Representatives? Is it true that even in academia, in private industry, old people now have a disproportional amount of power? And is that characteristic of the United States specifically, or does America actually look comparatively well compared to and is this a specifically American problem, or do the United States actually compare well in this regard to Germany or China or other countries around the world? And what should we do about all of that? Should we, for example, give 20-year-olds 6-7 times more votes than 80-year-olds? Well, that is what my guest in this episode of the podcast argues. Samuel.
Well, let me tell you something. The young people that I run into day in and day out on YouTube, they should get no votes. However, you can't subvert or work around the 16th Amendment. I'm sorry, the 15th Amendment easily. But most people that I run into who are like, 50s, 40s and younger, they don't even pay attention to politics. Why should they even vote?
Moyne is the Kent Professor of Law and History at Yale University, and he is the author of a new book called Gerontocracy in America. In the last part of this conversation, we talk about a couple of rather different topics from earlier in Sam's work. We talk about his attempts to historicize and perhaps to some extent attack the importance, the prominence of human rights discourse in our contemporary politics. Can the idea of human rights play an important role today? And to what extent is it a mistake to attack it if the result is even worse things happening in the world? And finally, Sam and I talk about our long-standing set of tensions and disagreements, and perhaps in some areas, surprising agreements about the Trump era. Was the response to Trump in 2016, 2017 mostly good or mostly bad? Were people right to warn about him as a threat to democracy? And did they do that in ways that actually helped us to understand the phenomenon and fight back against it? Or is it one of the reasons why a true end to this era of turmoil in American politics still doesn't seem to be in sight? To listen to that part of the conversation, to support the podcast, to support what we do here, please become a paying subscriber. And this week, I'm throwing in the best discount we ever give. 30% off your first year of subscription, bringing the cost of 1 week of subscription to about $1, the cost of one episode of this to about 50 cents. Please, if you can, support us. Go to writing.yashamunk.com/2026 to become a paying subscriber. That's writing.yashamunk.com/2026. Sam Moyn, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you for having me.
So the old people are the problem. Why are the old people the problem, Sam?
Well, I don't think the old people are a problem. I think gerontocracy is, in the same way that, whites may not be a problem, but white supremacy is real. And so my goal is to kind of actually show how old people or older people actually sometimes suffer too under a regime of gerontocracy, and just to kind of look at how that regime came about, what its current form is, not just for the sake of younger folks, but also for the mass of older people themselves.
All right, I'll refrain from being flippant for the rest of the conversation, but walk us through some of the ways in which America is ruled by gerontocracy today.
Well, in the book, I look at the first coinage of the term. I mean, it's not, Greek, but it's based on Greek words. So it's supposed to, kind of add a dimension to our, classification of forms of government like monarchy or oligarchy. And yet the person who coined it made very clear that it was taking a kind of different form in modern times that had to do with the organization of the electoral system, how people have elections and in a democratic society. And then it has a lot to do with how wealth is allocated and transmitted. So I definitely talk about the politicians of our day, who in America are old men and women. But I'm mainly interested in showing that gerontocracy is systemic in that way, and that it affects, what it means to go to the polls and the outcomes, how elections are financed, and then, how our economy is organized. Because I have the sense that we should think about power in the broadest sense, rather than just look at who's in office, as the Greeks did primarily. Look more at who has power, which means effective control of the lives of most people.
So let's go through some of these areas, right? As you're saying, politics is the kind of most straightforward, and then there's ones that you think are perhaps more important or deeper. But, just at a purely descriptive level, what's the evidence that old people are ruling us in Congress, in the White House, and so on, in a way that hasn't been the case, in past eras of American politics?
Well, the most graphic evidence, if we're talking about the United States, is the two most recent presidents. There had really only been one very old man in the presidency before Ronald Reagan. And that was William Henry Harrison, who died in short order of a cold in the 19th century. But with Reagan, we began to see older and older men in office, capped by the last two presidents, Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Now, in fairness, more than half of humanity is ruled by an old man over 70 at this point. And that's largely because of the aging of Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and so forth. But, the American syndrome is specific. And what I try to do, although I think this is tolerably well known too, is go beyond the focus on Biden and kind of cognitive decline to ask about, well, just how unrepresentative is the political class generally in the United States, looking in particular at Congress and the federal judiciary. And, I don't want to get into numbers, but, what I've tried to do in the book across all these topics is just provide the receipts, mainly generated by other people, and gather them in one place. And so Congress is aging. The Supreme Court is aging in the sense that even when appointed young, The justices stay for a long time. And aside from cognitive decline, the risk of death is a very serious aspect of the problem. Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill was facilitated in its passage by the death in droves of Democrats in the House in the 6 months before that bill. And then, of course, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, formerly, notorious for other reasons, died setting up the end of federal abortion rights. So, all of that pales in the end if we're talking about the political class beside representational fairness, because, cognitive decline or death are just like the flagrant symptoms of a broader political class that's old. Very few people in their 30s and 40s in any position of significance in the federal government. So that's the story when it comes to politicians.
So what do you think is the explanation here? Obviously, when it comes to president, you said that that's been the trend since Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was quite old when he assumed the presidency. But the three presidents afterwards were relatively young, right? He was followed by Bill Clinton, then George W. Bush and Barack Obama, all of which were reasonably young men at the time they took office. And whereas some of the dynamics in the Senate, particularly and perhaps in the House of Representatives, have to do with very specific American institutions, I think that's harder as an explanation for the presidency. So what I mean by this is that, if you're an incumbent senator, you have, particularly in a safe state, of which there are now very many, right, on both sides, it's very hard to displace you. And so, if you're 78 years old and you're running for re-election, you probably wouldn't win in a primary contest when you're first being elected. But with 25 years of service and all of the favors that are owed to you and all the fundraising muscle at your disposal, you may be able to hold up a primary challenge, and then you're going to sail to re-election in Texas or in Massachusetts, if you're in the right political party.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, while this may be factual, just my anecdotal experience, I don't have data or anything like that. Like almost nobody, and most of the people that I run into day in and day out on YouTube are fairly much younger, younger than I am, like 40s, 50s. And just looking at my demographic, most of the people that watch this show are between 35 and 44. I don't hear anyone that they're not politically aware. They don't care about politics. They care more about Anton Daniels than they do voting, in any given election. I heard a lot of like voting from the couch sort of rhetoric. Black men won't vote for black women, even if that candidate is better than, the alternative. People who supposedly were pro Kamala, I know, and I don't know for a fact, but I just kind of know from the demeanor and from what I hear, there were a lot of black males who are more or less, left leaning, who just didn't vote rather than vote for a woman. So the reason old people, the reason there's a gerontocracy is young people won't step up. There are not many young, especially black people that I run into on YouTube. They're clueless when it comes to politics. They literally don't keep up with current events. All they care about is posturing and why they can't get young black women to submit. They don't give a shit about politics. And I suspect it's across the board, not just in our little YouTube black community. We got a bunch of clueless motherfuckers who don't have gumption, don't care about politics, but it's easy to complain when shit doesn't go their way.
The presidency is kind of harder to explain, right? In 2020, Joe Biden faced a lot of younger and much younger rivals for the Democratic nomination, and yet voters in the primaries freely chose him. In 2024, Donald Trump faced a number of opponents who were quite a bit younger than him, but he clearly was able to actually, retain the loyalty of.
Let me help you out, Ola. No, Supreme Court justices aren't voted in, but your vote does matter in who gets selected to the Supreme Court. I don't think the justices that Trump got into the Supreme Court, I don't think a Democrat would have done the same thing. Votes matter, even in the Supreme Court. Not directly, but definitely indirectly.
The Republican primary electorate to such an extent as to gain re-election. And I haven't seen analyses that may be out there which show that there's a very obvious age gradient in which primary voters voted for those candidates. But in 2024, for example, it's not clear to me that the people who voted for Trump in Republican primaries were systematically older than the people who voted for his rivals. And even in the election itself, there was less of a kind of age difference than we might have expected. And most of that is produced by partisanship rather than a kind of preference for a particular kind of age, right? So what do you think produces this? And if this is the free choice of American voters, I'm free to disagree with that choice. I think there's good reason to disagree with that choice in both of those cases. But it's sort of unclear that we shouldn't just leave it to American voters to make their own decisions rather than telling them.
So, one reason why I'm interested in pushing beyond politicians in general and not just the president is I agree there's a lot of contingency and idiosyncrasy in the political story. And yet it's the one that, to the extent Americans care about age in politics, that they care about. So I'm using it as a door. Now, I agree with you. I'd even add on your presidency story that if Donald Trump were to, fulfill, the fondest hopes of those who've resisted him and depart or die within a year, we'd immediately have the youngest president in U.S. history because J.D. Vance would enter the office at an age younger than Theodore Roosevelt, who currently holds the record for youngest
And when you look
president.
at some of the leading Democratic contenders for nomination in 28, they go from kind of middle-aged men
Absolutely.
like Gavin Newsom to very young contenders like AOC.
Yeah. So, I mean, the foundations of what I'm thinking of is the structure of gerontocracy as a structural phenomenon that goes beyond the contingencies and therefore leads us beyond the level of politicians. I mean, the main driver is going to be the aging of humanity and certainly of Americans. But I guess I would, push back a bit on the moral you seem to, like hypothesize when it turns out that there's a lot of contingency in accounting for the age of politicians. So first, voters only select their candidates and express their preferences within a system. And we have to critically inquire into that system. So let's, continue to take, my analogy of white supremacy is something like many people would acknowledge exists. And it may be systemic in the way that I'm saying gerontocracy is. And if you said, well, after the Supreme Court's decision in Calais, no Black politicians are being elected in the Deep South anymore. And that would be, is that the will of the people, or is it because of the way the will of the people has been organized in an electoral system? So we really would have to get to that whole topic. But as far as I see it, it really matters that they're the advantages of incumbency, which you mentioned, which means that, especially when politicians in America are starting their careers later, you're just going to have an older set of politicians than the electorate, and certainly than the population. And then we'd have to get into campaign finance, where the facts are glaring about just how old the median campaign donor is, like over 60, sometimes higher. And, you know, like I devote a whole portion of the book to something else, which is, you know, thinking about gerontocracy at the political level, not just in terms of the politicians, but in terms of the institutions. So, you know, we do literally have a branch of government named after old men. And we do have age minima in the Constitution for federal political office with no age maxima. So those are also features of the way we've organized political choice. And you know, you're the trained political scientist. I'm just whatever I am. And, you know, we can't say the will of the people as if that's pre-existing, because it utterly depends for its expression on the institutions we've devised and the rules we're following to, you know.
You know, Black Knight, funny you should say that. And, you know, I've said it plenty of times. You know, as you get older, you know, I tend to prefer my own cooking. But I got lazy last night. And since I had a couple things I needed from Publix, I figured, well, you know what, let's just splurge a little bit. And I got a couple sub sandwiches from their deli. And I didn't ask my son about what he got because I don't even remember what he got. It was something ridiculous. But I got just a plain old meatball sub, and it was horrible. The bread was horrible. The like the meatballs, I guarantee you those weren't fresh meatballs. Those were probably like the kind of meatballs you get from the frozen case. You know, they got bags of meatballs. It literally, the only reason I ate it is I was hungry. It sucked. I make a way better meatball sub than that. Like 100 times better, and I'm not even exaggerating because I make the marinara and I make the meatballs, and I sometimes, well, oftentimes, all the time actually, make the bread. The sub rolls, they're not, you know, sub rolls are basically just giant hot dog buns. So, yeah, um, I'm sorry I did it, and it was a reminder that if you know how to cook at home, you can make way better food. And the reason it's way better is it's seasoned to how you want it to taste. Yeah, mid-rats. Actually, the mid-rats were usually pretty good because sometimes at sea, I don't know about on carriers, but you know, they'd be like a brown bag lunch. You know, they make like a ham and cheese and some potato chips and stuff. They weren't always MREs. Sometimes they were. And quite frankly, I love MREs. If I could score, and I know you can go to like Army, Navy stores and get a case of MREs. I literally never had a problem with MREs. I've eaten them on board ship. I've also eaten them in the field, like, you know, in actual the field. They're actually not bad.
Figure out what it is. I also,
Yeah, and
this is separate.
And perhaps we'll get into a little bit later what we should do about those
Totally.
decisions, what kind of ways
I
to
mean,
reform them. I
my-
think
Good for you. Like, I literally don't buy bread. I haven't bought bread. You know, every now and again, my son would want some type of bread or something like that. But I literally haven't bought bread in a year. And the last time I did, it was last summer. My son wanted something or another. There is a learning curve, and the Black Knight, the learning curve is getting used to dealing with the dough when it's sticky. To me, when you can manage the stickiness, like get it under control so it's just tacky, there's a thing you can do with the dough where it's just sticky enough to pick up the rest of the flour in the bowl. So you literally leave your hands in the bowl clean of flour or any ingredients like that. You get it just right, but it actually does take experience. This is what I'm going to suggest though. Don't use a bread machine until you actually master being able to put it in, a loaf pan and bake it. It's a learning curve. The more you do it, the better you get. The more often you do it, the better you get. But I can tell you right now, even when you get good enough that you can make hybrid loaves, like I will do my little sourdough loaves. However, there's such a thing as sourdough sandwich bread, like you get at the grocery store, and it's made the regular bread way, but in addition to the dry yeast, like I use instant yeast. There's really no difference. Just use instant yeast. You don't even need to bloom it. Just put it in there, dry, like a dry ingredient, and it'll be fine. I've literally never had a problem, like not even once, with instant yeast. However, in addition to the instant yeast, you take some of your sourdough discard and just mix it in, because all it is flour and water. And after you add that sourdough discard to give it a little bit of a sourdough taste, just make it like normal bread. And it is actually good. They're just, if you want a recipe to start off with, I actually have one that I actually got good enough that I don't even need the recipe anymore. Let me know if, as a matter of fact, I'll just find it and drop it or put it in the show notes. Literally, I've gotten to a point to where, sometimes if something's a little bit off or it's winter time, you'll have to add more flour just to control the stickiness, the tackiness. I've gotten to a point to where I can literally just put everything in a bowl, and then it's perfectly fine. Even with the honey, the original bread I made was a honey whole wheat, and I haven't made it in quite some time, but it's part of my basic bread recipe. I just don't need the honey all the time. Maybe next time, because I actually have to make bread either tomorrow or Saturday. Maybe I'll make sourdough honey whole wheat. Let's see how that works out. I've made rye bread. I've made pumpernickel. Once you get the basic, once you learn what bread should feel like after you've kneaded it, once you know how it should feel, you can make any bread product, because it should never be. Now, there are recipes where you want it wet, but I don't, like focaccia, maybe it should be wetter than normal, but your normal everyday sandwich bread, it's literally just repetition. The more you do it, the better you are at it. It's really not rocket science. And once you make that first loaf of bread that, everything's good with it and you made it, you won't even want bread from the grocery store. There is just no comparison. Same thing with biscuits, same thing with tortillas, same thing with pita bread. Homemade is just far superior, and it's way cheaper. That's the thing people don't understand. It's like pennies on the dollar, and you can make some artisan type bread. Pennies on the dollar. You get a 5-pound bag of flour, or you can get better deals online. Dude, you're making that $5 or $7, or who knows what it is now. That $8 loaf of fancy bread you get from the grocery store, you can make about 5 of them for $7.
Other thing is, I would tell
when
a
it comes
difference.
to something like abolishing age minima, I think there's
Yes.
a very strong democratic and liberal reason to abolish them. I think some of the
I've
suggestions you make in
made
the book are rather more ambitious.
It's been a while since I've made baguettes, but baguettes are even simpler because it's just salt, water, yeast, and salt, water, yeast, and oh damn, salt, water, yeast, and I forget what the fourth ingredient is, but it's simple for. Now the difference with I have like I think it's a cloche or a couche. I can't remember. Baguettes are more technique than anything. It's really just, the simple flour, water, yeast, and salt. That's a fourth ingredient. It's more technique and high heat. That's the thing about baguettes. You are gonna have your oven set for like 500 degrees at a minimum. But yeah, as a matter of fact, maybe I'll make some soon. I don't like baguettes. I'm more into something like Italian bread that's a little softer and better for sandwiches. But yeah, you slice that baguette up, and it makes good like garlic bread and stuff. Yeah, it's not hard. It's just high heat and technique that makes baguettes a little bit different. Sourdough bread, like the actual sourdough, is harder to make than sandwich bread, but it's really more technique and timing. Um, but once you get the basics down, it's just a matter of switching technique, and maybe you'll have to make it a couple times to get it exactly right. And it does not take a lot of time to make bread. You don't need special equipment. It's literally something you could make in an apartment or on a weekend.
And we may have different views about them, but we can get into that. Let's get beyond politics.
Okay.
As somebody who's an immigrant to the United States, having grown up in Europe.
Yeah, Tina, next time I go to Savannah, I am going to do a test cooking stream. Cooking streams are hard. They are incredibly hard. However, in Savannah, I've got like in my grandmother's old kitchen, we've got a marble countertop island, and it's a bigger kitchen than the one I've got. But I got my ring light. I will do a test at some point this summer, but it will be probably sourdough or just basic sandwich bread making, just to test it out.
Europe, I've always been struck by how open American society is to the talents and contributions of young people. I feel that a little bit less now that people in my age group in Germany and France and so on are coming to have genuine roles of importance and responsibility.
Believe it or not, the bread I used to make was, still do. It's milk bread. The original bread that I made, I forgot to mention, it was buttermilk. It was buttermilk whole wheat honey bread. I don't use buttermilk that often anymore. I do use milk, and basically all the sandwich bread I make is a form of brioche, with the egg, 1 or 2 eggs, and then the either milk or buttermilk. So yeah, brioche is kind of my, like, that whole wheat honey, and it was only like, I don't know, probably a 5-to-1 or 4-to-1 whole wheat regular bread flour to 1 part whole wheat, and then the buttermilk, egg, all that other stuff. So it's a form of brioche. And I don't use a lot of sugar in my bread. Honey was actually pretty good, but sometimes I don't even put sugar in the bread. You don't need it, really.
In society. But I was struck when I was 30 years old that I had many friends and acquaintances in the United States who already had, positions teaching at major universities, positions editing publications, or at least important sections of publications, very significant roles in law firms and investment banks. Obviously, when you look today at Silicon Valley, you have an enormous amount of people in their 30s who have about as much power and influence as any human being has had in the history of humanity by certain standards. This stood in contrast to a lot of 30-year-olds in Germany still being interns, still, to sort of somebody getting to be the editor of a newspaper section of a major publication at the age of 30 being a sort of incredibly exceptional achievement, which, you'd say, oh, do you know this guy had edited this section of his newspaper by the age of 30, right? I mean, it's amazing. When I worked in theater after college for a year, my first task as an assistant director was to hire an intern, and I was 21 years old, and the intern that we ended up hiring was 29, right? To what extent, is it true when you look at American society more broadly that there is this kind of gerontocracy? Isn't America still, in many ways, the country of the young that have enormous opportunities if they have the right kind of education and perhaps the right kind of background and the various advantages that play into that in a system that is not always as meritocratic as it claims to be? But isn't it actually striking how much influence and power and money a lot of young people have in the United States compared to anywhere else in the world?
Well, Oscar Wilde famously said that the youth of America is its only tradition. Now, I don't think that's true. I see the U.S. Constitution as a gerontocratic document in the ways we've already addressed, and that's like, a big tradition. But I agree with you, and it's one reason why I'm interested in thinking about the American case, that at times America has stood for launching youth and even providing careers open to talent. I mean, I think you might overstate the transatlantic Gulf insofar as I think the whole point of modernity was to topple elder rule and put in place opportunity for young people. The whole modern novel and its roots in the so-called Bildungsroman is about the opportunities that then young men could enjoy after the revolution on the model of Napoleon. So I wouldn't sign on to some sense that there's just like that stark a difference. I agree with your anecdata. But the question is, what's happening now? And the demography, I think, is unsuitable for the picture of America you're saying still prevails. Or, I'm not denying it. It has, like, I got to be an Ivy League professor at 29, and I got to have tenure shortly after. So I have had enormous opportunity as a youth. Many of my students have not. Some have been the editors of those publications you mentioned, but in part because they were blocked in becoming professors in a way I wasn't. And so the general story has to be that our demography is changing with fewer young people and an overwhelming number, absolutely and relatively, of aging people who are not suffering decline and are not forced out of their power. The baseline is changing, and that's the very modest claim I'm making.
Yeah, so I guess on this, I just wonder whether we need to distinguish between areas of American life and the American economy where you're not just distributing a fixed number of positions of influence and opportunity, and ones in which you are. Now, for a variety of reasons, I think universities and particularly humanities department within universities, and particularly humanities department studying the sorts of things that you and I studied when we were applying for faculty jobs, are just at the extreme end of that distribution, right? Universities have not increased the numbers, in part because it is an oligopoly that is trying to protect its prestige. The faculty of Columbia University recently voted by something like 80 or 90% against admitting more students to the opportunities that that university may give to people. The number of students studying the humanities has crashed for the last 20 or 30 years for a whole set of reasons. Within the humanities, political theory, my discipline, and European intellectual history, your discipline, or intellectual history more broadly, your discipline, are very much out of fashion. And so in those very specific areas of American life, there is indeed a highly limited number of positions and opportunities. And if professors no longer have to retire and some of them choose to stay in post until they're 75 or 80 or 85, that means that young doctoral students don't have an opportunity to take up those faculty jobs. I wonder whether the lesson of that is that universities should actually expand opportunity, that humanities need to reform themselves to actually attract some undergrads who want to study the humanities, that perhaps the institutional priorities of who's getting hired are sometimes wrong in these universities, that we should hire more professors rather than more administrators, and all kinds of lessons, right, which are more specific to this particular case, rather.
One of the things that always interests me about how people, you'll hear people like Sharon Bracey or even Knightish, to a certain extent, talk about solutions, all the problems, but you don't have solutions. Do people understand that most of these social, cultural, political problems don't have magic bullet solutions? That you may have to take a, quote, multi-pronged approach at solving a problem because, systems tend to be interconnected. There will usually be more than one problem, and then they kind of either cascade or they're additive. We're not teaching kids how to solve problems, for starters.
Than the broader thesis. Now, when it comes to the broader economy, it doesn't strike me that it's the case that most talented, driven 25-year-old or 30-year-olds don't have enough opportunities to go and join banking or artificial intelligence, or that there's not enough capital to go around for them to do a startup, or that they can't become pharmacists, or that they can't become teachers, and so on and so forth, right? So I guess, to what extent are we overgeneralizing from the world that you and I know, and despite our occasional ideological disagreements, I think probably have a bunch of things we disagree about in terms of our analysis of what's dysfunctional about them, but that may not actually be typical of what's going on in American society and the American economy more broadly.
Obviously, that's a really fair question, and I don't mean to stake my case on academic gerontocracy, in part because, in the few pages I address it, it's really addressed as its own distinctive idiosyncratic phenomenon. However, aspects of it turn out to be more familiar than your kind of binary presentation suggests. I do agree that, we are a bit illusioned about the general picture because of certain vanguard sectors of the economy, which do indeed provide youthful opportunity, and Silicon Valley would be the classic example. But most of the analysis I give of the job situation, it is making the point not about the academic scene, but about American business more generally, which has features that resemble universities to the extent that there are apex positions and there's a pyramid of authority. And the higher you go, the older you are in the last 30 years. And in part, the reason is that across these sectors, mandatory retirement, which was once a familiar element of of the American employment landscape, was abolished in the later 1980s through the early 1990s. But more generally, I think all of these sectors involve aging Americans who are being not just kept alive, but in at least to themselves, a high enough functioning state to, indulge the illusion that they've still got their mojo, and they stay. And so we're really talking about most sectors of where American innovation is at stake, and then Silicon Valley would emerge as a kind of outlier. So that I don't want to overgeneralize, but of course the reciprocal trouble is undergeneralizing or saying academia is like just an exception to the rule, which it's not.
No, that's, I think, fair. But I guess there is a distinction between areas where the argument seems immediately compelling, which is politics and academia, and they're kind of united by having a relatively stagnant number of positions that are to be meted out. There's only one president, there's only 100 senators, and sadly the faculty of major universities hasn't expanded in the way that it might have.
I agree.
And then areas where, right, I mean, now you're right that if you look at, I guess, CEOs of S&P 500 companies, by definition, there's 500 of them. So, opportunity in the economy as a whole does seem to be a little bit of a different story.
Well, the S&P 500 take up a gargantuan percentage of the economy as a whole. And then if we're interested in like those who own their own businesses, they're even less constrained and more likely to stay. Now that may be permissible. And one, now we're really talking about employment, not things in general or the economy in general. And I actually am very modest in this regard. I agree with you that we need to analyze sector by sector or industry by industry. Where is there a supply of younger people who are objectively blocked because of a bottleneck failure to organize succession? Until recently, at least, big law, which is another elite profession, was a kind of outlier in requiring mandatory departure of their senior partners, and that's eroding now. But it was actually a kind of a sector that preserved the kind of a sense of the importance of arranging intergenerational succession of counsel for those who have legal problems, and it could be legally structured in such a way to sidestep ordinary prohibitions in federal law of mandatory retirement. And so that would be a different sector, although actually it's increasingly looking like the dominant form. So I guess maybe the difference between us is, whether to resolve all the complication in the direction of saying there's like a dominant situation, and I think that's the case, or do we really see like a few pockets of gerontocracy and it's kind of more a minor problem to deal with, let's say, in those few sectors where it's significant. And I just, that can't be right because it's too general, even if we shouldn't overgeneralize.
Yeah, and I really don't have a sort of strong dog in this fight, I have to say. I think that there's something clearly intuitive and appealing about the thesis of a gerontocracy in America, and there's certain elements, particularly in the political system and perhaps in academia, where that strikes me as being right. I also perhaps have a comparative instinct where this problem just seems to be so much more pronounced in every other society I know. I mean, whether that is, China looking at, the composition of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and all of the kind of top political officials, whether it's the fact that a lot of young people who are graduates of, the most prestigious universities that is incredibly hard to get into feel like they're never going to be able to afford an apartment in Shanghai and Beijing if they don't stand to inherit one, whether that is extreme rent protection laws that mean that if you came to Beijing or Shanghai from the countryside in the 70s or 80s, you probably live in a big apartment in the center, but as a result, everybody else has that problem, right? Or obviously looking at Europe, right? There you have additional problems, which in part you now have in China as well, of youth unemployment, where, you have an extremely generous pension system, as in France, where, pensioners now on average, have more money at their disposal, get more money every month, than have more income every month than working people. In the United Kingdom with a triple lock, which basically makes sure that pensions are always going to outgrow the salaries of working people by definition, as long as the policy stays in place. And all of that is purchased at such strong levies on work that you have a huge problem of youth unemployment that by and large you don't have in the United States. Now, you can see that as a glass half empty or a glass half full. You can either look at that and say, you see gerontocracy is actually a problem beyond America, and perhaps America is in danger of ending up with the same depth of problems, and that makes the problem even more urgent. Or you can say, well, but also Americans are a little bit spoiled, and they should look at the ways in which other countries have this problem so much worse and appreciate what Americans have.
I love those points. I mean, in the end, I'm always going to want to transcend comparison to other places that are worse in the name of comparison to what society ought to look like and how it ought to be organized. More generally, I think like the comparisons are
Well, that's an interesting question. I think a lot of the humor tends to be centered around gender and celebrity gossip. One thing that I've never been able to figure out is why so many Black people, younger Black people especially, identify with Black celebrities. I guess that's part of the reason, P. Diddy or whatever the fuck he calls himself. It takes up months of show after show after show. Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb, months of shows. People seem to identify with these people. They want to act like Anton Daniels is like a normal, everyday Black person. They want to pretend or think that, P. Diddy is like a normal workaday Black folk. Totally wrong. And I suspect I know why, and it's too complicated, and I might be wrong. I'm not a sociologist, but I literally do not identify. I could not name you one current celebrity that I even like identify with, because half of them I don't know, and the other half I don't need to. I don't need heroes. Tina, don't worry, young lady, and I do admire the way you're responding to this. Tina, you are a dream the way you're handling this. You don't have to go back and forth with Seymour. Just ignore him. Or you can come up here and talk your shit, however you want to do it. Seymour, you need to understand this is not your show. Okay, you have the opportunity to go fire up your show. I do things differently, and going after Tina is not going to sit well for very long. What you need to do, sir, is temper yourself, realize where you are, and if you wanna do some ghetto shit, go do some ghetto shit. You got a channel. What's up, Tina?
Hi, Stan. I just want to say I never started it.
Oh, I did. Hey,
Thank you.
Whoa.
No, sorry. I was just responding to
I
Sam.
literally, I saw what he typed. You were talking about cooking, and he came in hot. I saw it.
Yeah, and like he's trying to make a mess for no reason. I said,
don't care.
Stanley,
Hey,
you told me to be a
don't
lady.
worry
I'm
about
gonna
it.
be a lady now. Okay.
Well, I'm not telling you to do anything. I think you, for some reason or another, I think someone with your charm, with your attractiveness, you could be a lot more effective. Let CM be the fool. You just kind of sit there and be cool about it. You're not ugly. Stop
Thank
acting
you.
stop
Thank you.
acting like you're ghetto.
Okay, you're right.
And you might be, who knows? All I'm saying is
I am not.
let him make a fool of himself. You don't even sweat it. we can talk food, we can talk some stuff. I don't
We
even
were
know.
talking about
Yeah, but
bread, and CM
yeah.
was trying to start beef. For what?
What was racial about bread?
Sourdough, maybe? I don't know. Maybe white bread? A multigrain? I don't know.
Motherfucker, you're in my chat. I'll put your dude. I don't know who the fuck you think you are tonight, Seymour, but you're bringing smoke to somewhere that we're talking bread, and you want to act like there's some like war going on? Calm down, son. Seriously. So anyway, how you been? And I'm trying to figure out, dude, no one is digging this video. I run a boring ship sometimes.
No,
Don't
but it's fun. It's fun.
I don't know that it's fun, but I'm enjoying the
Me
videos.
too.
You know, maybe I should start thinking more of the audience. But why? Um, it's okay. Yeah, I don't get why is he did something happen on his show last night?
I don't know. I went to bed. All I'm saying is that like I'm just enjoying my night with my children that I see every day.
Well, do you
Like
have
I
a boy and a girl?
yeah,
2 girls,
yeah,
boy?
yeah, I do.
Good for you. Well, tell
Thank you.
me
And
about them. Are they in school?
yeah, my son, he's gonna be 7.
Oh, good
And my
age.
daughter is gonna be 3 this year. And I
Oh,
know a
wow.
lot of people are
Wow.
upset that they can't see their kids every day or talk to them, and that's okay. Me, on the other hand, they
Oh,
sleep
wait,
beside
hold it.
me.
Hold. They can't? You mean like fathers?
I mean, some fathers, not. I'm not going to say specifics. um,
Well, I think I know where you're going, and
okay,
don't go there. Don't go there.
fine. Okay, fine. I'm gonna be classy. You're right.
Because I don't see. Well, I mean, I'm seeing him too much. I'm seeing him every damn day now. But that's over the summer. It took. Look, and I can kind of sympathize in a way. My son will be a junior in college this year. And I still remember, like, I lived with that boy day after day after day, and there were, vacations. He might go stay with my sister for a week or something. But by and large, for shoot, 11, 12 years, every day, cooking dinner, the single parent routine. And it literally took me a couple months. Once he left for school, it literally, I would, sometimes I'd be like, well, fuck, what now? I was doing this show, so that was something to do. And that's kind of how I've gotten into a daily routine. You will miss your kids when they're gone, so I can understand how in estranged or a divorced dad might miss kids. You actually do miss them, and sometimes it can get a little not dark, but you have to be motivated. Like, I'm not going to sit here thinking about, gee, I'd love to see my child. You
Yeah.
figure out something to do. So I get, the father-son relationship. So I mean, you got small kids, and enjoy them while you can, because by the time they get to high school, you
I
will
know.
you will be the old person they're talking about and are bitter against.
I know. I know. I was a demon to my mom and my dad, so I know I'm gonna get like payback. I'm sorry, I stutter. I have a speech impediment. I'm gonna say that now, Stanley.
I've
Um,
never noticed.
yeah, I do. I stutter. It's real bad sometimes. My thoughts go too fast in my mouth.
Yeah, well, um, speak slower. Let it translate out. I was gonna say this. Um, I think that it's kind of inevitable. I think that's why being a younger parent is better. I was 41 when my son was born. So, I mean, I'm literally, at his high school graduation with gray hair.
I was
And
22.
yeah, well, 22. And the reason I bring this up is my father and mother were right around that 21, 22 year mark. My father turns 83 today. I thought he was 83, but he was 82.
Aw.
So he's 83. He's 83 today. So I called him, and we're kind of kibitzing back and forth. But you know what? Good. You were 22. Um, in a way, you will still be young enough once they get to high school that you'll be able to, it'll work out better than like,
Yeah.
shoot, I was,
Stanley, I
I
heard
was,
you say those knees were cracking. Okay.
hey, let me tell you something. I have, uh, uh, it's not rheumatoid arthritis, but it is an autoimmune arthritis thing. And it's fine. Once it was diagnosed, the works great. I don't have a whole lot of problems, but you do get old, and that's just the way it goes. Um, and one of the things that I talked to my son about a couple days ago is you do, if you're kind of abusive of your health when you're young, it does not go away. You never fully heal after like 20 years old. That's why, a lot of football players, basketball players, they don't necessarily do well in their old age because they have a lot of injuries. Um, so take care of yourself while you're young, and you're
Thank
young, so
you.
that goes for you too.
Stanley,
And
okay, so go no, go ahead. It's okay. No,
and
go, it's okay.
no, go ahead. I'm about to deal with my buddy. I need a bong hit.
A bong
That's just
hit?
everything. Oh no, that's Napstar.
Oh, okay.
So don't worry. I'm
No.
about to take care of Napstar's problem. I forgot to add this. So go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead. I'm
no.
listening.
When I found out I was pregnant, I was still in college and university. So
Oh,
I
really?
was going, yeah, I was going to school pregnant, like full ass pregnant. And like I
Mhm.
remember after I'm a marketer, so uh I manage campaigns for big businesses like Audi,
Did
WestJet,
you
whatever.
did you
Anyways,
major in commerce?
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, honestly, but no, but
Well, no, I'm laughing. Let me tell you why I'm laughing.
mhm.
In the U.S., it's a business degree. It's commerce in Canada and I guess Britain. So I don't know. A degree in commerce just always kind of makes me chuckle. Not that it's a bad thing. It's
It's
just
marketing. It's so
Mhm,
diverse.
mhm.
So yeah, so after that, I remember I was like 23, got my first corporate job. At one point, I was working for the government and doing
Were
two
you a
jobs at
single
once.
mother when you got your first job, or are you divorced?
Um, I wasn't single when I had my first kid. No,
Well, were you married? I guess is and there's no judgment. I'm just curious.
I don't know, Stanley, because last time you called me a bitter baby mother. Remember that?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not gonna take it back. I was at the time. Look, sometimes things get said, and I'm very intentional. Even when I'm a little inebriated, I'm very intentional with my language. And if you sounded like one, you sounded like one. It doesn't mean you always sound like one.
Thank you. See,
So,
I'm
I
being
mean, it's
calm and controlled and classy tonight.
well, good for you. And I notice and appreciate.
Thank you.
So, and the reason I even ask is, you seem to have had kind of a high level career right out of college, even with kids.
Yeah.
And I was just curious to know, if you did alone, were you in a relationship, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
And
I was
hey, you don't have to give me your business. Up
okay.
to you. I'm old. I'm always curious about what young people do these days.
Yeah. Yes, baby. Hold on one second.
And
Yeah, skip. So it was complicated, but
mhm.
I will say I'm out of college right away. I made like, I don't know. I owe a lot of taxes to the government. It's real bad.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, like baby, it was crazy. But it taught me a lot because when you deal with money at a young age, especially coming from a family, I'm not gonna lie, my family was well off growing up. So I knew about money when I was like 10 years old, right?
Mhm.
Um, so having that expectation as you get older, nothing ever seems, you always want more, right?
Well, we'll have to talk about that next. Um, I don't know. I mean, enough versus more, but it's kind of a separate discussion. So please continue.
Yeah, so and I remember saying last night, like, a woman wants to be submissive for the right person, right? Um and it is true, right? Because you don't always want to lead. I feel like in Black families, a lot of the pressure is on the woman to be strong.
Well, wait,
You're
Black
almost,
American families or Black Canadian families?
I think, Black immigrant families.
Well,
Yeah.
that's right. You're Caribbean, right? Or
Yeah,
have
my
a
parents
Caribbean
are
background?
first generation. No, I'm the first generation Canadian.
Okay.
Yeah.
From
So they
Jamaica?
came, yeah, my parents came from
Okay.
Jamaica to
Interesting.
Canada. And like, and
Mhm.
that's when I say, when like people are like, oh, like it's hard. It's like they literally came with nothing except a suitcase, you know? And they
Where
were
in
able
the 80s?
I'm pretty sure it's the 80s, the 70s or 80s. I have to double check, but what I'm saying is that like they
Because
came
they're
with nothing.
probably my age.
Yeah, my mom is, how's my mom? Oh my God, she's like 60 something.
Oh, well, she's younger. Oh, shit. She's younger than I am.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, you know, they came with nothing, right? So
Mhm.
it's like they came to Canada with nothing, was
Were
able
they
to provide.
students or?
They just immigrated here because okay, oh my God, this might sound biased, but my grandmother is Jamaican as well, but her husband is
Mhm.
white. So
I see. Well,
yeah,
I've
so he
actually
brought everyone
known at
here.
least one couple. It's kind of funny. The husband was white and the wife was Jamaican, but mixed race Jamaican. I mean, she was literally she had kind of African features, but she had blue eyes. She was
Oh my God, is
blonde
that my
hair.
grandma?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But no, she was, and she, now their daughter, who was quite like teenager, their daughter was like, oh my God, is she even human? She's so beautiful. I mean, she straight out beautiful and kind of tall and kind of athletic. Anyway, I kind of digress, but yeah, Canadian, Jamaica. There's another guy, Malcolm McDowell, father English, mother Jamaican, he's Canadian. So it's not unheard of. It's, and I am digressing. I've had a couple beers, so I'm kind of
No, it's
all over
fine.
the place.
And I had a glass of wine, don't worry. But I will say, when I hear people complain like, oh, I'm struggling, it's like my parents were immigrants, straight up immigrants, right? And they figured out what's wrong, baby? They were able to figure out like their entire
Probably
life.
she wants your attention.
No, she's watching a show. She has her iPad. Hold on.
Wait, what? Why is he calling you a racist? See him?
Oh my God, he's so annoying.
Well, I know if he comes up here, he'll just be a chaos agent. I would invite him
CM
otherwise.
talks so slow. It's like you know he's in
No,
a
no,
special
that's
class.
a Southern thing. And a lot of the time he's high as a kite. You know, you tend to speak a little slower, which doesn't bother me because I'm from the South. You know, people tend to speak a tad slow, so it doesn't bother me. Let's see. You know what? Let's just ditch this. Um, this conversation's more interesting than the video. And folks, while Tina is busy, you can hit the link, but I'm not in a mood for a whole lot of chaos bullshit. Um, I'll shut this fucker down before I deal with a whole lot of ghetto shit. So that's the shot over the bow. And Napstar, um, I am pretty much that stanchy little thing that you want to do, imitating Nightish, because apparently you think Nightish is a great comedian. I've just clamped down on that. Now, the next step is to just ban you. The Stanchi shit is played out, especially in my chat. If you want to use Stanchi, do it on another channel. You're not going to do it here, son. So you make a choice. You can leave, or my name is spelled Stanley. Use it properly or get the fuck out. And we
Period.
don't have a beef But I do have an annoyance with that weak ass shit you think is funny. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but when I hear like Americans talk about, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that, it's like, get it out the mud, right? I mean, I get there's systematic racism, but like, get out the fucking mud. Like, come on, man. Like, people come here with
Well,
nothing.
what do you mean get it out of the mud? Because there is systemic racism, but it's
Yeah, and I
complicated.
understand.
Well,
Yeah, go, sorry, go ahead.
hold
No,
on.
no,
Let me,
yeah, sorry,
since
go
you
ahead.
bring it up, hold on. Systemic racism is like a speed bump. Okay, as long as you know where the speed bump is, you can navigate it. You just need to know that the speed bump is there so you don't go running over it, at 50
Exactly. Yeah.
miles an hour. So,
Yeah.
systemic racism, it is a problem, but it's not an existential problem.
It's not an excuse.
It's not, well, no, as long as you know where it is. But to Black Americans' credit, I don't hear a lot of people blaming systemic racism for their failure. I mean, I'm sure there are young Black people doing it. I hear more Black American millennials blaming old people than I do systemic racism. Oh, that's pretty funny, Crown. Like, share, and subscribe to Old Man Stan. Well, that's actually pretty funny. Oh, and Speak Radio says I'm always in the mood for drama. If it's funny, I don't have a problem. Most of the drama that you hear on YouTube just isn't even interesting. It's not funny. Um, it's not good trouble. What's up, Lawrence? Crown, good to see you too. Good to see you, actually. You don't come around that often. So see more. You could come up here, but I'm gonna shut you down if you start.
He's scared.
Oh, no. He doesn't. There is no reason for fear, but he's not going to be able to do what he wants to do. And sometimes, and I know this, like, you're not going to be the center of attention because you got a show to be the center of attention. Nightish does the same shit. He comes up here thinking that he is the master comedian who is going to help another channel out with his jokes and his antics. And honestly, he's lame. CM is pretty lame too. He's not an off the cuff sort of person. He is entertaining. However, he's entertaining on his show. That shit doesn't necessarily translate to other shows. It didn't translate on Latino's show. It doesn't translate on my show. It does translate on his show because it's his show and he can do what he wants. There are no limits. So maybe that's understandable. Maybe it's not. He is his best translator. You come up on another person's show where the audience is slightly different or the theme of the show is slightly different. It doesn't always translate.
Like, what is holiday season? Can someone explain it, please?
It's a play on holiday, like HOLIDAY. His name is HALIDAY, I think. It's a verbal play on words.
Ah, okay.
You never heard of holiday season?
I heard of J Holiday.
Well, Christmas is holiday season, like from that October, from Halloween to like New Year's is kind of the holiday season.
But is it slang? Like, is it slang? Because he's not giving out gifts; he's begging for gifts. So I'm
Well,
confused.
no. It's literally a play on words. Holiday season, people eat a little more, they get to party a little more, they get to, kind of cut up, be in the holiday spirit. It's a whole thing, and maybe not so much in Canada, but I understand what he means. You might be at the holiday party at work and make a pass at, a woman because you're both a little drunk, and you
Oh,
get away with
Stanley.
you get away with a little bit more during holiday season. I think that's what he's talking about.
Stanley, during my holiday party, I had to quit my job. It's so embarrassing.
Wait, say that again? You had to quit because of
My
something you
job.
did?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so embarrassing.
But no, you got to tell me what
I
you
was
did.
sexually harassing everybody.
What? And
I'm
no
not
one
proud
took
of
you.
it.
Now, were you sexually harassing the women?
Yes, and the men and the DJ.
Oh wow, that's sloppy.
And I
It
know,
must
and I quit
it
my job
must
the
have been
next day, and I
it
said, "You
must
know
have
what?
been it must have been bad. Now,
I took an
did
Ativan
you
and drank
know you were gonna
alcohol."
quit? Did you know you were gonna quit when you went and cut up, or was it
I mean,
actually like, I was so out of control that I have to quit? No, or they're gonna fire me.
no, like I had 3 jobs, 3 full-time jobs, like all salary, right? I was working from home during COVID. But I took an Ativan and alcohol. I never like I didn't know those 2 don't mix.
You didn't know?
It was real bad.
Okay, wait, hold it. Now I'm confused. How does someone who graduates from college not know that drugs and alcohol don't necessarily
I'm
mix?
not a doctor, Stanley.
Okay, have you ever had a biology 101 class?
And I failed it. That's why I said I'm going to marketing.
Okay. Well, tell us how you recovered. And actually tell me, like, when you walked into work the next day with your resignation letter, did you give 2 weeks notice?
No, I gave 9 days notice, and I said, "Guys, I can't do this anymore. I'm so embarrassed. Here's my paperwork." And
Was it
it was
because you
online,
didn't
so
like
it wasn't that bad.
did you not like the job?
I had 2 other jobs. I didn't really care too much, but
No,
it
no,
was
no,
real
no, no,
bad.
no. Listen to what I asked you, because I've had jobs that, like, you know what? I don't really like it, and I'm not consciously cutting up, but I don't really like the job, and I'm just gonna let myself, whatever happens, happens. So I mean, obviously you were willing to quit. You didn't wait for them to fire you. Were they gonna fire you?
Yeah, because I never went into office.
Well,
I
why
hated the job, Stanley. I hated it.
okay, well, why didn't you just quit instead of I don't know. You
I
seem
went
to
out
be a
with a
little
bang, with a bang.
yeah. Um, are you proud of that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm really disappointed in myself, to be honest. I still regret
Really?
it to this
How
day.
how old were you? And did you have kids at the time?
I had 1 kid and I was 24.
Right. So you were a parent and you just took an Ativan and alcohol and just fucking cut up?
I have anxiety.
Okay, I don't care. Um, their
That's why I took an
anx
Ativan.
anxiety does not absolve you of parenting.
Oh my God, Stanley, please don't judge me. I'm opening up right
Oh,
now.
hold it. I'm just judging you on the story you told.
I was going to a party by myself. I have anxiety. I hate being alone.
You have anxiety because you went stag to a party? You couldn't get a man?
My man was at home watching the baby.
Wait, you couldn't bring the baby and the man with you?
No, it was an adult party. Oh my God, Stanley.
Well, no, 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 no. I've actually years ago, it was like my first Christmas party at this job. And you know what? It was, I don't know, they didn't say whether it was family or not, but I took my wife and son and we had a good old time. It was at a restaurant. So, it was pretty cool. Now, I never did it after that, but there's some holiday parties at work that are family friendly.
Yeah, this party was at a club. So, Stanley, marketing is different. They don't care about anything, okay?
Okay, well, if you say so, I have to take your expertise. But if you were at the club, it must have been real bad because isn't sexual harassment kind of expected?
Stanley,
Well, isn't it?
I would hope not. That shouldn't be the normal. Like,
Oh, I don't know. I've been to some clubs where, it was getting pretty wild out on that dance floor.
yeah, you were you shooken and jiving?
No, no, I'm not saying I did it, because I'm not even that much of a dancer, but I've seen some things in clubs, uh, and, anyway, it seems like you came out of it well. Apparently you didn't want the job that much. So, did you learn any lessons?
Yeah, to never drink at a corporate party again.
Or do drugs and alcohol?
It was an accident.
At 24? Really?
I took my anxiety
Ativan
medication that was
Ativan
prescribed
Ati
to me.
you took prescription drugs and alcohol.
It was prescribed to me.
The alcohol?
The Ativan.
Right, I understand that was prescribed, but who decided I bet if you go and you look because a lot of meds these days come with a little sheet of paper that will tell you, "Do not take with alcohol." I bet the
Okay.
Ativan said that.
Okay, and maybe it did, but I don't read instructions.
Wait,
Stanley.
hold it. Did you just say maybe it did? You didn't read the shit?
No, I don't read that.
Okay, let me help you out. And again, you're a young person. Are you over 30 now? Or are you still in
No,
your
I'm
20s?
I'm 29. So
Oh, okay. Let me tell you as a parent emeritus that your kids are the first priority. Um, you gotta those sheets that come with the meds, you actually have to read them. And I'm surprised that the doctor didn't say, "Do not take with alcohol."
okay, Stanley. Okay. When it
Yeah.
comes to my kids, I read the instructions
Okay,
for
I don't
medication.
care about any of that.
I'm
Nothing to do with
explaining, but
what
when it comes to like
nothing to
fine
no, no,
medication, I'm
no.
not gonna read it.
You're
It's fun.
you're not explaining, you're excusing.
Okay, Papa.
Well, okay. I am old enough to have a 29-year-old. All I have to say is, look, you're older now. I know you're wiser. I see how you're conducting yourself. Part of it is I'm just making jokes because that is kind of wild. Sexually harassing the men, the women,
Stop,
and the
Stanley.
DJ. That is a comedy show episode.
And to make things worse, like the
I've
bodyguard
never
gave
heard of
me
a
an
woman
edible.
sexually harassing. Oh, so there's more drugs involved.
I didn't realize till you know what? It's fine. Let's change the topic. It's okay.
Well, what I'm surprised about is, there was no like sex in a bathroom.
Yeah, I wish, but I mean, people didn't
Oh,
take well to the sexual
your
harassment.
man was home with the baby,
Oh
and
my
you
god, oh my
wish
god, you're
and
right.
you
I don't do
wish
that anymore. Okay,
you
stop,
wish
Stanley.
there
Oh no,
was sex in the
delete it, delete
bathroom?
it. I'm
I
kidding
bet
with
I
my
bet
man.
there
Stop,
was.
stop,
I bet
Stanley.
there was. Oh, no, too late. So what actually happened? Did something happen that would be interesting?
No,
That
I
would
I
drive
harassed a
up that would
lesbian.
drive up the numbers on this
I
show tonight?
I harassed a lesbian, okay? And she literally looked at me and said no. I said, okay, you're right.
Oh, wow. She said no? Oh, wow. And I bet you look pretty good. But sometimes even really attractive people, when they get all drugged up and drunk, they don't look that attractive.
Stanley,
So
if I need to send you the pictures from the party. You're gonna die of laughter.
oh, please do. Wait, hold it. Don't put them in the back. My email address is right in the chat there. The Stanley versus the world at gmail.com. Send them an email. That way there's privacy. And no, my email is my email. I don't send pictures out and all that bullshit. And you don't have to if you don't want to. But you are kind of cute and I am kind of curious. With beauty comes responsibility too.
Yeah, I understand. It also comes with
Do
trauma.
you really? Okay, I don't care about your trauma or any of that.
Oh my
At
God,
20
you're
well,
strict. God damn,
well,
you're strict.
oh, not strict. It's like I'm a no excuses guy. Look, all I have to say is I bet there's been some growth between 24 and 29. You would never act like that at 29,
Oh, never again.
and
No.
and that's fine. That's fine, but I am just curious. I got a 20-year-old. Who knows what he might goddamn do? Now he's as far as I know, he
Moxie.
doesn't drink, but he might. And I'm, it's partially joking, but everyone keeps telling me, "Well, Stanley, you're an empty elder. You never impart wisdom or experience or anything." So I'm trying to work on that, and I think it is wonderful that you are willing to come up and hang out with the old man.
The old handsome man. Don't forget that
Oh,
part.
I don't know about that. I
Oh,
saw me I saw me on screen yesterday.
I'm
I
ready to
wasn't
go to
looking
the
at
juke joint today.
look
Okay.
I look old.
I got my best flats, my best kitten shoes, my nice dress. Don't you worry.
Oh, kitten
I'm
kitten
learning the
what,
two-step right now, Stanley.
kitten heels?
Yeah.
You know what? The thing is that, I would say yes. You are actually that attractive, but I have to be disciplined.
It's fine. I know. I have a temper and I have a loud mouth. It's okay.
Oh, no, no, no. You would not have a temper when I'm done with you. Look,
Oh,
it
what does
is
that mean?
it
What does that
is
mean?
per well, hold on, hold on.
What does that mean, Papa?
Everyone has a temper. However, and I'm not that's the other thing, because you mentioned it. I'm not into that submit and leadership stuff. In a marriage, you do whatever role that's called for that day or that month or the situation. Yeah, men are men, women are women, but I can think of plenty of times where, this is something I really don't know about. I'm sure I've told my wife, like, look, I have no clue. I'll follow your lead. Okay, so she had a clue. And maybe I'll just go, well, I don't know that I agree with that. But this I'm not a I'm not a biblically based person. This submission as the rule and leadership as the rule. Most of the young black males that I hear on YouTube talking about leadership are baby daddies. So, you know,
I
I
have my
they are
opinion on
they are
that.
not the
Go ahead.
sort of
Okay.
people that I would respect.
Exactly. But maybe I'm biased. Okay, because I have my opinion. When baby daddies make it hard for the baby mother, take the baby and go be a single dad if that's what you want, right? Oh, it's so hard. I got to send $50 a week. Great. Amazing. Take the baby then, right? I think I grew up and my dad took out the trash. He built fences. He built shed. He fucking did the entire patio. He mowed the lawn. He never complained,
Good. Well,
right?
that sounds like how I grew up. The
Yeah.
outside work was kind of, what me and my father did. And then I've got a
Mhm.
brother who is quite a bit younger. But he's the last year of Generation X, and I'm the first year. So that's like a 13-year difference. But yeah,
Damn, that's crazy.
my mother was like actually kind of like a Southern Belle type.
Hell
Um,
yeah.
and you know what? But the thing is that I can do inside work, I can do outside work. Look, when I lived up on the mountain years ago, I was always outside. I like the outdoors. So, I can take down a tree, I can bake bread. One of the things, and I talk about it not so much lately, but I think I think black American men and just men in general you have to be a Renaissance man. You should literally be able to take care of yourself, whether it's home cooking or being able to choose a bottle of wine at the restaurant. We got the
Yeah.
internet. There's a lot of ways to know stuff, the epistemological stuff. You can learn stuff.
Stanley, these new men want to be bad bitches, okay? I'm going to say it point blank period. I'm not trying to sound like ghetto. I'm just trying to make it like so specific, okay? They want to be bedazzled. Men used to court women, They used to impress women. That's what I'm used to. That's what my dad did for my mom. Again, it wasn't always perfect,
Well, that's a funny thing, and I agree with that totally. I think no, go ahead because I actually, and it's really nice to hear someone as young as you are know that difference. You're not going to impress a woman by being her fourth baby mama.
Exactly.
That's what some of these motherfuckers don't understand.
And they don't believe in
You-
marriage. You're like, oh, well, we had sex in your mind. What the hell does that mean?
Well,
Are you insane?
what I've heard is marriage is a government institution.
It's a piece of paper. What do you have that I could
Like,
take?
really? That's all marriage is, a piece of paper?
They're worried about their assets. What assets do you have other than a car loan? Come on.
Well, a car loan is not an asset, it's a
It's
debt.
depreciating every day. You have nothing. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to take on your debt. So you have nothing for me to take. Oh, it's a piece of paper. She can take whatever that I have. You're renting your home.
Well,
You have a car
I don't
loan.
mean
There's nothing to take.
well, I don't wanna beat up on young black males because I happen to have one right across the hall, and you know what? I'm kinda proud of him. He will be fine. Um, every young person fucks up. I've sown my wild oats. However, um, you know, let me just put it to you this way, and not you specifically, because there's gonna be a lot of like Deacon Daves and CMs in the chat.
Oh,
I
Lord.
was raised to have dignity. I was raised to have pride. And I have sown my wild oats, but I was very selective about the women I dated throughout my life. And I know my worth. The last thing I'm going to do is get involved with a woman who has my child. Once you have a baby like mama, it's for life. Whether you want to or not, it's a lifelong like relationship, even if you never get together. And I'm not being judgmental. I'm speaking from a position, but I was always like meticulous. Like, you know what? Um, and the other thing I don't like, I like a woman to have a couple glasses of wine and kind of be loose and humorous. Sloppy drunk, like you sexually harassing, because I know I know it was probably a sight to see. That would be like, well, you know what? I'm more committed to getting her home safe than I
But
am.
that's why I left my baby daddy at home. And the
It's like
baby.
if we're gonna sleep together tonight, I want her to remember who I am in the morning.
Like, I'll remember that, right? Like, I'll have a memory, but that's why I left the man at home and the baby because, like, you can't see me like that.
Yeah, well,
Stanley.
that's a problematic statement in and of itself. Um, you you knew you knew what you were gonna look like, and it wouldn't be something that would make him happy?
That's why I quit my job.
Okay, that doesn't even make sense. What's up, Tommy? You quit your job because you knew you were gonna act out, and it was something your man wouldn't like? Is that what
Yeah,
you
no,
said?
because the next morning I had anxiety. I was embarrassed. I said, you know what? I can't live this life anymore. I took out my Bible and I said, God,
You
I,
took out what?
my Bible. I said, God,
Yeah,
Psalms.
it was your post-alcohol Ativan act
Both
out
key,
sexual
Stanley. It was
sexual
prescription Ativan. My
harassment.
doctor prescribed for my
You know what?
anxiety.
You know what? You probably needed a Bible, a Quran, a Bhagavad Gita. What is
Holy
it?
water,
Bhagavad
everything. A
Gita.
christening,
You needed any
baptism,
holy book.
an exorcism,
You
maybe.
needed any holy book you could get your hands on.
I needed to be in a church that day.
And see, that's kind of why I like you. You're a little bit of a bad girl. I kind of like that.
I'm a little naughty.
No, just bad girl.
Oh, okay, sorry. Too far, Gary.
Nutty, I don't know, but bad girl, yes. So, Simon, how you doing?
How you doing, Stan?
You okay? Well, any comment on this conversation?
I just listen, man.
Well, it is a very good conversation. I'm kind of enjoying, I'm cutting up myself.
I hear you. That's cool. Salute to the missus.
She is a gorgeous young lady, and I don't get to talk to gorgeous young ladies that often on the panel. So I'm what's the term? I'm just there's a term. I'll think of it in just a second. I'm kind of making the most of it.
Mm-hmm.
And listen,
my mind's telling me no, but still body.
Squirt made that saying all of a sudden. God damn.
and look at Napstar, dude. You're like 85. Well, no, my father turned 83 today. I'm decidedly younger.
It's cool if you could live to 85.
Maybe back in the 1900s. I love these weak little pasty white boys acting like they matter. Dude, Anita Bonghead, you probably want to go lighter because you and UJ, Universal Jones together don't weigh heavy on the scale of masculinity. Both of you are weak young men, and make all your jokes. Even your jokes aren't that funny. Motherfucker, come up with something funny so I can take you seriously. So
you was talking about oh no, I just came up on the topic. So are you okay?
No. Hey, we it's a freewheeling argument or a freewheeling conversation. I've given up on the topic. What's up, Frost? Your audio is still choppy.
Yo, you know what you're saying about these dusty white boys?
No. Hold on. This is a personal friend of mine.
You're contradicting yourself.
No. I never contradict myself. I can connect my logical dots. If you got questions, ask them. I've known this man for a few years now.
Stanley does his job.
He is not white. He is not black. He is Frost.
Don't stop. You hear this shit?
Now, if you could only get that volume right.
Get your
Well, it's choppy audio, Frost. But I'm dead serious about that shit. I've known this guy.
That's cool, but you can't. Yo, Stanley, don't get me wrong.
I don't need you to tell me something is cool.
Of course I do. I know that.
I've made my statement. Now adjust your attitude.
No, I'm just saying, like, what you said is what you said. I can't say shit about that.
Absolutely.
Yo, bro, sorry your damn mic.
I sense some tension at a white man being on my panel.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm all the way in the UK. This motherfucker can't sort eyes on shit. Like,
I
goddamn.
need everyone to know that Frost is a personal friend of mine. There shall be no negativity.
That's so Stanley, that's bad. on.
Why is it bad?
Come on, he's like, some shit. God damn.
Oh, no. Simon, hold on one sec. Let me. Okay, the audio is unintelligible. It's really choppy.
Go ahead. Come on, like just because of your friend, you're being nice. Like.
Frost, I literally can't understand you. Frost, literally, we can't understand you. It's like a tremolo on a guitar. It's just really choppy. I literally can't understand what you're saying. Other than you are talking, that's all we know. I don't know how to help you fix it. It's on your side. There's a setting in there like an echo cancellation. There's something in there that on your side that you need to check or
He's out
uncheck.
in the wilderness.
And I just don't know.
There's no Wi-Fi where he is.
No. There's Wi-Fi where he lives. He lives in a major metropolitan area.
Really?
There's Wi-Fi.
Okay, I believe you. Lord God. Yo, drop down and sort that shit out, bro. That's crazy. Stop.
Yeah, just drop out. Play with your audio settings, and then just come back. I want you here, but we can't even understand what you're saying, Frost.
Stop talking. Like, god damn, just drop off. Come back. It's not complicated. Oh, my Lord.
Wait, hold it. This isn't 12th man. This is Frost. Oh,
yo, Stanley, I ain't playing. Like, I'm just saying, like, for real. I ain't never heard this shit before in my life.
Okay, Simon, you are an interesting character right now. I say the man's a personal friend, and you just take it upon yourself to be an asshole. What's up with that? Well, if it was just me and you, I could probably.
I'm not trying to interrupt him.
No, I'm saying, man, I mean, just
Frost, it's not working. Try speaking slower. I'm curious to see if that'll help.
Stanley, that ain't gonna help, bro. Like, he ain't listening.
No, it's not helping. It's not helping either.
Just drop down and come back up. It's not complicated.
Why are you telling me what to do, though?
Oh, my.
Seriously, Frost, it's hard to even understand you. Drop out. Drop out. No, hold on. Before you go, look at your audio settings. It's probably something in StreamYard. Look at your audio settings. Look at if there's something like a echo cancellation or something like that. If it's checked, uncheck it, or if it's not checked, check it. It's something in your audio. And you come on back, we can test it out. But seriously, I want you up here.
Ain't gonna take too long. Just drop down, refresh your browser.
He knows what to do. He's a veteran. Yeah. He's a veteran of these YouTube streets.
I want to hear him. But you can't be like just like you can't hear you, bro. No bad thing. Now literally drop off. Thank you. Yeah, and refresh your browser and come back.
Try it now.
All right, go.
Frost.
There you go.
Hello.
Oh, Lord.
Nah, same problem.
Go into another room or something. It's your Wi-Fi. Something's coming.
No, it's not the Wi-Fi. It's actually an audio setting. If there was a Wi-Fi problem, the picture wouldn't be. The picture's fine. It's the audio. It's specifically something in the audio
Bro, you're never gonna get a Netflix deal like acting like this, bro. Bro, like seriously, like sort out. Your problem, man.
Frost, we literally cannot look, Frost. We can't understand you. Serious business. We can't understand you. You're talking, but we literally can't. Dude, I don't know. Hey, Frost, hold on one sec. I need you to email me. I will help you sort out these
bro, Stanley, that's a grown man. Let him do it by himself.
Okay. Don't tell me what to do, son. Right. Just email me. We'll talk behind the scenes. Let's see if we can get this sorted out. I want you on the show. We got to get the audio dealt with.
Oh yeah, we got to get the panel. Yeah, because the panel it don't seem like it's original.
Again, I can barely understand you. All right. You got my email address. As a matter of fact, you're on Facebook. I'll talk to you on Facebook, okay?
I've never heard this shit before.
Man, just exit out and come right back. Or
No. It's not working. He's been out and back in several times over the course of days.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a joker, so
it's a hard audio setting. The picture's fine. The audio's
damn complicated. I'm broadcasting straight from
or kill the camera and try it. Let's try that.
That's a good idea. It might be a bandwidth problem. That I didn't think of that.
I just told him like he's in the wrong place.
I don't know about the bandwidth problem though. I mean, most high-speed internet it can handle audio and video.
We can see his face. Like all he needs to do.
Okay,
whether he's on
Simon, this is not your show.
Of course, I'm just trying to tell you.
Okay, I just need you to understand that the wordiness, you're bordering on bombastic here.
Stanley, stop! Like I ain't doing shit.
Oh no! You're my friend. I owe it to you to tell you not to be so annoying.
All right, so what are you gonna talk about?
I was hoping Tina would come back, but Deacon Dave's here.
She will. But no one can take that.
No. Look,
Tina.
Hey Dave.
What's up?
You know I'm a simp, and at my age, I can be a simp. It's not gonna hurt anybody.
That's not something you're supposed to lean into. Like cooning, you can lean into cooning, but not simping.
Okay. Who says I'm leaning into it? I'm simply being nice to a young lady.
It's fine. I'm just chilling, man. I didn't come up here to accost you. Digitally accost you. I'm just hanging out, man.
It's all days.
Well, good for you. Welcome aboard. You know you're always welcome here.
No, sometimes I just gotta pop up. I ain't got nothing to say. I think you handled yourself well.
Oh, wait, hold it. Actually, before we go too far, because you've come up, let me make sure that I give you credit. Saturday show, folks, sponsored by my darling Mariah, Deacon Dave,
Mariah.
12th man. And let me talk about the executive producers, DCKJ3, also known as the Admiral, Loop and Rigging, and Speak Radio. Gotta give folks who support the show credit. Exactly. Support the show by supporting the host. I do more than buy beer with the money. I actually have newspapers.
At your age, you're buying beer?
Stuff like that.
And
by the way, if you saw yesterday's show, I even came on camera.
Oh. I
I
go
might have
back
missed
and look
it.
at that shit.
And
I passed out.
and this is why I'm simping on Tina. She was kind enough, much too kind to go, well, Stanley, you look kind of handsome. Look, well, hold on. Your audio is
Bro,
still.
it's a wrap, bro.
Oh my lord.
All I have to say
Go,
is
go Stanley. Go Stanley. God
old
damn.
men, old men like me love it when these young girls just kind of go, "Oh, Grandpa, you're so handsome." I
No,
hey, I'm old.
It's
It's
good thing.
not like
You're that old. You're still alive.
if I believe me, if I were 29, I'd be there.
Look, you could if you can put it down, you can put it down. Don't matter how old you are.
Yeah, what I say is hang out long enough to be her best mistake.
This is the other thing that a lot of I have a lot to lose. I'm not gonna be goddamn. I'm not gonna be goddamn reckless.
What do you mean be reckless? What does that mean?
Hey Stanley, just a piece of advice.
It literally means that.
It's okay to simp, just don't put them in the will. You know.
Put them in the whip. Wait, what are you talking about?
She will finesse you out of your boxes.
Which part of I have a lot to lose? I know the difference between flattery. Let her flatter me and let me enjoy it.
Of course, and you're supposed to be flattered, and you're supposed to, that's the epitome of success.
I don't know about all that.
Okay. Frost, it sounds like you're talking into an industrial sized fan, bro.
Honestly, Frost.
Oh my lord.
You know, if you trim that beard up a little bit, you kind of look like Hemingway.
What? God, we're gonna make a movie out of this shit. What? Oh my lord.
Frost, your audio is still messed up. like unintelligible.
We're gonna make a movie out of this. I'm saying, you give me movie ideas.
This cackling hyena shit you're doing, Simon, is just annoying. Frost, I'm sorry, but the audio, it's unintelligible. You're talking, and honestly, we can't understand you. It's a tremolo thing. I think it's some sort of echo cancellation. It could actually, Frost, listen to what I'm saying. It could be that it could be that mic on your phone is busted. It could be that the mic on your phone is blown out. When's the last time you got a new phone? Hey Tina, how are the kids? You got them to sleep? Oh my lord, Frost, hey, you can stay on the panel and just mute up. We literally can't understand you.
So I got a quick question.
Wait, did you just say you have a question? We can't understand the question.
So the question is,
okay, this motherfucker, Frost, you know better. Don't be, if I tell you we can't understand what you're saying, don't ask a question. We won't understand the question either. Dude, fix it. Come on now. Don't stretch the friendship. So, my darling Tina, you're back.
Oh, I feel like the third wheel. Let me get out of here.
She's been wait, why are you leaving? So she's been promoted.
I don't want to be a third wheel.
Oh no, come on, Dave.
I'll go get the mop. I'll be right back.
Oh, really?
Wait, hold on. I can't hear. I can't hear Dave.
You can't hear Dave? Probably because he's not saying much.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing.
What I hear is rank jealousy.
You, you know what, Stanley? I probably should go try something real quick.
You go fly what?
No, I'm gonna go try. I want to try something while I'm up here, but give me a
My
second.
Lord, what are you gonna try? Hey Tina.
I don't want to ruin the surprise.
Well, that can't be good. Surprise?
Yeah, I'll try it another time. I'll try another time.
Okay, I can only imagine. It's well, anyway. So which I look, I miss the days when my son was young. They're actually really like sweet little things when they hit high school. Well,
Sweet
actually when they hit yeah, sweet.
sons
I have one son.
are sweet, like when they're like
No,
7.
sweet as in cute little
Okay,
kid.
yeah,
They will come, and sit on the sofa with you and just kind
and
of,
cuddle. Oh my god, stop! I'm gonna
yeah,
cry,
exactly.
Stanley.
Yeah. Like my son once now it'll be a little bit different with daughters. I've never had a daughter, but I suspect, once these young males get up a size, society teaches them to be a little standoffish with their dads. They'll shake hands and stuff like that. But
Oh, my son,
it
he
it
daps
is
me
what
up.
it
Yeah, he
like
sticks out his fist, so we do the fist bump.
I hug my father when I see him because he's 83 today, and that might be the last hug. You just never know. And the way life works, and I know this from personal experience, if you love someone, don't be so afraid. You don't have to gush or be maudlin or anything like that, but um, you know, show your appreciation for them.
I don't know. I teach my son to show his emotions. It's okay to cry. He hugs me like he's very sensitive and shy. So yeah.
Well, this is what I suggest. And this is not parenting advice. With the right people, he should. It should not be something, he walks out the door. With you, great. With
Yeah,
his
no, like he fucks up people in real life
okay.
and I don't want to be ghetto. But he has a temper like his mom.
Do they have
But when he's with
ghettos
me,
in
he's so
Canada?
sweet.
Do they have ghettos in Canada? Like,
Yeah, they do. I'm not in the ghettos. I would never go there.
well, no, no, no. I'm not. I'm just asking. I didn't say you were there or weren't there. Um, Now I do sense some screet in you.
Yeah, no, because his dad is, and I never thought like
Oh, really?
a little bit. He's half native,
He's half what?
indigenous, and black, and Jamaican, and Indian. So he's yeah.
Okay, well, how can you be half 5 or 6 things? Explain the math.
Sorry?
Don't tell me you fail biology and math.
No, his dad is black and
I
indigenous.
I heard what you said, and then you
I'm
said
Jamaican and
Jamaican.
Indian. So he's
Oh,
has
you're
four
talking about
quarters.
your son's heritage.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All I'm saying you know, you said his father is ghetto. I'm
Yeah, he's
curious.
from the
How many
trenches.
baby daddies do you have?
I just have one. What the fuck, Stanley?
You said his, you didn't say their,
Because we're
like
talking about
son and
we're talking about sons.
okay, okay, well, I get it. So your man is ghetto?
And you know what's funny, Stanley? I only used to date white men prior to his dad. And this is gonna sound really bad. You know what?
Oh,
Let
no
me hold
way.
my tongue. No,
I'm
let
up
me hold my
for
tongue.
it. What made
I'll
you
say
get
that
into
shit.
the
You
what
started
made
it.
you
Don't
what
start
made
something
you
and
get
not
into
finish
the
it.
YNs? And let me say this before we go much farther. Tina, this is not judgment or anything. I'm genuinely curious. So don't tell us anything you shouldn't tell us. This is not gonna be, CM is listening somewhere in the bushes, so don't give him ammunition.
CM's in the
And
bushes.
if we need to move on with the topic, I'm willing to do that too. I need you to understand
Yeah, let's move on with
that
the topic, Stan,
this
please.
is not Manosphere 101 where we want to shit on women. But I am curious.
Hold on, I just want to say
So
something,
if
Stanley.
you
I might get
want to move
a
on,
little ghetto.
we can.
Can I get a little ghetto? Speak. Shut the fuck up, okay? Because don't worry about me being a single mom. I have a ring on my finger, and you're fucking 50, still trying to find a wife.
Wait,
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
who are you talking to?
Speak in the comments. He's always talking shit.
Oh, Speak Radio. Yeah, Speak Radio is a friend of the show. Just ignore that motherfucker. You're let me, dear, you're under my wing. And it means nothing. It's literally just because you're on my panel and this is my show. They know better. They're taking risks. And they're more defying me than they are you, because they know I don't tolerate this shit. So we can move on. You want to get a little ghetto, whatever you want to do. 12th man is here now. Deacon Dave is still here. We don't have to talk about your personal life. We can move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Next topic. Sorry, Stanley.
Well, we will have to talk about this one day, because I am
Yes, one
curious
day.
about,
Yeah.
you went from, well, did you know white men can be ghetto too, right?
I know, but not the white man that I used to date. My baby daddy is.
Oh, what?
You know what? Let me be quiet.
Fine. Well, that's fine. So, 12th man, what's up?
Oh, not much. Just chilling. Made roast beef sandwiches from a leftover roast yesterday and some of that French dip. And so, yeah, just taking it easy. Thought I'd come up
Good.
here and see how y'all are doing.
We are literally just chilling ourselves. And believe it or not, I was thinking about watching this LBJ video next. LBJ, the last interview in 1973. So if we don't get to
Okay.
it today, I'll open the show with it tomorrow. I've never seen an interview with President Johnson.
He was, didn't he sign the Federal Reserve Act? And then,
wasn't that Woodrow
no,
Wilson?
that's, yeah, Woodrow Wilson. I got it wrong.
Yeah, this is Johnson. Lyndon
Yeah.
Baines Johnson.
Yeah, he signed
Several civil rights acts in the 60s.
he said, I'll have them.
Great Society, War on
Yeah,
Poverty.
he did say that, 12th man. He's talking about the great butter biscuit in the sky.
Yeah, I'll have them in words.
Is that what you buy to fly every day? You buy
Nah,
butter
we're
biscuits?
talking about the Great Society. Ain't that what you said?
The RC butter biscuits you fly?
Nah,
What's
we
an
know
RC butter
which
biscuit?
part. We know which demographic switch.
Ask Dave about the fleet of RC butter biscuits he flies daily.
I'm up to 13 now.
13 butter biscuits. It's a baker's dozen.
It's a fleet, bro. It's a fleet. I'm pretty good at it already, which is amazing.
Hey, you're good at flying butter biscuits. I have no problems with that, but it does sound mighty. Flying butter biscuits, and I'm getting good at flying butter biscuits. That sounds like something Booker T. Washington would say for sure.
LBJ said he'd have those N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years when he signed that.
Really? Now, what was the other pithy racial comment he made? Do you recall? I bet you
I don't know. Did he make another one?
Okay, seriously, 12th man, your knowledge of Lyndon Baines Johnson's racism is limited. Tell me about the Democrats and black people, but your knowledge is incomplete. And you and I have had this conversation before. You need to get off your white ass and you need to have complete knowledge about the racial comments that Lyndon Baines Johnson made. Wasn't just about the blacks.
Okay.
Yeah, motherfucker. And I'm not going to tell you. Google works in Alaska. You need to have complete knowledge of Lyndon Baines Johnson's racism. It might have been more a class comment he made about whites, but it's there. Google it. It'll be the one right after the comment he made about black folks.
Okay. Gotcha.
And this is what I do to white folks with incomplete knowledge about their own culture. Don't come up here being half-assed about it, because again, Lyndon Baines, it's incomplete knowledge you have. I don't know why you think you can come up here and talk about black people when Lyndon Baines Johnson had a better comment about the white folks.
I'm talking about him, not black folks.
Okay, motherfucker. You're talking about black folks. You're talking about Lyndon Baines Johnson, and you don't know what he said about y'all. And you fit into the category he was talking about almost to a T.
Why is everyone obsessed with black people?
I can tell you why. Because America's fundamentally a racist culture, racist country. The systemic racism exists. There's whole shows I've done on this topic, and I don't think America is obsessed with black people. It's obsessed with race and racial hierarchies.
Well, maybe so, but I'm not.
I don't know, brother.
Hey, 12 man. The comment he made was, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the
You faded
I'm
out,
sorry,
Deacon Dave.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Stanley muted me.
Okay, I muted him. 12 man. I think you're a racist. I've told.
Of course
We've
you
had
do.
this
You've
conversation.
said that many times.
No, of course I do, because you've given me ample evidence.
No, I
But
haven't.
don't feel bad when I say America is a racist culture, and you pretty much have to work to not be a racist. You're just one example. I think John Galt. I think pretty much every American is
Someone talking?
acculturated into being a racist. You have to work to not be a racist. The default setting, if you're born into American culture, is racist.
And I guess we lost Deacon and Tina.
Oh well.
Well, that's interesting, Stanley.
What is?
What you said.
I don't think it's what I said as much as what I've read. Again, people seem to not understand that what you see day to day is not deep knowledge. It is anecdotal. You know, it's almost like in the Navy. You know, in my particular job, you know, to run a watch, you would need a limited set of tools, but the bigger tools for the bigger mission, you know, was not something everyone had access to. Same thing with culture. The way to know American culture is to read about it, learn it, study it, have experience, travel, you know, a bunch of different things add to deep knowledge of American culture. And most Americans, white, black, it doesn't matter. Most don't even have deep knowledge of American history and culture, and they don't care about it either. That's why our politics are fucked up. Because it's American voters that are fucked up, not the politicians they elect. The voters elect fucked up politicians because they are fucked up. They don't know shit.
I 100% agree with that.
They don't study American history. I think the way American history is being phased out, the humanities as well, we're fucking up the country. And Trump and the education department, and it started with Reagan. I understand that, but the way America treats education is why we're failing. We're not raising smart kids who can think or think critically or anything like that. I don't care who it pisses off. I think these YouTube streets are my proof.
I think we used to do a lot better pre-Reagan and pre-Carter. We were number one in the world in education.
I think America has been tore up from the floor up since 1789.
Well, I'm just saying we were number one in the world in education.
Okay.
Now we're like
Number
37.
Okay. Yeah, number one compared to what?
Compared to every other country.
Okay, are we number one now?
Nope.
Okay, well, two things about that. I think what's number one in education is kind of arbitrary. And number two, we're not number one now, so there's been an obvious and unexplainable decline. Everybody has a theory, as do I. And Brian Nichols, that fucking be brave bullshit about being a culturalist, that's white trash logic. America is failing because of be brave personally. Too many be braves that are culturalist and have no clue what American culture is. You got to handle some beef? What does that even mean? So, let's listen to Lyndon Baines Johnson. And I guess Dave, I muted you because I was talking and I needed to talk. If I pissed you off, my apologies. You are a sponsor of the show, but I had something I wanted to say. All right, so this is what we got. This is Lyndon Baines Johnson, a free service of your local public library and
This is the last interview given by Lyndon Baines Johnson, 36th President of the United States. It was held 10 days before his death at the LBJ Ranch in Texas. The subject was one dear to Mr. Johnson, a towering achievement of his administration, the struggle for civil rights.
A lot of people say if you hadn't had all this civil rights legislation, we never had this problem. We'd have had more than we could even dream of if we hadn't had. If we've had them with it, you can imagine what we'd have had if we had to continue to sit on that dynamite keg.
A month before, the president had come to the LBJ Library at the University of Texas in Austin to greet civil rights leaders, black and white, from all over the country. The library held a symposium to mark the opening of the president's civil rights papers. Of the 31 million Johnson papers housed here, 1 million deal with civil rights. In the library, Lyndon Johnson's 3 legislative milestones in civil rights. 1964, the act which prohibited discrimination in public accommodations and strengthened school desegregation and fair employment. 1965, voting rights gave the federal government the power to enforce laws giving minorities the most precious right, the right to vote. 1968, housing. Prohibited discrimination in the sale or rental of most housing in the United States. 3 acts and a surge in the civil rights movement unparalleled since Reconstruction. There were new faces, and there were old faces too. Former Chief Justice of the United States, Earl Warren. Former Vice President, Senator Hubert Humphrey. Roy Wilkins, Executive Director, NAACP.
Of all people in this
And
country.
2 newly elected congresswomen from California, Yvonne Brathwaite Burke, and from Texas, Barbara Jordan. The president had braved a Texas ice storm to be here, and he stayed through the long day and evening. The next day, a threatened disruption. Some black factions demanded time to speak, claiming the meeting was unrepresentative. The president gave them permission to speak. Roy Innes, director of CORE, was given 5 minutes.
Chairman.
He was joined by the Reverend A. Kendall Smith, New York City Council of Churches Task Force on Racism. The president told me later both men had received invitations to attend the symposium.
New York Task Force on Racism.
Now, what's interesting about this is, at least so far, because I haven't seen this before, no Martin Luther King. People need to understand that Martin Luther King wasn't the only one in, working on civil rights issues. So I appreciate that.
Then Clarence Mitchell, Washington director, NAACP, rose to his feet.
I knew when I saw Roy walk in there, and I saw the deployment of his forces, what was going to happen. Because I've been through this before, and it is always out of the courtesy of a great president of the United States that this gentleman has had an opportunity to be heard. It seems to me this is what is the challenge of leadership. If President Johnson has the courage to come out in Texas and speak against white demagoguery, whereas I am, I'm going to come out and speak against black demagoguery.
The president, drawn and fatigued, came back to the rostrum. The disruption was over.
Should I close the prayer? No. Okay. No, you go on. We'll handle it. We'll arrange our own prayer. Thank you, Mr. President. This is yours.
A month to the day later, the president spoke with me. This hour is the last interview with the 36th president of the United States.
I never thought that I would awaken and find myself in the position of power that a president has. But I am here, and I have it, and I'm going to use it to try to correct what I know and genuinely believe are injustices toward my fellow man. And I didn't do as much as I wanted to do, but I did more than had been done up to that time.
Oh, my Lord. That's kind of sad.
Kind of a funny ending.
Civil rights
or whatever.
symposium at Austin, when your civil rights papers were open, you made a lot of interesting statements, but one in particular I'd like to mention here now. You said,
I do not want to say that I've always seen this matter in terms of the special plight of the black man as clearly as I came to see it in the course of my life and experience and responsibility.
how did you come to see it at some point? What was the moment of revelation?
I don't know that I can pinpoint a day or time or an hour. I think that we're all the products of our environment. And here on the Pedernales, we did not grow up in any prejudiced atmosphere. This area is populated by Germans who immigrated here 100 years ago. We have few, if any, black citizens. Although when I was a child, 3 or 4 years old, I grew up with Mexican Americans and they were my playmates. But like most other citizens of this country, I took my own rights for granted, and I did not see and feel and was not as concerned with my fellow man as I later became as my service extended itself and as I became more acquainted with the problems of the land. When I was a young man, I taught in a Mexican-American school, and there I got my real deep first impressions of the prejudices that existed and the inequity of our school system between whites and browns. Later, I was an NYA administrator and dealt with the poverty groups. Many young people in the NYA were blacks and browns, and I saw the inequalities of our system then. Later, as a young congressman, when I was a candidate, and I would go campaigning in my district, when I finished my speech, all the people come through, shake hands with me. The whites would come through first. The blacks would stand aside waiting their turn. And I remember on occasion or two, I was criticized severely for asking the blacks to come through and shake hands with them. They felt that I was extending to them a privilege that they shouldn't have. Very few were voting in Texas in those days because we had a poll tax that helped to disenfranchise them, and they were not encouraged to vote. But as they participated in the elections and I saw their problems and got to know them through my work and teaching in my early years in Congress, I think I gradually took on a different viewpoint. As Vice President, dealing with the cause of the minorities and trying to evaluate their problems and find a solution to them, no doubt gave me a breadth of understanding and vision I hadn't had before. And finally, when I became president and realized that I was the leader of the country and that I was the president of all the people, and all the people were looking to me to correct the inequalities and inequities and injustices, and there was something that I could do about it. I concluded that now that I have the power, I'm going to use it every way I could. And of course, most of my efforts that brought fruit were during the time when I had the power of the presidency behind me.
By 1937, you had been elected to Congress. Was it difficult for you to reconcile the problem of representing a constituency in Texas with the need, your new felt need to take a stand on civil rights?
First, I didn't have the power to do much about it as an individual congressman of 435. But I did not enthusiastically exercise the power I did have because, first of all, I couldn't have done much about it. And second of all, I was not aware of the extent of the overall injustices that was practiced upon them as a young congressman that I later realized as a leader of the nation in the Senate and as vice president and president.
At Gettysburg in 1963, when still vice president, you said this:
until justice is blind to color, until all education is unaware of race, until opportunity is unconcerned with the color of men's skins, emancipation will be a proclamation. But emancipation will not be a fact.
Wasn't that just about as strong a statement as you'd ever made up to that point?
Perhaps. I think that's still true. I thought it was very true then. We've made a lot of progress, but we haven't made near enough. And education is not blind to color in this country. And justice is not unaware of race. And it'll take us decades to try to bring the white man, the black man, the brown man on equal footing in all of these fields. But there's no question but what a great many people felt that when we had the Emancipation Proclamation, we had made great steps forward, and we had. But we had not solved our problems, and 100 years went by, and we'd done very little about it. Now, we have had a rapid advancement in the period of the 60s, and I hope we'll have in the 70s. But I believe that's a strong statement. I intend it to be strong, but I think it's an accurate statement.
You wrote in your book, The Vantage Point, that about that moment when you became president of the United States and truly the top leader of all the people. And you said, just when the blacks had their hopes for equality and justice raised, after centuries of misery and despair, they awoke one morning to discover their future in the hands of a president born in the South. Well, do you think they really felt that way after all you'd been doing in the almost 10 years previously, at least the 6 years previously, since 57?
Yes, I'm sure that they have a feeling toward a Southerner, and they have doubts. They had them then, and I think they have them now. And they may be justified in some regard, because I was the product of an environment and an area that was had never been particularly aggressive in ridding them of some of these injustices perpetrated upon them. And I can understand their viewpoint, although I have no complaint about their treatment of me as president. I frequently disagreed with the methods and the procedure and the manner that we went about things.
Well, Tina, I don't know. It could just be that having a show to respond is the difference. Maybe you should get a show. Latino did a whole thing. CM and I were, like he had an AI thing of me and CM riding on a horse. And I actually watched the whole thing. I actually clipped some of it. But one thing that I'm learning as a YouTube content creator, two things. Number one, people tend to have beefs with me. I don't take a Latino or Nitish as a good example. Those motherfuckers aren't important. They don't affect my day-to-day life. They're not that bright in the first place. I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle about what they have to say about me. The best defense is don't give them anything to respond to. Unless, there are exceptions. Sometimes, something that's said is so egregious. But look, I'm telling you, you're good looking, Tina. Half these motherfuckers, they just want to be with you. Don't see what they have to say. If it's not that important, if it's half the shit they say isn't even funny. Like Latino's little AI, that motherfucker took like an hour and put together some, AI stuff and had to research the pictures and all that stuff. It just simply wasn't funny. I might feel a certain way if it was funny. It was lame. So, if you want to put together a whole presentation and be lame, hey, it's what his show is for. I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle. That's that. Oh, Leonard, that pervert? Oh my God. So, okay, you should pay way less attention. They have to get Leonard. Ma'am, I was kind of feeling for you a little bit until you told me Leonard's there. Ma'am, the dude is a pervert. Honestly, Tina, You have too much to do. You got children. You can come up here and we can bullshit back and forth. You going back and forth with CM while Ghetto is at least fun to listen to. Leonard is literally a pervert. And an old perv at that. So please don't get wrapped around the axle about that weirdo.
And we had our differences with Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Young, Dr. King, and others on what decision I ought to make, certainly on the war and things of that nature. But they were respectful and they were reasoning and they were fair with me. And any leadership I provided to make advancements in their field, they supported and effectively supported it.
Well, in '64, of course, that was the year of the great filibuster that you finally had to break, going against your own feelings, as you told us earlier in this talk, were for unlimited debate. What brought you to that decision that you finally communicated then to Senator Russell that this time there would be no compromise?
Well, Senator Russell, I think, understood that from the day I became president. I recall Senator Russell made a speech early in my presidency that was somewhat prophetic. He said he knew that I felt certain things deeply, and he expected me to move in certain areas. And then when I moved, I would move with all the power that I had and put all my chips in. And they had to be prepared to resist that effort. And that's what we did in the '64 Act.
After '64, just a year later, you put your full weight behind another historic measure, and that was the Voting Act of 1965, Voting Rights Act of 1965, which provided direct federal action in order to help the blacks register and vote. Could you start from the beginning and tell us about the evolution of that act and getting it through just a year after the '64 victory?
I think it was a part of the philosophy that I had of the presidency. I wasn't sure that I would run for re-election in '64. When I decided I would run and did run and was elected, I realized that a president's time is limited, regardless of how big a mandate he may have received. So after the '64 election, I said to the people associated with me, we got to make up our mind what the big problems of this country are and do what we can about them in cooperation with the Congress and get that legislation through in a period of relatively few months, because as things go on, we won't have the support of the country that we have in November '64. Voting Rights Act was one of the things that needed doing. Poverty and health and Medicaid and all those things made up a part of the program. And I called on the congressional leadership and said, we feel that we ought to have this legislation, that now is the time that we can pass it, and I want to review it with you, explain it all to you, ask for your help and cooperation, and if you feel that you want to invite me to come to the Congress to deliver this message in person, I'll do it. If you don't, I will send it up by message. The leadership discussed it thoroughly and extended me an invitation. And I went there, and sometime in March, as I recall.
Every American citizen must have an equal right to vote. There is no reason which can excuse the denial of that right. There is no duty which weighs more heavily on us than the duty we have to ensure that right.
And over the evolution of 3 or 4 months, we were able to get that rather strong bill passed in the House, and in the Senate, Senator Dirksen, as you know, supported us in the final days and made effective speeches and voted for cloture. And we put that landmark legislation on the statute books. I doubt that we could have done that in '67 as things went on and divisions came about. We hit while the iron was hot, and we made much progress.
Do you think the divisions of the Vietnam War did bring a halt to any hope of consensus on these domestic issues?
No, a great many.
This is kind of interesting. And you know, sometimes you can lead a horse to water or lead a mare to water, but you can't make her drink. So Tina got bored here, and supposedly she's not into ghetto shit, but look at where she is right now. Dude, I am just okay with these. I guess I'm,
flies.
What up, Jules?
I guess I'm just gonna have to understand that these young people need drama in their lives, apparently, to even feel alive. I'm assuming that's what the problem is. So let's get this up to date. And I don't know, probably time to shut this sucker down anyway.
Sativa, indica.
So going up to talk about types of weed, that's actual substantive conversation, huh?
It helps out.
Oh, I love Blue
I used
Dream.
to like Blue Dream. Everybody likes Blue Dream. I don't know why, man. It helps you out in the mood, like, you know what I'm saying?
Dude, this is literally a bunch of fucking stoners up there talking about shit that's not even important. Oh, what sativa is that type of weed? It helps me. Do what exactly? The fuck? Listen to these stoners.
I like weed, but I don't
Have
talk
gelato,
about it.
and it's
Stanley.
pretty good.
Yeah,
Well,
I like any gelato.
maybe,
any runs.
maybe you should. This is honestly, and they want to criticize boomers. The fuck do you think the boomers did in their dorm rooms back in the 60s? They sat around talking about weed. Jesus Christ. And these people want to lead the country, or they want their parents to leave them money to do what? Buy weed? This is so fucking sad.
4 days, you said?
Yeah, 4 days is a half ounce.
Yeah,
Because
we smoke a half ounce here in like 2 days, bro.
oh shit, I try not to smoke as much.
Too, so.
Oh yeah, because I'm the only one.
So Tina, you're not gonna get ghetto on a panel talking to a bunch of ghetto people about weed. Who on this panel is not ghetto? Jewel, a racist in ghetto. Latino, a racist in ghetto. Rebecca, RLM, a racist in ghetto. Nunzio, a racist in ghetto. And tell them I said it. They're all fucking ghetto and they're all fucking racist. Honestly, ghetto is as ghetto does, ma'am.
Can I drink into this?
Nah, it'll mess up your stomach if you drink
Yeah.
with the thing. Yeah.
See, if you would have bought that clay, if you would have bought the bentonite clay that I told you about, I'd be like, if
Listen
you have
to
that,
these
you can just take
fuckers.
some of that.
What up, Deacon?
So,
Who the fuck? These people are raising kids. The best they can do is talk about their favorite weed.
Yeah.
But they want to know why the boomers aren't giving them the keys to the country? Because you're a bunch of fucking potheads is why we can't trust y'all.
Right.
I just doubled down on it.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm gonna call.
I did what you call made lemonade out of lemons because
Oh, that's what I did
you know,
basically. I went
call
full
me
racist on
anything.
my episode
Yeah.
that day because I was like, okay, I could be racist. Fuck it. Why not?
Your feelings mean nothing to me. That
Yep.
is your problem, not mine.
This ain't
Exactly.
1619. Get over it. Dude. y'all like, to be honest, y'all say the most.
Now listen to this motherfucker talk about 1619. He's not even born in the United States, or maybe he was in Puerto Rico, so it was United States. Listen to this motherfucker talk about 1619, something he has no clue about, and none of the motherfuckers up there do. This is why I think they're racist. And hey, they're good racists. Some of the racists I know are good people, but they're racist.
You are what you are. You get what I'm saying?
What I noticed is if you actually like double down on it and put like, so whenever he's having a stream that's particularly white sided, because you know he switches up every day. He's on the white side, on the black side, or whatever. I get in the chat and I start trolling, like, and I start saying crazy shit. And what I noticed is that when you double down, they back off. Because at this point, it's no longer a weapon. You've taken away their weapon, right?
Yep.
It's clear you're not racist. It's clear I'm not racist. You know what I'm saying? Our actions prove so.
Okay, this silly bitch, dude. See, these racists get together and they smoke weed and convince themselves they're not racist and everything's okay. Notice not a one of them ever come up to this panel and ask me dumb questions like this. I will teach them what race and racism is. And quite frankly, RLM thinking she's not a racist, it literally means she has no fucking clue what a racist is. Latino, same thing. Jewel, same thing. I don't know Nunzio that well, but from what I've heard, these people don't know what a racist is. And look at Deacon Dave. Look at
Z now.
Deacon Dave. Who knows? I guess. So Deacon Dave, my buddy, I can't vouch for everyone, but Latino and I see a lot of things similar. Let me back this up. Oh, there it is. We are just not built to be easily offended. Keep doing your thing, bro. Dude, easily offended. You're also thick-headed and you're easily fooled. You're easily misled, and you're easily led to not understand American culture. There's some problems with this, Deacon Dave. And you and I can always talk about this shit.
So you're trying to, like, to me, I'm taking it as you're trying to sabotage the channel.
It's defamation of character. Yeah.
I don't go to your channel and do that to you, bro. But you have the audacity to do it to me. Yeah. And that's where the problem lies. It's like, damn, man, I thought, okay, cool. Now I see it for what it is. Now you can't be upset for the things that I say.
Man making up.
Kimmy, he was born in Puerto Rico, I think, if I recall. So if you're born in Puerto Rico, you're an American citizen.
The people who relate the negative bullshit to you are just as culpable or have just as bad intentions as the ones who are saying it. Because I used to have to tell people, bro, I don't want to hear it. Don't show it to me. Don't send me a fucking clip. I don't want to hear it. Like, if you really care about me, shut it down or don't tell me. Because inherently you have.
This is the lady who has gotten in trouble saying the N-word. If you monetize the N-word, you're a racist. Don't these people understand that shit? Again, they don't understand what a racist is. And here's the deal. And here is what, so Jewel of Aquarius, my man said CM looks like a Temu Travis Scott. Oh my God. You know, Jewel is trailer trash and so happy she got a man. Temu Travis Scott. Oh, Jewel. Oh, Jewel. What I was going to say is what these youngins, these millennials have been taught is that racist and racism is all about intent, and it's literally not. Especially racism. Racism is not about intent, it's structural. Structures, institutions don't care. The law is supposedly colorblind. It's the results of the law that make it racist. These people think that, oh, I don't hate black people, but if you say N-word, motherfucker, you're a racist. Black people who say the N-word are racist. If you use racist terms, if you feel that, hey, I'm going to make a racist joke and monetize it, you're a racist. These fuckers are just honestly some of the stupidest people I've met in my life are on YouTube. So they need to go back to school. They need to read a book. Intent, the way America is functionally racist, you don't have, dude, half the time people think, oh, you're my N-word. Oh, I'm not being racist. I love black people. You're being a racist. God damn, these people are fucking slow. No, I literally don't want you to cuss them because then they'll get mad at me. And again, these people know what I think of them. Nunzio I've never talked to, but these people, like I've known RLM, Jewel and Latino, I've known since the John Galt days. So they know my feelings on the matter. Let's see, where am I hours wise?
Yo tengo tu programa, mira, I'm about to pull it up right now.
Piñata Farm in shot. Okay, I've seen in shot. I have not seen Piñata Farm.
Yeah, there's a few of them too, but don't let your opposition know them too as well, because you know,
Got it.
leg up.
Got it. Thank you for sharing, Nuns.
I got you.
Yeah, I mean, when you're when I'm a creative, I'm like 100% creative minded. I'm a triple Leo. I'm a triple 3 and everything is creation when it comes to my chart, my path, everything. Which, if you guys don't believe it, yada yada. But anyway, Jules knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, what?
So all I can do is create. But when it comes to
okay, so they're superstitious astrological racists. What does triple Leo even mean?
Yeah, it is. It's like, I feel you.
Yo, by the way, if anybody has like a monetized channel and they have a 3D printer, so I found this website, right, where you could put like an image inside of the program, and it'll make a 3D printed image for you, and then it'll say if you want like individual pieces, like a shirt, a jacket, or whatever, it'll print out certain things in that file as well.
Nice.
Yeah, so
you see this program over here?
RLM, you could sell like little figurines.
Oh, and you know I make little figurines. You know that, right?
Oh, that's pretty cool. Funny. Nice.
I bedazzle keychains, like I rhinestone stuff. Is it this one? Let me see. What does it say? No.
Oh, okay. I bedazzle keychains. I think I'm gonna have to go back to LBJ. It's a lot more interesting.
Many of our better pieces of domestic legislation was a product of the Congress of 1968. And 68 was one of our more productive years. I was given everything I asked for in Vietnam in the way of men, in the way of authority, in the way of appropriations. And it was anguish for all of us. The people that felt that what I was doing was not right, they suffered to have to criticize me and to find fault with what we were doing. And I suffered to have to listen to them and try to find a better course and never to really find the right answer. We had many, many disappointments. But I never lacked authority, and I never lacked appropriations, and I never lacked a majority support in either house, or I felt in the country of my programs. And I think a president must have those things if he's going to be a good president. He can't have a Congress going one direction and the judiciary another and the executive another. It's just like the pilot of a plane going this way and the co-pilot going this way. And I never had that problem, and I'm grateful for it.
I'd like to ask you about Selma, the march organized by Martin Luther King from Selma to Montgomery, protesting how difficult it was for blacks to vote at that period. In the middle of the crisis in Selma, you went on television. Your staff, we gather, advised against it. The result was that "we shall overcome" speech to the Congress.
What happened in Selma is part of a far larger movement which reaches into every section and state of America. It is the effort of American Negroes to secure for themselves the full blessings of American life. Their cause must be our cause too. Because it's not just Negroes, but really it's all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. And we shall overcome.
What was the reaction of that, to that speech? Because this moved you really into the camp with the protesters.
I think that when a president exercises leadership that he believes he must exercise, that he feels is necessary for the country, that he looks at his people and tells them this is the course of action that is just and fair, and this is what I'm going to do, I think the reaction is generally good, and it was then. And of course, I was not without criticism from many sources in many places. But I'm glad I did what I did, and I think it was helpful to the course that we pursued and the laws we enacted subsequently.
Could you tell us about the decisions that went into the appointment of the first Negro ever to the U.S. Supreme Court, Thurgood Marshall?
Yes, I had met Justice Marshall when he was a lawyer for the NAACP, and I had not had an intimate relationship, but I knew him when I became president. He was on the federal bench in New York. I looked over the country to attempt to find a person to be Solicitor General who would argue the cases before the Supreme Court. I also knew that there'd never been a black on the Supreme Court in this country, and never been a black in the cabinet of this country. And I didn't feel that was just. And I sent for him and told him, if you resign the federal judgeship, you give up a lifetime job. The job I'm offering you is a temporary job. If I'm, something happens to me, you'll be out of a job the next morning. Another administration, you'll be out of a job. But I would like for you to be my Solicitor General if you feel that you can be available for that assignment. He said, yes, Mr. President, I am available. I'll resign, and I'll be ready whenever you ask me. He came there, and he discharged his duties as Solicitor General well. I never mentioned the Supreme Court to him. When it became possible for me to appoint him on the Supreme Court, I called him and asked him to come to my office quietly the next day and to tell no one. I wanted to counsel with him on a matter, and he courteously agreed to be there at 10 o'clock. And he, whatever time I set the appointment, he came in and sat down, and I told him that I had this problem of selecting a man to the Supreme Court, and that I had had him in mind. And I said, I'm going to send you a nomination to the Senate if it's agreeable to you. He said, yes, it was. He said, you told me not to say anything about this to anyone. And said that before you do, I think I'll tell you something. And my heart almost stopped beating because I was afraid it was going to be some problem of some kind. But he said, you told me not to discuss this with anyone else, this conference, but said I just couldn't contain myself. I had to tell my wife. When a president calls up and asks to see a man, he just can't be expected to keep that from everyone. And I had to tell her and said, now that you've given me this great honor, could I be excused long enough to just call her and tell her that what has happened? And I asked that they get Ms. Marshall on the phone. The White House operator got on the phone. And I asked him to pick it up. And he said hello and be sure that Ms. Marshall's on the other end. And she said, honey, did we make it? And all the feeling that I thought I had contained must have been present there all those years, and they must have at least had the silent hope that if any black ever made the Supreme Court, he would make it. I've always felt very warm toward Ms. Marshall because I think that Lady Bird must have felt that way many times in critical crisis that I was confronted with. She would say, honey, did we make it? And there was a team, but the pride that really came to me was here was a qualified man who had done so much for his people and so much for his country that finally, on the basis of merit, could be nominated and confirmed by the Senate. And that last is not an easy job for any man that's nominated for the Supreme Court.
In 1965, in an eloquent speech at Howard University, you apparently took a new tack. You said,
but freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him. Thus, it is not enough just to open the gates of opportunity. All our citizens must have the ability to walk through those gates.
how did you come to believe that the country was ready for that new move forward in the civil rights approach?
The country said that we want you to vote, we want you to eat any place you want to, and we want you to sleep any place, any public establishment if you want to. We want you to have equality in jobs, and in many ways we improved our education, health, and welfare systems where more equal justice was being dispensed. But all those things don't do any good. It doesn't do you any good to have a job if you're not qualified to hold it. It doesn't do you any good to have the right to build a house if you don't have the money to build it. It doesn't do you any right to have the right to go into the Hilton Hotel in New York if you haven't got the money to pay the rent on the building. All of those things are not worth much to you unless you have the economic resources and the preparation.
Mr. President, the statement is frequently made about that period in our national history, indeed going right up to today, is that perhaps in your zeal to do something for the blacks of this country and the other underprivileged, you had promised so much, and the delivery was difficult. Do you think that you overpromised?
No, I don't think. I don't know what we promised. We had certain goals, and we made certain recommendations, and we asked the Congress to do certain things. But I'm unaware of a lot of promises that we made that were not fulfilled.
Well, I think that when we speak of promises, not specifically political or legislative promises, but the promise of a better life, and that perhaps they believed that this was going to come with the passage of legislation and not over a longer period of time.
practically the entire substance of the Johnson administration was organized and prepared and recommended more than 20 years before by another president. Lyndon Johnson was not the first president to recommend federal aid to education. Harry Truman had a group that studied it, and Harry Truman asked the Congress to give him educational legislation. Lyndon Johnson was not the man to recommend Medicare. Harry Truman recommended Medicare and was called a socialist and a communist and everything else. So, in this country, long before Lyndon Johnson came into a position of power, our leaders were recommending great advances in the field of civil rights and great advances in the field of health and education and environment and consumer legislation and space and things of that nature. I just happened to be the catalyst and happened to be there at the time and with the support and with the approval of nearly everyone in the country that put them on the statute books. We passed 440 major pieces of legislation in the 6 years. And a great many people did say that we went too far and we went too fast. And well, we might have. But the country was long overdue. We'd had a good many administrations where they hadn't been able to achieve these things. But in this country, we always, it seems, there's a long lapse between the time something's proposed and something's disposed.
Well, in your book, you say that the Democrats lost in '68 because they had gone too far and too fast. And the blue-collar worker felt that the Democratic Party had traded his welfare for the welfare of the black man.
Well, I don't really think that we lost in '68 for any one single reason. The blue-collar worker thinking that the black man had, I think all of those were dissatisfactions that we had in the populace. I don't think you can take any one thing and point to what makes a man president by a change of 250,000 votes out of many millions. But I think that the Democratic candidate had dissatisfaction in those fields.
You think that the blue-collar worker has... You think the blue-collar worker has been lost to the Democrats, though, because of this pressure for...
No, I think the blue-collar worker, all the workers are the backbone of the Democratic Party. And times they get disgruntled, dissatisfied with high prices and not quite as high a rise in wages and things of that kind, and they express themselves, and they have a right to and ought to.
Now, we've touched on all of the bills, or most of them, civil rights area, except the last one, which touches most directly on this matter of blue-collar worker resentment, perhaps, and that's housing. In '66 and '67, we introduced a bill for non-discrimination in rental and sale of housing. It was defeated. You brought it back, and again in '68, and again, I gather you didn't think that there was very much support for it, but it was something you had to do. With all the evidence pointing the other way, after 2 defeats, and now as a lame duck president, you said you weren't going to run again. Why did you think you were going to be able to get it through that time?
Well, I wasn't sure. The meeting we had with the blacks, they wanted me to issue an executive order and proclaim this by presidential edict. I didn't think it would be very effective if the Congress had not legislated, and I didn't want to be a Hitler and start running.
Oh, Tina, why do you think I was ignoring you? Sorry that I didn't respond instantly. You know, I have other people in the chat that I respond to, but I didn't even know you had a channel. And by the way, folks, if you are a content creator and you have a wrench, you don't need my permission to drop your links or, you know, a particular show or, you know, artwork or whatever. If you got a wrench and you're a content creator, feel free to do it. Now, don't be, you know, dropping links to OnlyFans. Yeah, well, Tina, you 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 need a mature man. Not sometimes people actually have to think about what they say before before they speak. Hey, Black Knight, I emailed you that recipe. It's literally the first like actual sandwich bread recipe that I did and consistently because my son was young and we eat sandwiches sometimes. It's a great recipe. You don't necessarily you can substitute regular milk for the buttermilk. It's a real flexible recipe. It doesn't call for an egg, and I usually use a whole stick of butter. The egg will make the recipe better. Why she didn't include it, I don't know. But the bread will be a bit crumbly if you don't put an egg in it. And if you're going to use buttermilk, by the way, in any type of milk, use full fat. Don't don't do the skim or 2%. It full fat just makes it better. You got to work. Oh, well, yep. Just email me then, and it'll make 2 loaves. By the way,
The government by executive order. And I took the position that it wouldn't be wise to do it by executive order. It would arouse the antagonism of the Congress and the leadership of the people, and it wouldn't be followed. Difficult enough to follow it if you have the law of the land. And most of the leaders felt that they couldn't get the law, and they'd like to get part of a loaf by executive order, get what they could. One of those leaders agreed with me that we ought to go the legislative route, and that was Clarence Mitchell, and he stood up and said that if I would recommend it to the Congress and support it, that he thought that was a route we should follow. And anyway, that was a route that I was determined to follow, so I made the recommendation, and we passed the Equal Housing Act of '68 after I'd announced that I would not accept the nomination.
At the recent symposium, Barbara Jordan, the newly elected congresswoman from Houston, whom you of course know very well, said that the South would ultimately be more open to racial justice than the North. Do you believe that?
I think it's a problem for all of America that knows no region. I don't think prejudice is a matter of geography. I think we have it everywhere, and we have ample quantities of it in degrees that we ought to be ashamed of. Sometimes it's because of color, and sometimes it's because of literacy, and sometimes it's because of something you don't control at all. But we're living in a fast age, and all of us are rather impatient. And more important, we're rather intolerant of the opinions of our fellow man and his judgments and his conduct and his traditions and his way of life. And America was supposed to be the happy hunting ground for people of all religions and all faiths that could live life according to the dictates of their own conscience and their own choice, as long as they didn't basically interfere with the rights of another man. But to deny that there is...
And I'm going to say this, and there's plenty of pushback. It's just my opinion. I'm sure, the data would prove me wrong. I think America in 2026, especially in these YouTube streets, is worse. Like I told Tina earlier, the way America works in 2026, you got to know where the speed bumps are so you don't speed over them or you can avoid them or what have you. The bottom line is hearing just people who have no fucking clue about American history. And I could name names in this chat currently. Y'all have no goddamn clue. But Ignorance is apparently the Popeyes spinach for these millennials. Ignorance, I don't know shit. I didn't read it in a book. I just see what I see. I'm going to go on my gut instinct. The gut instinct is inexperienced and uneducated, but you're going to go with your gut. Dude, this is why America's gonna fail and it is failing. Too many motherfucking millennials, too many people in Gen X and boomers for that matter. Y'all are dumb. And not anyone necessarily in the chat, dude. The confidence that ignorance bestows upon you, the only people who are going to survive this is going to be the Elon Musks. It's going to be the Trump family. Dude, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, these motherfuckers are feasting on MAGA ignorance. They want you to be dumb. Again, they, meaning MAGA voters and just basically Americans in general, they have found their punishment in their success. That's American culture. June 18th in 2026. Best country in the world, and we are suffering for that.
There's prejudice in the country just makes the wrong bigger because we know it's here, and the quicker we get at it, just like getting at heart disease or cancer, anything else, the better off we'll be. And I think we're making a good progress.
Mr. President, you said in that quite lovely speech at the library, and I do believe you have told me in private that you were feeling poorly and but you didn't feel you could let your friends leave that hall without saying a word to them. You did speak to them, and you said some quite eloquent things. One of them, you said,
To be black in a white society is not to stand on level and equal ground.
the phrase that just came to you at that moment, or is that something that you've had as kind of a credo in the years?
No, I think it's a fact. I think we assume that because a lot of our documents say all men are created equal, stand side by side. We have kidded ourselves in believing that that's actually a fact, just like the Emancipation Proclamation is a proclamation, but it's not a fact, and it's not a fact that we stand on equal ground and stand side by side. One stands in an elevated position with all the advantages the country gives him, and the other one stands down in the rut, neglected and overlooked, and enjoyed the second-rate facilities and housing and jobs and schools and health and everything else during our entire governmental existence. And we've begun to do something about it, but unless we recognize the fact that one's on the hill and the other's in the hollow, or one's on the mountain, the other's in the ditch, we're not evaluating it properly, and if we don't evaluate the problem properly, we can't solve the problem.
This second thing you said there that was a little more pragmatic, perhaps, involved the blacks and the present administration. You told them to go and see Mr. Nixon, to ask him to set aside an hour to talk, and they don't need to start off by saying he's terrible because he doesn't think he's terrible, let me put it. Do you think that if they ask, they can get that time to talk to the president?
Yes, I think so, although I'm not making the president's appointment. I have no authority to speak for him. I want to make that clear. I think that it's just the wise thing for all of us to do who are interested. I think we ought to go to the leadership of the Congress and say to them, here is a big problem that represents a cancer on the society of this country, and we want to do something about it, and here's what we think ought to be done, 1, 2, 3, and here's the way to go about it. Here's the legislation, as they have done with the civil rights conferences in past years. And then I think if they don't have the answer that they think is fair and just, that they have a right to call the president's people and say, we would like to talk to some of you in the White House about this, get you evaluated, and if it can't be corrected, we want to go all the way to a higher appeal to the highest officer of the land, the president himself. Now, I don't think you're going to be very effective if you say the Congress is no good and antiquated and ought to get out of the way, and the cabinet officer is dishonest and they won't do anything about it, and the president can't read and write and he's no good, because none of those people, you can't sell them that argument. They don't believe that. They think they are good and they're doing the best they can. They want to do what's right. And I found a lot of times that my viewpoint was helped a great deal, and that I was strengthened in the decisions I made by what I learned by people who came to see me. And I wasn't always anxious to see all of them and sought advice, but I think it'd be helpful to both groups. And the president's a good listener. All of them haven't been. Some of them thought I didn't listen enough, but if they'd count the hours that I had people speak to me, I'm grateful for those hours. I learned from them.
At the very end of that speech here in Austin, I think you repeated a memorable phrase that you'd used before in Congress in '65.
We have proved that great progress is possible. We know how much still remains to be done. And if our efforts continue, and if our will is strong, and if our hearts are right, and if courage remains our constant companion, then, my fellow Americans, I am confident we shall overcome.
Mr. President, do you think that on this great, still unresolved issue of civil rights, we shall overcome?
I certainly do.
Thank you, President.
All right. Well, I think this show has expended its usefulness for the night. 5 minutes if anyone wants to hit the link. If not, it is almost 11 o'clock. Seems like a good time to exit. Trump is the second greatest president ever. Yeah. All right. Well, I enjoyed it, folks. It is probably time to go listen to dinner. And let's see who's on. I don't think C. Moore is on. I'm sure he will have his own ratchet take on a lot of things, and I see that. Let's see who's over on Latinos. Yeah, sounds like a regular Latino show, just like racist bullshit. So y'all have a good night. It is literally. I'll see you all tomorrow. Should be on, and it's going to be Juneteenth. It's going to be Juneteenth themed. So get ready for more boring shit. Still don't know what Saturday's going to be all about. Let us make sure we thank the current sponsors, and we could use some more sponsors for this Saturday show. Mariah, darling Mariah, Deacon Dave, and 12th Man, and of course the executive producers for the month, CKJ3, Loop and Rigging, and Speak Radio. And I will see everyone tomorrow. I don't know. CM fires up a show. I guess I could go watch Latino's show, but there's some people up there that I just don't want to hear. And probably won't. So see y'all tomorrow.